Well, hello there. I fucked it up. I was gonna like make a fucking like this stereotypical oh yes I should try a joke about that, but I immediately fucked it up. Hello and welcome back to Ramen. My name is Beast. Today we're back with Kinkoi. Golden Loveriche. Let's not forget that part. Yes, I waited until I started the recording to pull out this fan. Okay, let's just do this. Something I forgot to do last part is do check this game out on Steam in actuality. Like support towards developers is always important, and I keep telling myself that I need to get used to saying that immediately. Okay, you can't hear the fan, it seems. It is a very weak fan, though. Now you actually hear it logically, since I'm like right up against it. It is a very weak fan, though. Can I like turn it up? Nah, can't. Oh well. Either way. So yeah, do check out Kinkoi on Steam. I put the link in the last part in the description since I forgot to mention it at the start, and I really need to get used to mentioning that immediately at the start. You should go check the games out yourselves. Anyways, Kikuchio says, good morning.
Ohayou gozaimasu.
Thank you. Sup?
何か悩んでらっしゃいますか?
Oh, yeah, Hey, Kikuchio, are you familiar with how H sounds?
は? 詳しいと言われましてもそんな。いえ、人並みの知識がないと言えば嘘になりますが。
What do you think about it?
嫌いではないです。
Could you give me some examples then?
は?
Try and give me a few examples real quick.
気持ちいいとか。
That's not what he meant, probably. What the heck? Where did that come from?
何ですか? 何なんですか? エッチを口に出せって。
Kinda snapped. There and again with ticked off novels. I wanted to know how to pronounce H as a vowel. I've seen copy pasta that says you don't pronounce it in French, but is that true? There were English words like night and hour where I didn't pronounce the H.
エッチの発音? そういうこと。言語はその文化の変遷から、フランス語に限らず、様々な地域の影響を受けます。島国の日本ですら、漢字が入っているように。フランス語は、ラテン、ギリシア、ローマなどですね。そのため、語句と発音に差異のある言葉は多いですよ。
All of them fucking suck!
語源がどこにあるかまでは知りませんが、綴りからそのまま発音を導き出すのは、日本語の感覚では難しいと思います。
That's so. Thank you. So it could happen then. The Orohora could be read like Aurora.
もう、質問ははっきりとしてください。いらない恥をかいた。
Totally set yourself up for that one if you ask me. I guess even a guy like you who gets riled up over a single set of boobs knows about the basics when it comes to sex.
はしゃいでませんよ。
Also that I can't take it anymore part. Are you that far gone?
もう、やめてください。
It looked like he was about to cry. Okay, well, oh well. I don't know, push him any further.
おはよう、オーラ。
Ah! Yeah, morning.
どうしたの？わたわたして。何か私に聞かせたくないお話？
It's not like that. Kikuchio was just talking about how he can't take it anymore during sexy times.
Stop!
朝っぱらから下品な話はやめなさい。
I'm sorry. The two of them stopped me.
くわからないけど。昨日は楽しかったわね、オーラ。
Oh yeah, same here. Okay, need something tasty. Really had been a major psychological boost. Felt much better today compared to how depressed I was yesterday.
なに？じっと見て。顔に何かついてる？
Her eyes, mouth, and nose.
なにそれ？
Sylvie giggled. I had made up for my renewed good mood by finding a share of other worries, but well then, how to handle this?
昭和のナンパ師みたいなやつ発見。シルビー様をナンパだと？
It's not like that. Yeah, I could probably make do in this school. But I find my answers soon. Hopefully before the next problem came up. Whoops! Looks like the next problem came up! Well, yeah, the next problem is right here. She is the continuous problem. Like, that was one of the reasons why Scott apparently couldn't wait for me to start playing this game, because he wanted other people to join the hatred for Ayaka. Yeah, what if I made a video where I somehow managed to get a wooden cutout of Ayaka and just smashed it with a hammer or hit it with an axe? I don't sound like a psychopath right now, by God.
本気で追い出す必要がありそうね。クルス・クラウンさんは敵に回したくないけれど。
なぜあの麗しいシルビー姉様があんな下郎風情にああも肩入れするのでしょう。わからない。けれど、放ってはおけませんわね。シルビー姉様の身に何かあれば、ソルティレージュ全体を揺るがすことになりますわ。
Is Ayaka trying to get in the way of this bullshit going to cause relations between Sortilege and Japan to fucking drop in one route? I feel like that's gonna be the case. Anyways.
仲のいいことだ。というわけで、私が見てきた限りでは、今日一日おかしなことはありませんでした。
油断は禁物。
でも、おかしな素振りは何もありませんでしたよ。それがあいつの手なのよ。紳士のふりで油断させておいて、後ろからパクッと食べられちゃうわよ。
ドン引き。とにかく、このままじゃまだみんな安心できない。
みたいだね。茜、悪いけど、もう少し彼のこと偵察続けてくれる？
わかりました。お任せください。
金色ラブリッチェ。
I still love those transitions. They're great. It had been a few days since I enrolled at a noble academy. I had finally gotten used to my life here. The largest factor was committing the different time slots at the dorm to memory. I was met with icy glares if I failed to abide by Jokasaki's request to keep away from the foyer, but little by little I was starting to figure out the different times of day I could come out. To be specific, 6 a.m. to 7:30 a.m., then any time after 9 p.m. was okay. Practically nobody was around at those hours. Unfortunately, I couldn't use the convenience store or cafe, which were open at 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Out of necessity to avoid people, but I could at least use the vending machines. I'd occasionally run into a couple of my dorm mates late at night, but I'd yet to hear a single complaint about those encounters. Since they knew I was complying with my house arrest, nobody was nasty enough to go out of their way to remind me not to come out. For the most part.
おはよう、市松くん。
Hello? There were even those who would greet me. The vast majority of the dorm may have been under Chogasaki's influence, but they didn't appear to be unanimous.
おはようございます、先輩。
Morning, Akane.
今日も気合い入れて頑張りましょうね。
There were even those who had accepted me as a fellow dorm mate.
こら、あんまり近づかないの。 まだ巨船も住んでませんのよ。
Most would end up snatched away by their friends in no time flat, though. Still, it was a massive help that even a single girl like that was around. After buying a drink, I headed back to my room.
寝不足。
The fucking hoodie is adorable. Morning. There were also those I could have a friendly conversation with. Off she went. I guess friendly conversation wasn't entirely accurate. It was Saturday, finally day off. The way a warrior would spend his day of rest, especially after fighting through his daily classes, and his sleepiness therein, was extraordinarily important. I had learned something these past few days. Now that I was living in the dorms, there was something extremely important I needed to take care of. And that was... I'm stocking up on instant foods!
わびし。
Shut up, it's important. There was no escaping everyone at school making fun of me or getting strange looks while I was at the dorm. The one thing I couldn't stand were those dreary meals day in and day out. They had made buying up a solid supply of tasty food especially important. That said, it's mostly a bunch of instant
う
noodles.
ち火は使えないからね。
That's what happened last time. I invested in an electric kettle so I could make hot water. It was a little desolate, but the other day had proven that simply having cup noodles around made quite a difference. On that note, What the fuck was... On that note, I was planning on buying a whole bunch of them. Thanks for tagging along with me, Elena.
はあ、付き合うのは暇だからいいんだけど、空晴れすぎ。ってくると日焼けしそう。
I'll keep the number of shops to a minimum. Been a huge help. I'm sure I would have keeled over by now if you hadn't been around.
え、何急に。
And I'm so happy you're here with me.
まあ。
Without you here for me, well... As a baggage carrier, nah. As a luggage, nah. So needs a hat, no. Anyway, I'm happy you're here for me.
オーラはあれだね。誤解が解けても無礼すぎて結局女子寮じゃ浮くタイプだね。
Maybe so. For what it's worth, I'll definitely pay you back for helping me out. Here. I retrieved a card from my pocket. The black card.
庶民には眩しい黒のきらめき。ああ、もう最高かよ
Yep. The black card. One I received from one of Sylvie's Black Knights a short while back.
これを渡し忘れておりました。どうぞ、お使いください。
Listen, I don't care that, like I was told that apparently Xnut won't have that many appearances, but I don't give a shit. I have a type, and I want that. Huh? This is a credit card. One with no credit limit?
市松様が学園に通ってらっしゃる期間、必要なものは何でも、これで落としていただいて結構です。
バイト料みたいなものと思ってくださいまし。
Are you sure?
平日はそもそも買い物に行く場所がない空間に押し込めてしまったのです。当然にございます。
If I use this shop online.
ああ、何に使うかは自由ですが、使用したデータはすべてエロいな体調が閲覧しますので、あしからず。
Basically, you're not buying porn with this. Right. Or so it went. I was told not to use it for anything other than necessities, but clothing and stuff should be okay as long as it's within reason. As far as I was concerned, anything up to around 10,000 yen ought to be fine. You want those new earrings from the Gold Dust series or whatever it was, right?
この前言ったの聞かれてたか。
I knew those Gold Dust series accessories, ones adorned with real gold, were all the rage with the schoolgirls these days. They were incredibly trendy and went for less than 10,000 yen each. A delectable offer for your everyday university student or younger. Better yet, the newly released ones went went for 7,000 yen.
酒は今日は貯金を下ろして買いに行く予定でした。
Those gigantic earrings are super popular and use real gold dust. They'll probably sell out before you get them today. Want them, don't you? Want the huge ones, right?
はい。
Don't be shy! Say it loud and proud. What do you want?
レイナに大きいのください。
Phrasing! What do you want and where?
レイナの穴に大きいのをぶち込んでほしいです。
I almost whipped it into my screen. Fuck! That was close. I almost whipped the fucking cord into my screen. Ooh, fuck. That was, far too close for comfort. Haha! Very well, but only after you help me carry some noodles. Come on, don't be a party
カッ
pooper.
プ麺のとこも下ネタいけなかったん？
Didn't even occur to me. We went around town together. Diana was actually well versed in dirty jokes, unlike Sylvie and Elle, so I didn't need to be as reserved around her. Befriending her right off the bat may have been the most fortunate thing to have happened to me upon enrolling in Noble Academy. Into Noble Academy. I didn't want to stay out for too long, so we headed to the nearest discount store. It's right that Don Quixote is open so early, huh?
ねえ。
We could keep an eye out for what was on the shelves and grab food later, so we took our time and browsed around the shop.
発見サキンピアス。うんうん。売り切れる気配はまだないね。
I could buy those earrings to pay Reina back right here and now, so it worked out perfectly. Hang in there until we finish shopping.
ワンワン。他に服とかも見たいな。
You buy clothes in places like this?
買うよ。ディディとかシマムーとか。
Cheap stuff then.
安くても美少女が着ればどんなブランドにも勝るっしょ。
Good point. This girl seemed to love fashion, but also wasn't too hung up on her own casual wear. Women's sensibilities were strange indeed.
おうろう。あそこは見ていかないの？
Over there? Not happening. Then I pointed towards the back of the clothing department. That was the adults only section with a... It was the adults only section with a flashy curtain hanging over it.
いいのいいの。エロエロだよ。エロロだよ。黒髪ロングもいっぱいだよ。
I'm not hyped enough to want to go in first thing in the morning.
天下買ってったら？カップ麺ってあんまり満足感高くないんでしょ？
Wait. Oh, I never shot it after loading it once. Anyways, take that back, please. I won't buy it, and the cup noodles are to eat. Cup noodles aren't very satisfying, though.
ああ、試したことあるんだ。
This girl belted out crude jokes without a second thought. Oh well, we made it to the food section. I hurled the cheap cup noodles that caught my eye into the basket one after another. Something up?
なんでもないない。
What did you
ああ、
sneak
これ
in?
も美味しそう。
What did you sneak in? Oh nice, why not grab it? We picked things out. Discount stores really are the place to go to buy cup
カッ
noodles.
プ麺は100円のラインを守りたいよね。
There were price hikes on cup noodles that would make commoners suffer right alongside ice cream these days. It was common for convenience stores to sell food, especially limited edition stuff, for around 200 yen each. They certainly weren't my first choice, but once the unsold stock reached less than the 3 months expiration, it was eventually put on the discount rack for around 100 yen. Targeting this stuff was a piece of commoner knowledge.
でもオーロ、ブラックカード持ってるんでしょ？高いの買っちゃえばいいんじゃない？
I don't like wasting money like that. I wouldn't want to squander it even if it wasn't my money.
いいね。それでこそ庶民やで。
More importantly, I probably wouldn't be able to fully enjoy eating any cup noodles that cost over 200 yen.
ああ、値段考えるとスープが残せなくて、飲み干して胃もたれして後悔みたいな。
Yeah, that. I mean, I drank the soup anyways. Dan and I were alone, so I got riled up at the extremely commoner talk. Didn't the old Prime Minister say the cup noodles were 400 yen?
あのマスコミが庶民生活を学べって切れて、ネットの応援団が政治家がカップ麺の値段知らないくらいなんだって切れ返したやつ？
Looking back on it now, both opinions were pretty odd. It's scary if you really think about it. There are political socialites who think cup noodles, the ally of the poor, are around 400 yen.
つまりセレブの方々は世の貧困層って人たちも400円は楽に出せるって思ってるってことだよね。
The best place to start reforming politicians' tax hikes and financial squandering might be to make them go buy cup noodles on their own. What in the world are we talking about?
ちょっとカップ麺に思考やられてるかもしれない。他んとこ回ろう。ここ化粧品も売ってえし。
You got it. I hooked the noodles into the cart and we headed back to the earrings section from before. Don Quixote sold sold clothes and other wares, so we went to take a look.
ねえねえ、オーロ、これ可愛くない？
Yeah?
かわわかわわ。でもこっちももっと可愛くない？
Huh?
かわだん。
That was a thunder.
なんだよ、こっちはもっと可愛いか
By the
よ。
way, yes, there is currently a thunderstorm going on outside, so there is the potential of just power outage happening in the middle of the recording. Anyways.
最初から合わせ直さなきゃ。
Long!
びっくりした。
You already bought the earrings. Let's head back.
何言いやがってんの？ここからでしょ。ピアスが決まったから、それに合う服を揃えるの。いやー、ピアス代が浮いたからその分も服に突っ込めて助かるわ。あ、髪の色から変えよっかな。ブリーチもっと強めにした方が。両辱芸で初両辱された女の子みたいな目をしている。
That soulless, faded-out look is called empty eyes. It was a popular trope back in the day, but it's pretty lame now, and mostly used for brainwashing scenes. I feel ridiculously violated right now, though.
なんで？
Because you're picking out underwear! She'd walk back and forth from the clothing racks and hold up a variety of undergarments to her body and ask how does this look for a while now. Even though there were tons of customers around, Lena forced me to tag along and I had to wait for her to try everything on. There were bras and panties as far as the eye could see. It's too much. It's really hard on me to be here.
でもあと5時間くらいかかるよ。
Thanks for your hard work carrying bags. I'm going home. I could just barely carry them all by myself, but I did it anyway.
冗談。さすがに5時間はないって。もうオッケー。他行こっか。
We ultimately only bought cup noodles and nonchalantly headed outside. Are you sure? Tried on so much,
今日
too.
は買う気ないんだよね。ただ今日は、オーロが何分までなら待たせても切れないか見て、次荷物持ってもらう時の参考にしようかなーっと。
You were testing me.
あれ、すっげー怖い顔。おこなの
He just stands there like... Elena was smirking. Well, it's fine if it means you've opened up to me. We headed to another shop. I do think that you're a good person, but you really know how to screw with a guy's head.
そうかな。
Yeah. She could be a little irritating at times, but I didn't mind it as long as she didn't nag.
じゃあ次はどこ行こっか。オーロの行きたいとこに付き合うよ。今日はオーロの日だもんね。
She silently carried the other half of my shopping bags. For a moment I wondered why. Guess I was paying her to help me, but... You're in kind of a good mood today, aren't you?
ん？かもね。
I was smiling. What was it? As I wondered that...
実はね、これ、初めてなの。
First what?
お休みに男と二人で出歩くって、初めて。デート童貞、卒業しました！
For real? I could tell from our regular interactions that she didn't have a boyfriend, but that apparently extended into the past as well. Hey, are you unpopular?
失礼かよ。別に誘ってくる男子は多かったよ。ただ女の友達多いから、どうしても複数になっただけ。
Ah, made sense. Knowing Elena, her lady friends probably jumped at the chance of going out together as long as it wasn't a random offshoot excursion like today. So, you're saying I stole your dating virginity because
そうな
everyone...
るね
Whoops.
今日別に何人かお誘いあったもん。
So you're saying I stole your dating
Yes,
virginity
it's
because
really
everyone in the dorm thinks I'm some wild animal?
そうなるね。今日別に何人かお誘いあったもん。ピアスに釣られてオーロにしたけど。
I know it could depend on you, Blackguard. And your thoughts on losing your virginity?
まあまあかな。ちょっと手荷物が多すぎるけど。
Not much of a date then, huh? We're both hauling around massive shopping
で
bags.
も楽しいは楽しいよ。男が女の子にアクセサリーを送る。いいデートの条件だもんね。
That's so. She really was a troublesome woman. Not that I disliked her for it, though. Was it really okay for you to tag along with me today? Bet you would have been better off hanging out with your friends instead. Wouldn't getting yourself a boyfriend be even better? I voiced a common line of reasoning for whatever reason. That should be preferable to getting dragged around by to buy some earrings. Whoops, I thought.
彼氏はまだいいかな。
She candidly
今
replied.
は友達と遊ぶ方がいいわ。恋愛とかより。めんどくさそうだし。
How soon?
だから今日はオーロ。友達と遊ぶプラスピアスで、オーロ一択だったよ。
I understood. If she went with me, she'd get the earrings and to hang out with a friend. Friends, huh? Yeah, I didn't want to get sunburned, so we called it a day. We grabbed some gyudon for lunch, then headed back. Used too much
い
ginger.
いじゃん、ただなんだから。
It being free is not much of a reason.
牛丼は、肉、玉ねぎ、生姜が、1対1対1がベスト。これは譲れない。
Doesn't it drown out the meat's flavor to eat it like that?
300円の牛丼の肉の味が死んで何を惜しむのさ。
Well, good point. And then...
牛丼
Sylvie, Elle, and Mina, too.
皆様でしょゲロ。
Sorry.
リースどうったん急に。
遊びに来たの。
階段を希望されていた某国の書記官殿に言い訳するのが大変だった。
Yeah, unusually enough, Sylvie came to the dorm.
お姫様だ。お姫様です、先輩。
はあ、実物はほんと綺麗だね。
Why does she just have like two handles on her fucking head as if her head was a fucking steering wheel? Yes, I did just come from a driving lesson, but maybe that's messing with my head, but still.
すごいですよ。もう存在感がすっごいです。シルビア様よ。
Thank you for bursting my eardrums, first-year girl C. Our classmates look visibly freaked out. That is worse than than what it's like in class.
クラスの子はオーラが来る前に散々やったもん、このテンション。
How about that?
それにしても、麗しきシルビア様が、どうしてこんな野獣を。
美女と野獣的な。あれ、あっちは野獣が王子なんだっけ。
Everyone was causing quite a fuss, but Sylvie paid them no mind.
ここがオーラの部屋なのね。
Yeah?
キラキラキラ。期待の視線。
Want to come in?
入る価値ございませんわ、お姉様。以前に見ておりますが、不潔で何もないつまらない部屋です。
Well, aren't you just a bundle of sunshine, Mina? Hey. I didn't really want Sylvia to come in, but it certainly bothered me that Mina had referred to it as being insanitary.
そうね。ミナも一度入っているのよね。私、誰かの私室に入ったことがあまりないの。あるとしても、お姉様や妹たちばかり。男性の私室は初めてだわ。
Aren't they still carrying the groceries? Shouldn't they put them down? Inside?
というわけで、改めて、キラキラキラ。
Ah! Those desperate-looking eyes are just too adorable for words! Fine, I guess, but try not to touch anything. I'm begging you.
やった!
Upon letting in this barrage of visitors...
Shiba!
Where'd this come from? Elle dove for the side of my bed the second she came
なんで
in.
もない。気にせずともよい。恐れ多くもシルビー様を招いた部屋の一番目につくところに、合法ロリーテの秘密の遊びという本などあるわけがない。
What? Crap. It wasn't contaminated or anything, but, hadn't tidied up my porn collection yet. The only one who ever came in here was Reina after all.
これが殿方の、オーラの部屋なんだ。
Is she gonna find the box? Looks like she's gonna find the box.
漫画とゲームばかり。低俗な部屋ですわね。何か高尚な趣味の一つもございませんの？いいじゃない、みな。肩肘を張らない、いつでも自然体がオーラの魅力よ。あら？これは何かしら？
Ah! Sylvie picked up the box I had left beside my computer. There was only one reason a relaxed guy like myself would go out of his way to use a computer in this era of smartphones.
なんだか女の子がいっぱい書いてあるわね。これは、ゲーム？どんなゲームですの？
Well, let me see. It's about a guy who can see angels and devil's wings when he becomes entangled with political intrigue with the royal family. And in his service to the church, him doing some serious soul searching. And it's teeming with titties!
じゃあ、こっちは？
That's a game where a group of young men and women are tormented by the 7 deadly sins who are reincarnated in the modern day. They have to confront their own natures and destinies. And it is teeming with titties!
へえ、オーラは素敵な趣味を持っているのね。
Sylvie looked at the cover and smiled sweetly. Mina flipped it, looking at the back cover, and went rigid. Games like these typically have pristine-looking cover art on the front, but we're covered in tits on the back.
どうかした？みな。なんでもありませんわ。綺麗な表紙絵ですわね、お姉様。
There's gonna be a case of Sylvia being even more innocent than Mina.
そうね。もし私がこんなゲームの表紙になるなら、綺麗に描いてほしいわね。
ところでシルビー様、ご覧ください。市松殿と来たら、こんなにもカップ麺を買い込んで。
まあ、以前いただいた豚麺の親戚ね。メロンパンもいいけど、これも美味しいのよね。カップ麺、聞いたことありますわ。お湯を投入するだけで調理が完成するという、ガラパゴス民族日本人の生み出した未知の食物。試させなさいの視線。
Ah, yes, help yourself.
今日のお昼もカップラーメンね。
You haven't eaten yet? Let's just show it at 2 p.m.
食べたわよ。
Face screamed what of it. Oh yeah, she's the type who could fit a whole cosmos in her stomach. Wasn't she the type who could fit a whole cosmos in her stomach? She put her impressive appetite on display back at our tea party. Okay, I'll get it ready. Give me 3 minutes.
早いとは聞いたけれど、3分で用意ができるの？まさか。ゲロ、タバカルのはおよし遊ばせ？
You can make it in that time, though.
誓いますわね。では3分以内に用意なさい。できなければ刑罰を与えますわ。
3 minutes after the water is boiled, that is. Anyhow, give me a few minutes. Erina, please set up while I cook.
了解した。
I'll wipe down the table to make the princesses feel welcome. And while wiping it down, she also went out of her way to hide the adult-oriented video games that were sitting nearby.
どうしてシルビア様があんなまだ虚勢も住んでないオスのもとへ？大丈夫。カバリロさんもいたし、危険はない。でもどうしてクルスクラウン様が一般庶民の生態研究とかでしょうか？市松先輩とお姫様たち、クラスが同じだそうですから、普通に仲良しなんじゃないですか？そんなわけないでしょ。あの美しいシルビア様があんな虚勢も住んでないオス
と。あのお姫様まで懐いてる。茜の話も聞いてると、本当に普通の男子みたいだし。やっぱ彼、悪いことは思えないけどね。
美味しかったわ。カップラーメン。鶏白湯スープ。聞かぬ名ですが、なかなかに侮れぬ味わいですわね。
There are lots of chicken-based soups flooding the market lately.
豚骨と似てるけど、私こっちのが好き。
Tonkotsu cup noodle is just a thick soup with lard in it. Can't you tell how much nicer this one is with its lack of oddly excessive oil?
これがカップ麺。初めて食べましたが、不思議です。お湯をかけるだけで、あれだけの味が出せるなんて。
そうなのよ。すごいでしょ？
Sylvie seemed oddly proud, even though she'd had her first bowl of cup noodles only recently.
日本、やはり侮れませんわね。お姉様についてきて正解でしたわ。ねえ。一緒に日本に来てよかったでしょ？みんな、はい。
The sisters were all smiles. Yeah, I wanted to ask him about that. You two really are sisters, huh?
みなは私の可愛い妹よ。
They didn't look too alike if you asked me, but they were apparently full-fledged siblings. As far as their hair color and whatnot went, perhaps their genetics were complicated. They were apparently royalty and all. Well, not that I was about to stick my nose into that subject. Sisters sure are nice. I wish I had a cute little sister.
何オロ？妹属性？
I'm going to slap you. Type doesn't really matter to me.
こんなに可愛い妹、羨ましいでしょ？
Super jealous. Actually, one of my life goals is to have a cute little sister call me Oni-chan.
みなでよければいつでも叶うわよ。ねえみな、オーロのこと、お兄ちゃんって呼んであげて。お兄ちゃん？兄ですの？身分を恐れず私の兄を名乗るということは、それすなわち、シスア家、ひいてはソルティレージュの王室血縁に異議を唱えるに等しく、国家反逆罪に相当します。
賢明です。
Anything royalty related went way over my head. Do you have any siblings, El? Little sisters or brothers, I mean? Huh? I only asked, given the flow of the conversation, but El stiffened up for some reason. Even Sylvie's expression had turned a bit stuffy. Is it gonna be a case of they're actually siblings, but she's like the daughter to a mistress or something like that? Could this be?
おりません。私に妹はおりません。
Is that so? Room suddenly went silent. What's with this weird mood? Did I ask something I shouldn't have? Like, I can tell right now, Elle is actually Sylvie's older sister, but she's like the daughter to a mistress, therefore she doesn't have the same like authority as her or something like that. Alright, did I read that line? Did I ask something I shouldn't have? Anyways, I read it now. So, why'd we go out again?
足日焼けしたくないのに。
We headed back outside after
今
lunch.
日ここに来たのは、こちらが本命ですわ。ほら、前に始球式に出ると言ったでしょ？あれの練習をしようと思うの。野球ってやったことがないから。
Yeah.
始球式の練習って、投げるだけでしょ？
それでもいいのですが、野球は日本の国民的スポーツ。こちらも知っている体で投げた方が見ている側には喜ばれます。
Well, they sure had it rough.
あのね、ノーパン投球。ノーパンで投げるのがかっこいいと聞いたの。だから私、絶対そのノーパンがやりたいの。ノーパンのために練習したいの。
Stop saying no pun. Oh, it's not free ball, it's fastball. You want to do a fastball pitch. Free balling means you're pitching without wearing underwear, and it would be a waste of time to practice. In fact, you'd probably get more attention if you just flopped over on the field.
ゲロー、お姉様にパンツを脱げですって。
Sylvie's the one who said it! Open your ears!
ノーバンはともかく、シルビー様が妙に張り切ってしまい、事前練習をすることになったのです。が、いかんせん我々は皆野球を知らない。
The country apparently had zero baseball culture.
それで、市松殿にご助力いただけたらと思うのだが。
I'll ask me in a low-key manner.
あなた、野球に詳しいんですの？
そうなん？
Yeah, more or less. It was a regular part of my PE classes. There was no need to delve further into it when this was just a pitch for a season opening ceremony. I'll help if it's just for practice. Do you have the equipment?
グローブとボールはあるわ。バットというのも、必要ならすぐ持ってきてくれるけれど。
Nah, what you have is fine. You'll be in good shape as long as you can launch the ball 20 meters away. Come here. I headed to a spot about 20 meters away from Sylvie. That should be about right. I took a seat. Try throwing to me.
ちょうど20メートルの距離を取りましたわね。
モックさんにしちゃすごいね。見ただけでわかるんだ、あんなの。
体が覚えているのでしょう。元捕手だそうです。
行くわよー。
Whoosh. The ball passed over my head and flew somewhere far off in the distance.
あら？
こーら！誰じゃボールを投げたのは！
ごめんなさーい！
おお、日本の空き地、かっこ土管が3つ置いてあるタイプの、で、よく見られる光景。
日本ではよくこんなことが？
昭和の頃はね、声優交代後の新アニメ版じゃ教育に良くないってことで、野球するときは河原に行くようになってるそうだけど。
Yeah, like, Machikoi. I was afraid of her breaking a window. However, since Sylvie was the one who had thrown the ball, we weren't reprimanded for it, and were told to be careful instead. Sylvie! We've learned that you have one hell of a pitch. Even though it was her first time, she'd thrown it about 40 meters. I bet she could set school records for farthest pitch if she tried.
シルビーって何気に運動神経抜群だよね。
王室の人間は生まれた瞬間、あらゆる素養を学ぶことが義務付けられます。その中には、当然運動や基礎体力も含まれますわ。
Despite her spacey personality, she was incredible. Still, there's no need to throw it so far. Me, throw it at me, okay?
そんな、当たったりしたら...
Do hit me. It's okay. I'll make sure to catch it. Once again, I put 20 meters between us. This time Sylvie gave it some thought and tossed it in my direction. Bop bop. What happened to all that energy from before? The ball bounced a number of times before slowly rolling towards me. However, this would work. Just like that. Throw it a little harder next time. There was no need to teach Sylvie to catch, so I rolled the ball back to her. The ball began to bounce fewer times than before. She had good enough of a shoulder on her to reach me from the very start. Once she adjusted, come on. Good, that's the way. It reached me without bouncing. Yeah, that's it. One more time. I rolled it back. And when you threw it again, thwack. You've got excellent reflexes. Once you got the hang of it, you never missed again. We tried it out 5 times or so, but you never threw another ground ball. Ignore that, to smack something.
これで心置きなく始球式に出られますね。
Oh, and with that, we're about halfway done. The most complicated part of the opening ceremonies is what comes next. Elle, come here a second. Step 20 meters away again and had Elle stand beside me. Stay here, just like that. You don't need to do anything. Just step to the side if you think the ball's going to hit you. Sylvie, once more. Sylvie gave it another throw. Whoosh. And sent the ball flying into the distance. Hup! Figured this would happen, so I stood up and retrieved it.
急に乱れたね。お姉様、どうかされまして？
It's because Elle was standing there, right? You thought you were going to hit it with the ball.
そう。怖くて。
自分などお気になさることありませんのに。
だって。
That's how human psychology works. It's the same in basketball, actually. A player's accuracy can drop as much as 50% even when they normally make 80% of their free throws. You'll realize this if you watch footage of a season opening game, but most people will veer away from where the batter is standing even when they know the batter's job is to whiff the shot. On that note, let's practice again with the batter in place. It's alright. If you keep at it like you were before, you'll adjust in no time.
エル、危なかったらちゃんと避けてね。
はい。
She corrected her pitch. The mere addition of a single batter caused her to falter. This divergence even disrupted her depth perception, and she threw nothing but ground balls. This would likely be difficult to correct. Well, we'd just take the time to give it a go.
野球というゲーム、なかなか奥が深いですわね。
だね。キャッチボールでもバッターがいるとあんなになるんだ。知らなかった。
あら？日本人なのに野球知りませんでしたの？
日本人でも8割にとっては太ったおっちゃんがブンブンバット振り回してアウトだセーフだ言ってるだけのイメージだよ、野球なんて。
まあソルティレージュもフェンシングやスカッシュが盛んですが、ルールを知ってる者は少ないですわね。
残る2割もうち半分はルールを知ってるって程度。バッターがいるとどうなるみたいな話、残る1割の何人くらいが知ってることか。あんなに詳しかったんだ、オーロ。
Thwack.
どう？オーロ。
Perfect! You can now land a solid 10 shots into my glove in a row, even with Elle standing beside me. If you keep this up, you'll be in perfect shape for the opening ceremony. Maybe 2 for perfect. They might be happier if your ball was a little further off. It was great that I helped to practice, but I may have gone a little bit overboard.
ありがとう、オーロ。なんとかノーパンでできそうよ。
Fastball! Fastball, you mean?
結局、お休みなのに、またオーロの一日をもらっちゃったわね。
She said while gazing at the already setting sun. I took care of everything on my own agenda this morning, so don't sweat it. My lazy Saturday had been anything but, and I was surrounded by non-stop beauties.
楽しかったわ。やっぱりオーロといられると本当に楽しい。そうだ、オーロ。どうせだから始球式も来てみない？式の後ね、観戦も頼まれているのだけど、ルールも知らない競技だからどうしようと思ってたの。明日の夕方5時からよ。オーロがいてくれると嬉しいわ。楽しいわ。ルールも教えてくれそうだし。ねえエル、関係者ということで招けるわよね。
招けますが、なりません。年の近い異性と共に観戦など、マスコミに騒がれます。ましてやこの野球の試合は全国に中継されるとのこと。ソルティレージュ王室全体が混乱します。
別に二人で観戦するわけじゃないわ。隣にはボラルコーチやエキスナもいるんだし。
Exon's gotta be there. I'm going.
なりません。
お友達なのに。
それは結構。しかし、表に出す真似はおやめください。
ねえねえ、私も行きたいって言ったらどうなる？
妃殿なら、少々装いをおとなしくしていただきますが。
よかった。まあ野球興味ないけど。
しかし申し訳ありませんが、市松殿は厳禁です。
Elle shook her head decisively. I never said I wanted to go in the first place, though. Well, she was probably just thinking about what's best for her highness, like the diligent lady she was. But I keep my comments to myself.
エル、前から思ってたけど、オーロのことが嫌いなの？
嫌いとかそういう問題では。
オーロはすごく楽しくていい人よ。ね、レイナ。
面白いよね。おもろ。
Is that a compliment?
レイ様からは90点。レイナさんからは75点といった評価ですわね。胸を張りなさいな。ねえ、エル。
She could translate that into points.
好き嫌いで分ける相手ではありません。
Elle gave the best reply a princess's guard could provide, but Sylvie didn't seem pleased.
わかった。じゃあ始球式に呼ぶのは諦めるわ。ごめんなさい、オーロ。
Yeah. Come on, I never even said I wanted to go.
結構です。では。
ただし。
はい。
エルの態度は問題よ。私の大切なお友達であるオーロ、好きでも嫌いでもないなんて。
それは、私はシルビー様のこの絵として。
エルも私の大事なお友達よ。お友達とお友達、仲良くしてほしいわ。
Sylvie's comments were selfish, but Elle, her official god Imperial Knight, did falter when she was called her precious friend.
こうしましょう。
はい。
ねえオーラ、明日も日曜で休みでしょ？明日、もう一日私に付き合ってくれないかしら？
Is she gonna like set up for them all to meet and then just piss off to leave them alone? Sure, I guess. Could use it as an excuse to kill time.
命令よ、エル。明日はオーロとデートしてきなさい。
Do you need it? Hold on, maybe I should actually turn the fucking webcam back on. Just like, do you need it?
おやおや。一日オーロを楽しませるのよ。終わったら、オーロに点数つけてもらうわ。80点以上で合格。
Hey, Sylvie, you're being really pushy about this.
オーロは、エルに任せておけばいいから大丈夫よ。明日一日は私にくれるのよね。
Her getting me to commit to our outing in advance hurt. Well, okay, let's assume I'll spare a day. What should I do?
オーロはそのままでいいのよ。そのままでいれば、エルのことも楽しませてくれるわ。
No pressure then. Got it.
はい、じゃあ決定。明日頑張ってね、エル。
お待ちください、姫様。
今日は帰りましょうか。みんな、帰りに何か食べたいものある？カップ麺とやら気になりますわ。買っていきましょう。賛成！
シルビー様
The three of them headed home.
いやー、オーロの人生っておもろいよね。
Give me a break! I know! Reina, tomorrow!
明日はこのピアス、友達に見せびらかすんだ。
Oh, I'd wound up with some outrageous plans at this very last second. A day with Elle. A date. There's no need to call it a date. It's fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。
It keeps distracting me! Like, there's no need to call it a date. Just call it hanging out.
在母作業人般若腹見た自称剣を雲海空洞一切空役者利子式不意空空不意式式即税空空即税創業式役
I just looked over at this coin. I saw that somebody posted something and oh, let me just like I just look over at Discord and the first thing I see is this. This. People who haven't played Tavaruno are not gonna understand what this means. But hey, it's motivation to play the game. After all, it is an amazing game. Let me just quickly boop and bop. The chanting is slowly but surely starting to piss me off. Alright, fucking tagged me. No VN suggestions. Ooh. Himukai Chihiro wa shigoto ga tsuzukanai. Description. So what if you had sex with me like now? 3 years after joining the workforce, high off the success of a recent client engagement, your boss takes the team and you out for a night on the town. In the fervent night, that cliché teasing question comes up again. Have you gotten rid of your virginity yet? Can't believe you're being made fun of for just for being a virgin. Doesn't it frustrate you? A chance reunion with Himukai Chihiro. Why don't you graduate from your virginity with me and go to work tomorrow as a new man? I haven't seen her in 3 years, and while we may have been close during high school, it wasn't any more than that. She has to be messing with me, right? But as one thing led to another one, I ended up in her room. Don't be weird, just call me by my first name, okay? That night was the first time I held a woman. Skin soft that I could imagine, and a sensual moaning voice that I'd never thought I would hear. Unexpectedly, I wasn't the only one who graduated that night, as the blood on the sheets would show. As fast as it all happened, it ended even faster. With a standoffish yet coquettish voice, just because we fucked once, don't go thinking you're my boyfriend. But a sweet reunion story of two adults who were too distant to be lovers, yet too close to be called friends. This is a story of a relationship that starts as vague and ambiguous, and is equally vague and ambiguous development. Only a single heroine, comedy, heroine with a beauty mark, single ending, nameable protagonist, oh boy. Jump to prior choices, jump to next choice, linear plot, heroine with back breasts, office, pillow talk, romance, reunion, comedy, changeable font. Huh. Intriguing. It's like one of those where there's literally just only one character. Intriguing. I'm gonna just like put that in my VNDB folder here. There we go. I really want to shoot the man who recorded this chanting. Hold on a sec. Anyways, enough messing about. Does his door not have a lock? I stopped the Sutra CD ad going while I'd been meditating. What is the matter, dear visitor? Are you lost?
道に迷ってんのはてめえだよ。なんだこの CD。同居？
ああ、100均とかによくある。怖いわ！日曜の朝からお迎えが来たかと思ったわ！
Did I wake you? I'm sorry. Please forgive me, as you can see. I bowed my head.
次やったら CD と一緒に棺桶にぶち込むからな。なんかあったのか？
I was engraving a powerful sermon onto my body to denounce the fear and agitation within me. This I've calmed myself down for a long time. It's the fruits of my meditation.
瞑想してたのは分かった。で、日曜の朝から何が怖いんだ？お前日曜日恐怖症とかなんとか？
I love Sundays, although I get so depressed I could die around 6 o'clock at night when Chiba Maruka-chan starts.
じゃなんだよ。今日なんかあんのか？
Actually, today, I told her what happened yesterday. About how I'd gone along with Sylvie's suggestion and how I would be going on a date with Elle. Do you know Elle? Heroina Caballero.
お堅そうなパツキンなら知ってる。あいつ、エロいなって名前なの？
Skip the jokes. I know her name sounds like the erotic in Japanese.
エロいの？
She's the type who wouldn't begin to understand an off-color joke like that. As far as I know, she'll try to rip my arm off when she gets angry. She's more like some phantom going, give me your arm, than she is erotic.
はーん。で、そいつとデート。
That is how things ended up. It was currently 8 in the morning. Our date was at 10, so 2 more hours. Wait. What's with that reaction?
いや、お前がエロい人とデートするのは分かったけど、俺にどうしろと。
I'm telling you, she's not like that. If I messed up today, she might take one of my arms. Dia lit her cigarette with a flick. This was a non-smoking dorm, but oh well. Do you have any suggestions, like some surefire trick to a good day?
札束持ってって顔面ひったたけば、大抵の女は股間から突っ込んでくるらしいぞ。
In a healthy sense! Also, she's like royalty or whatever, so I doubt money's gonna help me here. Oh yeah, right, that doesn't...
そうだ!
You have an idea?
せっかく日曜朝早くに起きたんだからプロキャアを見よう。あれ昔好きだったわ。
I've actually never seen anything pre-Kier. Hey.
なんだよ。てめえがデートしようが失敗して腕取られようがエロいことになろうが俺に関係ねえだろ。
But still, I was nervous and wanted someone to talk to.
ったく。
Luckily, Ria didn't leave. She took a seat on my bed and got comfortable. Beep.
ああ、まだライダーの時間か。灰皿ある？あと飲み物。
You're pretty much acting like you own the place, huh? She sprawled out, turned on the TV, and even demanded a drink. Thanks to Dana, I'd gotten used to this sort of behavior. She shoved her hand down her shirt and gave herself a scratch. I caught a glimpse of her collarbone, and it sure was sexy. She may have been making herself even more at home than Dana. Oh well, I got her a ramen to drink, then grabbed the cup I used to rinse my mouth so she could use it as an ashtray.
このコップ灰皿にしていいん？
Cigarette ashes are apparently sterile, so why not?
あ、ラムネ。今時ラムネ買ってるやつなんているんだ。
I've always enjoyed it, so I just happened to keep a stockpile. Just like Elena, she popped the stopper in a familiar fashion, with just a finger. That made me wonder, what was her family life like? If I were to use Kikuchiyo and Elena's examples, those at the commoner end of the spectrum were more familiar with how to handle ramune, but inferring someone's home life through ramune alone would be too extreme. I was curious, but I was at a loss since it was a difficult subject to bring up.
腹減った。飯は？
Just get food from the cafe. It was a whole 20-second walk away, too.
何この鶏白湯ラーメン？うまそう。
Sure is. I opened the ramen package I bought yesterday. I bought 10 or so, but 5 of them were already gone thanks to yesterday's visitors. Losing yet another had made me feel pretty desolate. I could see the bottom of the bag.
何これ？
Leah grabbed something from the bottom of the bag. Huh? Huh? Red. Cylindrical.
か?
That's what she snuck in. Why is that in there? Receipt. Check the receipt from yesterday. Tenko was on my list of purchases. I hadn't noticed since I used the credit card. We had checked the soft texture.
これはいわゆるあれか？男の自家発電の時の。
Yes!
汚ねえな
It's unused! Caught it as she threw it at me. Not that I remember buying this. Damn, it must have been Arena. Probably a prank she came up with. God, she could at least drop the punchline
まあ
yesterday.
気にすんな。世の中にはケツに何かしら入れて自家発電する男もいるそうだ。それに比べたら多分健全だ。学生のうちからそういうのに頼るのはどうかと思うけどな。モテないおっさんが使うイメージだし。
Again, you're really off base here. I didn't buy it.
プロキュア始まった。静かに。
Damn it. I wasn't able to get a single piece of useful info out of Rhea. Then, at 9:30, it's getting late.
ああ、
When are you gonna go home? Oh, we actually see her whole outfit now. Does she have suspenders? I was not expecting suspenders. When are you going home?
2ピース終わったら。
Ah, not One Piece. Leah watched all the way through Dragon Gall Super after Procure was over, and yet she was still lounging around. My date was in half an hour, I had to get going. Fine, I guess, knock yourself out and leave whenever you're ready. Please don't smoke on my bed, though. Leah flapped her hand at me as if to say, get out of here already, without so much as a reply. First Reina, now Leah, then about people coming over and acting like they owned the place was only going up. Oh well, as I tried to leave.
Oi.
Yeah? Leah was still watching TV, but...
デートは知らねえけど、人間関係のことなら、まず初撃でガツンとかませばお前の勝ちだ。
It's not a competition.
第一印象で楽しませてやるって叩き込め。したら、お前なら失敗はしねえよ。
It was odd to wrap my head around her subtly delinquent example, but she did seem to be rooting for me. Thank you. She drove me off with another flit of her hand and I headed outside. Whoops. Just barely avoided running into her.
おはようございます。市松先輩。どこかお出かけですか？
Huh? Yeah, for a bit.
どちらに行かれるかお聞きしてもいいですか？
Well, my whereabouts was likely part of her reconnaissance duties, but it was kind of strange for her to ask it point blank. Still, honestly, answering on a date with Elle could be oddly antagonistic. Thinking of heading into town with a friend.
お買い物ですか？
Something like that. I need to go out once in a while, you know.
それなら一緒に運動しましょう。そんな時こそスポーツですよ。
Some other times I've already made plans for the day.
そうでした。お友達との約束は大切ですよね。
Exactly, so I'm sorry about that.
はい、いってらっしゃいです。お気をつけて。
I left the door and Mizakana saw me off. Okay then. Time for my date with Elle. What should I do? Well, I was Elle's escort, so I wouldn't be choosing our destination or anything. Still, shouldn't I have some strategy in mind? Making her angry would naturally be the worst case scenario. But even if I didn't, I'd sooner avoid ending on an awkward note. She and I weren't terribly compatible as it was. It would be wonderful if we could both enjoy spending time together. Oh. Yes! 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 This fucking fan isn't doing anything. Not at all. What a shocker. If I put it into Ria's terms, she landed the first blow on me. Elle. She will close like these too. Crap. This was so immensely out of the ordinary that it sent my heart racing.
どうかされたでしょうか？
Well, we're clothes like these too?
日本に来るにあたってそれなりの服装は揃えています。
Made sense. It was an Imperial Knight's job to blend in to their surroundings. It looks great on you.
ああ、寸法は完璧に仕立ててある。
That wasn't how I meant it, but yeah, I was glad I could pass it off smoothly. I know I've been conscious of Elle's and she was always hidden in Sylvie's shadow, but she was gorgeous. I mean, I personally think that Elle looks better than Sylvie, but that's just me. You know, like I said, I have a type. I knew she was beautiful, but she looked positively gorgeous right now. Wouldn't take much convincing if you told me she was the princess.
どこかおかしいだろうか。実は作ってはもらったものの着慣れてはいないのです。
It looks fine if you ask me.
ならばなぜそんなジロジロ見るのです。
I'm sorry. I looked away. Crap. It got awkward real fast. Mia said as much too, but the first impressions were essential. My very first mission was to set the mood for a day of fun, and I already screwed it up. It was just so different from usual that it made me nervous. I was having trouble sorting through my emotions. Yes? Elle had been timid up until that point, yet suddenly stood up straight.
タバコの匂いがする。キコ、まさか喫煙したのですか？
は？
学園のもの。かつ寮の中は喫煙が禁じられています。規則を破ったのですか？
She tensely raised the corner of her eye at me. Thank goodness, what's the usual L? You've got it all wrong. I was just near someone who was smoking a minute ago. Look, the smell clings to my clothes, but it's clearly not coming from me directly.
言われてみれば。失礼しました。最初から。
I'll mention it. We always seem to start off on the wrong foot, don't we?
そうですね。
Elle laughed for me. Felt a little bit more relaxed when she started to act like her usual self. Luckily, I was able to change the
参りま
mood.
しょうか。姫様のご命令です。今日はキコに目いっぱい楽しんでもらわねば。
Yeah, we headed towards town together. I mean, it's the other way around.
よきよき。
Aren't you supposed to be at the game?
皆さん、おはようございます。ついに始まりました。エルのドキドキ初デートのお時間です。実況は私、ソルティレージュ王国第9王女シルビア。解説には、男女の恋愛と梅干しの種の中身の調理方法に詳しいカミナル王女に来ていただいています。天神ですわ、天神。さあ、早速二人いい感じに歩いてますね。今のところどうですか、カミナルさん。チャンピオンなかなか余裕を持ってリードしておりますわ。これは早いうちから積極的なアプローチが見られそうですわよ。いいですね。ワクワクしてきましたね。
Where were you planning to go today?
着くまでナイスショットしておきましょう。そうするのが良いと聞きました。
That is a very short skirt. Jesus. You sure have picked up the trick to dates. By the way,
はい。
turned around. I could see gold and silver hair in the bushes. You've noticed, haven't you?
はい。
Elle, have you encountered any events recently where you threw a wig or something into a mysterious lake and received gold or silver hair from a goddess of some kind?
ありません。シルビー様たちがああなさりたいようでしたら、私が止める理由はありませんので。
Someone had some astounding loyalty. I won't say anything either then. You're supposed to really have nothing better to do.
本日は夜の始球式以外ご予定がありません。
Oh, it's this evening. Sounded like they were free indeed.
さあ、街に出ました。なかなか盛り上がってきたんじゃないですか、カミナルさん。
The start of the line was like before the line appeared.
どちらもうまくセットポジションを取っていますわね。これは一気に決まってしまう可能性もありますわよ。なるほど。面白くなりそうですね。ところで、ここまで焚きつけておいてなんだけど、デートって具体的に何をするのかしら。そうですわね。 私たち王族には馴染みのない言葉ですわ。
男と女、場合により同性でもか、が、時間を共に過ごし、親交を深めること。またその様。ここまでは辞書に載っていたから知っているわ。レイナやクラスの子たちが言っているのを聞くに、もうキャーって感じで楽しそうなのも知ってる。でも、具体的には何をするのかしら。さっぱりわからないわ。
同じくです。しかーし、そこはこの未来の淑女、カミナルル・プルテア。日本の習俗にも詳しくあるべきと、日本のデートにありがちなことを調べてまいりましたわ。
さすがミナ。小さい頃からいつも頼りになるわ。
おーっと、日本のデートのポイントですが、まず何と言っても男性は遅れてくるものですわ。そして待たされた女性はちょっと拗ねて、もう知らない、プンとするのです。
オールもエルも遅れなかったわよ。
すでに最初から大事なことを外していますわね。頼りにならない男ですわ。
I was like, how funny would it be if like Reina just showed up behind him? Like that's not a part of a date.
他に大事なポイントとしては、女の子が何かにつけてパンツが見えてしまったり、噴水に落ちてずぶ濡れになったり、外してならぬのは、女の子がはしゃいでいるとき、向かいからやってきた車にはねられそうになり、慌てて殿方が抱き寄せるというものですわ。
Mina, what kind of weird porn did you read to get that kind of information?
デートというのは波乱万丈ね。パンツくらいはともかく、毎度ずぶ濡れになって車にひかれかけているの？
本人たちはそれほど浮かれてしまうのでしょうね。デート、それは楽しくも危険な夜のバカンスなのです。
奥が深いわ。
実はデートは誘うところからポイントが決まってますの。本来は男性が鉄棒にぶら下がって、俺と付き合ってくれーと誘うのが礼儀だそうですわ。女の子は OK なら、イチゴのパンツを見せるのです。
How did you get everything
あら、
wrong?
私、オーラの仕事を取っちゃったかしら。あと、この国の女性はパンツを見せすぎじゃない？
ですわね。ひょっとして我々が考える下着とは別に、パンツという特定の合図があるのかもしれませんわ。また、どこかの高原まで行き、ペンダントをくっつけて、ザクシャ・イン・ラブと唱えるとの説もあります。
ザクシャ？
愛を永遠にとかいう意味だそうです。ああ、永遠と言っても何回でも上書き OK なので大丈夫。他にも、男性はトラックの前に踊り出てバーンって僕は死にませんと叫ぶのがデートの最も良い申し込み方に当たるそうですわ。
Mina, your stupidity hurts my
聞か
brain.
れちゃうの？武士道の国ですから、デートでも支柱に喝を見出すことが尊ばれるのではないでしょうか。
なるほど。侍は奥が深いわ。聞いているだけで難しいのね、デートって。
まったくですわ。
二人ともさっきから街を流してるだけだけど、あれでいいのかしら。
So let's walk around like this, huh?
好天に恵まれましたからね。
Walked around through the city together.
暖かくて心地よい。この街は良い風が吹く。
There's a lake nearby, so it is acting as a natural air conditioner. It could cause horrible humidity depending on the season, but compared to autumn or spring, this was the best time of year in my opinion. One of those prerequisites was that we were blessed with ideal date weather. More preeminently that the climate or any of that other stuff. Walking with a beautiful woman at my side made everything feel different. Probably seemed that way since I had walked around with Elena yesterday too. And I've been relaxed and fun in its own right, but how should I put it? Today just felt incredibly special.
うわ、すごい美人。
誰かしら？モデル？ハリウッドスターでは見ないわよね。
誰だ？あの隣を歩いてる男。羨ましいね。
羨ましいけど、ニタニタして気持ち悪いぜ、あいつ。
だな。
Whoops, I reined myself back in.
なんだか視線が集まっている気がします。日本人から見て、私はどこかおかしいでしょうか。
No, no, not at all. She was beyond gorgeous. That was all there was to
だ
it.
が、妙に注目されている気が、キーの視線もあるようだし。
Those weird looks were likely due to the smirk I had on my face. I'm telling you, the attention you're getting isn't bad by any means. More importantly, where are we heading? She had been escorting me somewhere this whole time.
ええ、すぐそこです。付き合わせた市松殿には申し訳ないが、私はいわゆる男女の機微というものに疎い。良いデートというものがわかりません。
Sure. As a man, I was pretty content with how things were playing out so
そ
far.
こでせっかくの機会なのです。今日は市松殿にシルビー様の素晴らしさを知っていただこうと思う。
Things had instantly taken a strange
こ
turn.
ちらへどうぞ。この町の方なら説明の必要はありませんね。井川楽器店。
Huh. She brought me to a shop with an assortment of primarily pianos.
こちらをご覧ください。モデルシルビア。これが何を意味するかわかりますか？楽器の町出身の貴公であれば興味のあるところでしょう。
I was naturally familiar with it, but as prefecture Hamachu's city, the city was an unprecedented city of music even in Japan. This was home to the headquarters of Yamata, the best piano manufacturer in the world, and Igami, the second best. The third best were presumably in America or Germany, but the aforementioned manufacturers were all solicited to produce their respective commodities. Those were the sorts of companies gathered around here. Some massive earthquake or other disaster would have hit the city tomorrow, then nationwide instrument production would drop by half. Their presence here meant there were a number of musical instrument shops scattered throughout the city. But, sorry, but I have no real interest in music. This is a world-famous city of music, but that doesn't mean everyone living here is interested in that sort of thing.
そうなのですか？
I mean, if you went to a city like Vienna and started humming a tune in the middle of town, it's not necessarily a passerby would join you and sing an opera-like style.
それはないと思いますが。
I've never really played an instrument before, other than a recorder in elementary school. For that matter, I used mine to play sword fights with my friends more than I ever actually played.
そうでしたか。それでは今日のプランは練り直さねばなりません。
Oh, no. I know I just chimed in, but now that you know I don't know anything, I'd be delighted if you wanted to explain it to me. Learning was fun because you didn't know anything after all.
そうですか。よかった。では改めて、こちらのピアノ、モデルシルビアというのですが。
Is it related to Sylvie somehow?
はい。シルビー様の注文を受け、デザインされたものなのです。
The conversation was back on a positive note. Well, I know she's royalty, but having your own brand of piano made for you is incredible. Since it was called Model Sylvia, I assumed that meant this piano wasn't a one-off, but part of a series. What series of events led to its creation?
シルビー様が昔、日本に出向いた時、井川から新製品のピアノが贈られ、それが非常に気に入ったことから、このモデルが量産されるようになったと。なかなかに人気を得ているのですよ。
And when it turned, Elle looked a bit smug. Well, the second-hand piano market is going quite strong these days, and new ones aren't selling well as a result. New brands are likely delighted to have the royalties' personal support. Sounded like she wasn't overly familiar with those sorts of business-related details. I bet she was just happy that the piano Sylvie collaborated on was that popular. I guess there was no point in overcomplicating our discussion. If I recall, Sylvie can play the piano really well, right?
はい。ピアニストとしての腕は世界に名だたるほどです。
I heard as much during the expert planning class at school. That's amazing. I guess royalty really does put their all into those sold for fine pastimes. Maybe that's how it tends to go.
いえ、趣味というわけではなく、もともとソルティレージュの王室、シスア家の人間は楽団派と呼ばれ、音楽の素養を求められるのです。幼少期より英才教育を受けて育つので、シルビー様に限らず、歌や音楽に非凡な才能を持つ方は多いですよ。
Huh. Seriously? I had no idea.
まあ中でも、シルビー様は環境柄人一倍の努力が必要でしたが。
Mina, was it? What's she good at?
ファミナル様はバレエです。すでにプリマの中に混ざっても遜色ないと言われるほどの踊り手ですよ。
Wow. If I'm right, Prima was a top-ranking ballerina. That was pretty astounding at her age. On the other hand, are there no failures? Like anyone without a sense for picture, for
根
example?
幹がなければ楽器作りやホールデザインなどでどちらにしろ一流とされる水準を果たしています。いわゆる落ちこぼれはおりませんね。能力がなくても他で何かできることを探すのが王室の義務だそうです。
Huh. Well, it sure is impressive. Oops. Now, as you mentioned, that Sylvia had put her ordinarily unutilized physical prowess to astounding use just yesterday, too. Guess the lives they led really were entirely different from those of us in lower classes.
ええ、国民より尊敬されねば王たる資格はない。これがシスア家の家訓。否、常識だそうです。だからこそ、私もシルビー様のお力になりたい。シルビーのために。
You could hardly hear her as she whispered beneath her breath. It might be wrong for someone like me who has no interest in music to say, but you made it clear how incredible Sylvia is. Plenty, in fact.
よかった。
Ella looked satisfied. This woman really did put Sylvia first. You know, though, at this rate, today's date is going to score 0.
え？なぜです？やはり音楽に興味がないのにピアノの話では退屈でしたでしょうか？
That's not what I mean. I'm on a date with you today. Pointing out Sylvie's attractive points defeats the purpose. You should date a plant that teaches me what's attractive about you, Elle.
なるほど。しかし、どうしましょう。今日はもうこのピアノを見ていただくことしか考えてこなかったのです。
No way. Was this all she had planned for us?
なんと、エル選手、だいぶ詰めが甘かったようです。
デートを命じるより前に、まずデートとはどんなものかから教えるべきでしたわね。
No.
そうね。トラックに激突もしないだなんて。
そうだ。今日は学園の武道場が空いているはずです。フェンシングなどご一緒にいかがでしょう？
I will wholeheartedly have to pass.
では、日本らしく柔道とか相撲とか。
That'd stir up its own set of problems if we did that. What the heck, are all her suggestions combat-oriented anyway? Imperial Knights apparently have zero dating experience. Guess I have no choice. Elle, if you don't have anything else planned, would you mind letting me take over from here? I'm saying I'll be the one to escort you.
しかし、シルビー様のご命令では私が先導せねば。
If you actually can, I won't complain.
できないです。
What a cutie. I'll be taking the lead from this point on then. Let's have a day that's fun for both of us, Elle. Just walks over.
こらゲロ、何をなさるの？
I captured the blonde and silver-haired girls who had been watching us for some time now without even trying to hide. These two can tag along. We'll have more fun if we're together as a group.
でもオーラ、今日はあなたとエルの。
Stop tailing us then. It's obviously going to make us anxious. Having the two of you here makes for a nice gimmick. Won't you feel more at ease with these two tagging along than if we were alone too, Elle?
そうですね。いつもに近いので。
Elle looked like she'd just been rescued.
でも今日はエルとオーロの。
You're right, today is our day, which means whatever we want takes highest priority. We won't listen to your opinion, Sylvia. As long as you can spare the time, join us, okay?
はあ。無礼な男ですわね。
市松殿、仮にも姫様に向かってそんな。
The two of them snapped at me a bit, but...
いいわね。その方が面白そうだわ。ご一緒させてもらいましょうか。実は、さっきのお店気になっていたの。ぐぬー。
The princess in question was on board, so I had no
4
complaints.
人で街を流しましょう。オーロがトラックにひかれたら困るわ。
Huh?
仕方ないですわね。
は
Elle gave an exasperated sigh, and then...
あ、
She must have noticed that she was back to her usual self and flashed a tiny smile.
モデルシルビア。こんなタイプも出ているのね。以前国に贈呈されたものとは微妙に違いますわね。形だけね。枠に水ならを使っているのは変わってないわ。
Goddamn Mongolians! Once we headed back to the shop from earlier, Sylvie began to prattle on with excitement. Elle watched over her quietly. Quietly, but also with amusement. She looks more herself when she acts this way, huh? She would warmly watch over those precious to her, all while keeping a level head and preparing for the worst case scenario that could pop up at any time. That was Elle in a nutshell. Sorry to say, but her most appealing traits wouldn't be made clear even if we went out on a certain date.
かたじけない。今日をお借りしておきながら。
She must have been aware of how incompetent she was on dates herself, and appeared apologetic.
一応昨晩勉強はしたのですが。
Huh, really? Then, when our date was over, she brought up something intriguing. What did you study? It didn't matter what she had studied, but Elle studying for a date caught my interest.
シルビー様に勧められた漫画をいくつか、あと女性誌も。しかしいずれも難しかった。例えば日本のデートでは、まずソフトクリームを買って、それを相手の顔面に叩きつけるのが礼儀なのでしょ?
If you actually did that, you'd get them all sticky and ruin the mood. Nothing you could do after that could fix it either.
勉強不足です。
Elle looked dejected. How cute. Then again, it's also my fault for leaving everything to you without coming up with my own
い
ideas.
え、今日は私が先導する手はずでしたし。
Even so, a date is something you make together.
ですね。
Although we had discussed it before, thanks to the watching over Sylvia and Mina setup, Elle and I were finally able to have a seemingly light-hearted conversation. If only things turned out this way sooner, when we were alone, then there would have been nothing greater. I guess talking to her like I did today was still out of the question, though. No surprise there. How did it feel when I was with Irena yesterday again? I recalled, that was when I realized this was an instrument store, but off in the
な
corner.
んでしょう。バレッタ?
Sure are. Barrettes, headbands, rings, and necklaces. There was an array of fashion accessories. I checked again, but this was an instrument shop. There were pianos, violins, guitars, and other varieties of instruments. There were also varnishing oils and cleaning implements for maintenance, but the only thing they sold were music sheets. My accessories. I gave it a moment's thought, but, accessories, huh?
リサイクル。ですね。これ、バイオリンの留め具です。
These accessories were made from whatever materials could be salvaged from scrap pianos, violins, and otherwise. I would recommend recycling instruments since people were prone to having lingering memories of them, and they often used quality wood and metal. But a closer look, the headbands were from black lacquered piano exteriors, and the clasps on the berets used the bows of violins. Bow, yeah, fucking.
日本はユニークな国ですね。楽器をアクセサリーにしてしまうなんて。
A large fraction of Japanese religions do believe souls dwell in objects after all. I did think that there was a mentality of once something you've used for ages has served its purpose, you may as well process it into something else. Since this is a city of instruments, it's especially easy to amass scrap materials. Back at elementary school, we made a wooden carving out of old piano parts too.
あ、 見てみたいですね。
I still have a picture. Take a look. I opened up the gallery app on my phone. The photo was quite old now and was dated around the time when I was in elementary school. I was grateful I could easily store photos from that long ago on a handheld device. Is it?
これはどんぐりですか？
Nah, it's mine a bird.
なるほど。言われてみれば休館長のように。
You can't see it, can you? Bet you thought, is that seriously an acorn? Or acorn? It's kind of round.
はい。気を使ってどんぐりと例えましたが、ただの長細い球体にしか見えません。
I did originally try to carve a mina, but the beak plopped off on me. When I tried to fix it, it kept getting smaller and smaller.
このどんぐりのヘタの部分、よく見ると鳥の足のようにも見えますね。
Elle began to howl with laughter. Come on, don't laugh! That was made by an innocent elementary school carver!
すいません。
I guess I must have nailed her funny bone. The laughs just kept on coming. I had been trying to make her laugh, but I never thought it'd be such a hit.
失礼しました。
It was a little surprising, as she'd only showed that side of herself for a few brief moments. She quickly returned to her usual calm self, but I just scored the greatest fruit of today's date. Elle was pretty cute. That had been made clear. Oh, I know. Why don't I buy you one of these as a present? A certain woman told me that a man buying a lady an accessory is proof of a good date. Headband might not be your thing, huh?
いただけるならありがたくいただきますが。
She always had her hair up, so it would probably be hard for her to use, even if I got her one. Something that didn't impede her mobility would be best for her. Things that jiggled around like necklaces, berets, and earrings, which could easily slip out of place or out of question. At left, how about
ブレ
this?
スレットですか？
Grabbed a gold-plated bracelet. Best option that wouldn't impede her mobility would be a bracelet or a ring. A ring would clearly be embarrassing, so this was about the only choice left. What do you say, Elle? Will you accept it?
でもよろしいのですか？
Consider it a present. Then again, I guess Sortilege is the one paying for it, though. I showed off the aforementioned black card. It was sad to say, but my wallet was on the light side today. It was pathetic of me as a man, but...
なるほど。ではありがたくいただきましょうか。初デートの記念というやつです。
Elle really is just my favorite right now. What the fuck is happening? There we go. Thanks to that, she accepted the bracelet without any reservations. What do you think?
少々緊張というか落ち着きませんね。こういうものをするのは初めてなので、でも嬉しいです。
I'm glad.
あら、かわいい。エロいのがおしゃれなんて珍しいですわね。
おしゃれだなんて。
It's probably gonna be like that bracelet, but it was on her model beforehand, so it's kind of weird. Unless they actually add the bracelet to her other models or something. That was when the other two, unfortunately, came back and put an end to the good mood we had going. Oh well, it was decent timing. Doing something pretentious like giving her a gift had me feeling pretty odd myself. Thank goodness Elle had accepted it with a smile.
あらあら、私には？
If you want one, buy it yourself. It's the royal family's money. I won't buy it for you. I'm on a date with Elle today, you know? If I gave gifts to anyone else, it would be like cheating.
そうね。にしても懐かしいな。リサイクルアクセサリー。
She's gonna mention the fact that the ring she got wasn't bought, but they literally just found it. So we picked up a
楽
headband.
器の廃材を使った小物作り。聞いたことはありますけど、見るのは初めてですわね。
I'm sure royalty hardly ever scraps instruments in the first place. Large enough house, yeah. With a large enough house, you could easily store broken or old items that had sentimental value. Part of it could be that it was characteristic of Japan's culture to have tiny
と
homes.
ころで、 エロいなのそれ、金属ですわね。
そうですね。軽いけれど硬いです。
どんな楽器を使ったのかしら。
Occurred to me that the other headbands were mostly made of wood, but this one was all metal. The instruments made of metal, like cymbals, trumpets. All I could come up with that could be processed into shape would be.
ピアノ線よ。
Sylvie promptly
多
answered.
分、軸の部分は木で、ピアノ線を巻きつけてあるの。だから硬くて丈夫で、しかも軽いんでしょ。
She just fucking unwraps the wire and just starts garroting people. What if that's actually something she does?
なるほど。メッキで覆ってしまえば同じですものね。
そういえば、微妙にデコボコしています。
Wow. You really know your stuff, Sylvie.
昔この町に来た時、やったことがあるもの。あまりうまくできなかったけどね。ヤスリをかけすぎて、表面が毛羽立っちゃって。
She said that while tidying up her golden hair in the headband. When she visited a long time ago, huh? Sylvie giggled with amusement. The general mood was the same as usual after that.
にしてもいい天気。こんな日はゆっくり街を流すのもいいわね。
Hold on, I think I roughly remember that CG being a thumbnail for Buskor. Now I'm kind of curious, what part was that? How far have I already just blasted into this game? Why is there a video being recommended to me called Need Tomboy? Or the scene from the Majikoi anime where Yamato dies but then revives with a boner. That one was mildly weird. Anyways, it was Part 10. Oh, okay. Of course. It was like soon after the fucking Nero thumbnail that he made for Nanami, which is still cursed. But Jesus Christ, I was not prepared to be confronted with my own crackhead like that today.
姫様、あまり目立つ真似はお慎みを。
そんなに気にしなくてもいいじゃない。
神なる様もです。視線が集まっておりますゆえ。
Princesses were being showered in attention from all sides. Their nightly escort was nothing short of frazzled. Such was the usual sight with a pair of unbridled princesses and a wayward guard. It was likely Elle's most natural form. It was unfortunate that she and I only managed to be alone together for one short hour, but I think I liked her better this way.
ちょいとあなた。
Yes? The other princess prodded me with her
なんだか
elbow.
満足げになさってますけど、あなた、これでよかったみたく思っちゃおりませんわよね。
Huh? How do you mean? As far as I was concerned, it was worth celebrating if Ella and Sylvie were having a good time.
はあ、困った男ですわ。あなた結局、エロいなの司令たる。あなたを満足させるべき一日を妨害いたしましたのよ。
That can't really hit me where it hurt.
楽しく過ごすのは結構。けれど、諸子を貫徹もできず投げ出すようでは、エロイナの今後のためよろしくなくてよ。
Harsh. I had nothing but good intentions, but she had really hit the nail on the head. These girls who went through life shouldering their royal title probably thought of me as being undisciplined and having a lax personality.
なりますわね。こんな男にエロイナはともかく、シルビー姉様が影響されてしまっては。こうなったら、私が。
Huh? Seem to have whispered something.
あら、みな、お腹が空かない？
そろそろ昼食にしようと思うのですが、 いかがでしょう。
Besides, if I remember correctly, the order was just go on a date with him. It didn't infer who had to take charge.
そうですわね。
So the conversation
お
drifted.
昼ご飯どうしましょうか。ねえエル、何にする予定だったの？
はい。日本の政治家がよく利用するという料亭、菊水を利用しようかと。
Kikusui? She just dropped one hell of a suggestion.
何か？
Kikusui is the most impressive restaurant in the city.
はい。江戸時代からあるとのことで。
Hey, now, we're seriously going to a place like that?
春から5回ほど行ったわね。美味しかったわ。美食大国日本にふさわしい味でした。
It might not be a big deal with all of your sensibilities, but I'd be a total fish out of water there. It might be okay to splurge and go there on a major occasion or whatever, but it isn't somewhere you just walk into on a random day off. And wait, didn't that place have a dress code?
ソルティレージュの名を出せば免除してくれるかと。
Hey, come on, hey. You're going to make me stick out like a sore thumb, so stop. Elle looked like she didn't understand. I thought this for some time now. She wasn't as bad as Sylvie, but she seriously didn't know how the world worked.
でも今は菊水の気分じゃないわね。あ、ねえ二人とも、ここなんていいんじゃない？
Yeah. Sylvie pointed to a shop we happened to walk past. It was a ramen restaurant. How tidy it was, there was an excessive amount of blurbs about its home style and genuine Hakata style selections. It was the sort of restaurant where all the employees wore t-shirts and used towels as bandanas. It isn't nearly as fancy as Kikusui.
ラーメン、今度はラーメン屋さんで食べてみたかったの。いいですわね。昨日のカップ麺には大変驚かされましたわ。3分であんな味ができるなんて、こちらも興味があります。
Dude, princesses were totally into the
日
idea.
本のラーメンは有名ですわ。友人のハリウッド女優も絶賛していました。ねえ。と言っても、メロンパンより美味しいとは到底思ってなかったけれど、往路にラーメンをもらってから気になって。ね、いいでしょ？
Buttaman sure is great, huh? I looked at the list of blurbs. Fresh straight from Akta, authentic low hydration noodles, special black boar tonkatsu stock, and inner Mongolian mineral salt. Uses 8 vegetable varieties sent from Sapporo. Restaurants that shouted these sold to sale pitches from their rooftops were generally pretty iffy. There are better restaurants in the area, like Azayaka. That one's really well known.
いいですね、ラーメン。シルビー様ご推薦とあらば、私も楽しみです。
But Elle had the final say today, and it looks like Sylvie had already put the idea in her head. Well, I wasn't completely opposed to anything.
はい、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
We left the restaurant.
ごちそうさま。すごいお店だったわね。はい。入った瞬間から違ったわ。見た？エル、あの張り紙。
はい。自身の問いかけに耳を貸すのが人生の根源。不覚にもドキリとさせられました。
何かを食べる。その一時にも自身に問いかけ、答えを出すことが大事。店員の着ていたシャツにも感銘を受けました。笑顔100回、100回の幸せがついてくる。まさにその通りですわ。日本には、笑う角には福来たるという言葉があるな。いつも笑顔を忘れないでいたいわね。
I feel like you don't know how to stop smiling.
メニューも5ページありましたが、すべてに良い格言が記してありました。
4ページ目などは特に心が洗われましたわ。失敗はどんな食事よりあなたを成長させる。胸が晴れ晴れとしました。二人とも一番の言葉を見落としたのね。今日を楽しく過ごすことが未来すべての幸せ。まあ、素敵。
Like they're all gonna be like fucking impressed by the sayings and all, but he's just gonna like sit there like they literally just use those sayings to take up space on the menu.
じんときました。
でも、味は豚の方が美味しかったわ。
ただただ、しょっぱいラーメンでしたね。
小麦をそのまま噛んでいるような麺は、どうにかなりませんでしたの？
People have become so fussy that ramen restaurants with bizarre flavors are popping up all over. The market for universally agreeable noodles were being decimated by cup noodles companies. These places wouldn't prosper without an unusual bit of flair.
でも楽しかったわ。じゃあ、次のお店行きましょうか。
は？
オールの言ってた、鮮やかってお店、行ってみましょう。まだランチの時間に間に合うわよね。その後はメロンパンよ。レーナに新しいお店を聞いたの。なんと、デーニッシュ風メロンパンですって。野球の始球式には間に合うかしら。そこの球場のご飯も食べてみたいのだけど。本日は胃薬必須ですわ。
Trying out a variety of restaurants was apparently an inevitable outcome when you're out and about with Sylvie.
シルビア様、時間ギリギリです。
Extra! Hi! How you doing?
はいはい。
あげてください。
You know, I didn't truly register that until just now, but she really do be kind of looking like the Aryan dream. A fucking helicopter!
いってらっしゃいませ。
Ella saw off the ascending helicopter with a polite bow of her head. You stuffed her face until the very last second, huh? Our dining tour cut into her travel time to get to the baseball arena by car, and she had to fly there instead.
お姉様は健談家でいらっしゃるから。
Sounds fine by me as long as she's able to maintain that thin waistline. Ugh. That was rough on me though.
私も少々食べ過ぎました。ここでおいとましますわ。
あ、皆様、でしたら
いりませんわ。迎えは来ております。
A limousine came along with a snap of Mina's fingers.
エロいのはそのゲロを送って差し上げなさい。
うん。はい。
We were alone again on the way back. Sure feels weird for you to walk me home.
付き合わせたのはこちらなのです。これくらいさせてください。
I'd go along with it if she insisted. Okay then, since we turned here, the door would be straight ahead. Once we turned here, the door would be straight ahead. Is it okay if we take a small detour? I could use some exercise to walk off all that food.
はい。
Our walk continued like so. The mountain path was a bit dark at sunset, but it was cool and easy to navigate through. With no one around, we made this the perfect spot. Certain someone had described their golden time as gazing out the sun as it sat on the lake. Our stomachs had finally settled. We were both comfortable.
本日は大変失礼しました。付き合わせておいて、ろくにエスコートもできず。
No. Elle remained her usual prim and proper self until the very end. But looked at the golden bracelet that adorned the back of her wrist. It was a fun day.
うん。そうですね。
Elle's smile. How many times had you revealed that smile to me today? It was obvious she had fun today too.
本当は私が気候を楽しませねばならなかったのに。
No, you need to entertain each other on a date, right? I had a lot of fun today.
やはりシルビー様はさすがですね。市松殿の特性を会ったその場で見抜いていたなんて。
Best qualities?
あなたは周りの人間を楽しませることに特別な才能があるようです。
Ah, she made my heart skip a beat. Time for entertaining those around me. Couldn't they? I don't have a knack for that sort of thing. It's the popular social butterfly types that have that sort of skill. I didn't. Shouldn't have such a talent compared to my classmates who were often the center of attention. I always erred close to the back of the room for as long as I could remember. More importantly, only brought people misfortune.
どうかされましたか？
Nah. Well, there was no reason to complain to Elle about it. Better keep it to myself. The sunset sure is pretty. I changed the subject.
はい。
Luckily, Ella was amenable enough that I could easily gloss things over if I put my mind to it.
シルビー様に何度も聞いてはいましたが、浜松湖に落ちる夕日は綺麗です。日本で見たゴールデンタイム。本当に綺麗。
Golden time, huh? That naturally brought Ria back to mind. Specifically her vantage point next to the water tank on the school roof. The view up there was much more captivating, and I'd love to show it to Elle someday, but I promised to keep it a secret, so I guess it wasn't meant to be. Best to keep that spot our little secret.
昔、シルビー様がこの国に来た時、見たそうなんです。この景色を。
Oops, yeah.
その時のことを国に帰って何度も言うので、私の日本のイメージはまずこの光景からです。仲のいい男の子と一緒に湖畔を駆け回ったこの景色から。
My shoulders twinged. A reaction almost of fear, even though there was no need to be afraid. Still, I couldn't help it. As it was a topic that really hit close to home. Hey, Elle, could I ask what happened back then? May as well ask while we were at it.
小さい頃の姫様はよく私と同胞していましたので、その時に何度も。
No, I'm not asking about the circumstance in which you were told. Sylvie came to this country a long time ago,
はい。日本はソルティレージュにとって友好国ですので、数年に一度は来訪の予定がありますが、幼い頃一度、1ヶ月以上の長期にわたって滞在なされたことがあります。
Long-term stay. It would be different if it were a brief visit, but you should have lots of free time on a long-term stay. Did you ever play with a local kid or anything?
それはもちろん、そうして現地に触れるのも友好の一環です。
Were those like school visits or other formal occasions? Or did you make friends normally and play with them? If it was the former, it would directly clash with my memories. At the very least, I doubt she was allowed to play at the lake where she would have fallen in and drowned. But if it were the latter, that would coincide with the girl in my memories. That girl with blonde hair. At Sylvie's past. Was it the former or the latter?
もちろん。
Which was it?
前者です。滞在とは申せ、王族は一挙一動が公務です。スケジュールには学校から養育施設、宗教施設など、あらゆる施設への来訪が組まれていました。遊んだとは、そういう意味です。
Huh. That makes sense. There was no way something so convenient could ever...
しかし、市松殿も、すでにシルビー様の性格はご存知のはず。よく抜け出されて慌てたものだというのは、現在も護衛にあたる騎士員の皆の語り草です。公務を抜け出しては、外を駆けずり回って、現地の子たちとよく遊んでらっしゃったそうですよ。時には危険な遊びもいくつか。
The possibility was still there then.
特に、当時はこの辺りで、町内会のキャンプ会をしていたとかで、そこに勝手に混ざっていたのだそうです。会の方々も相手がシルビー様と会って無下には追い出せず、いつの間にか参加者みたいに遊んでいたとか。
Not only did the time and place match up, but Elle just added another connection to the mix. The neighborhood association's camp. The one I had taken part in long ago.
本当に何度も話してくださいました。本来叱らねばならない立場の私が口も出せないくらい。でも、仕方ないか。初恋の方との思い出、だそうですから。
Oh.
どうかされましたか？顔が赤いようですが。
It's because of the sunset.
そうですか。
I managed to play it off, thank goodness. We hung out until the sun had finally set and made our way Talking is hard, okay? We hung out until the sun had finally set and made our way to the dorms. Then, Hel,
はい。
she ended up walking me back to the dorm, and the limousine was waiting outside to pick her up. That was fun.
いえ、こちらこそ。
Our date ended on a good note.
ではまた、明日学校で。あ、何か困ったことがあれば、いつでも連絡してください。貴校の生活は我々で責任を持ちますゆえ。
Well, now that the magic of our date had begun to fade, Elle had started to return here to her usual manner of speech. It was fun in its own right, but maybe it was better this way.
そうだ、食費ですが、朝夕が計上されていませんが大丈夫でしょうか。ちゃんと食べていますか？
She must have checked the black card statement. Sounded like Elle had a grasp of my lifestyle to some extent. Yeah, those meals are free, so I haven't been spending anything. Chikosaki hadn't let me eat anything else to be precise, but I would keep that to myself. I've been buying cup noodles in bulk too. You know what we had yesterday.
あ、でしたら安心ですね。昨日のカップ麺、あまりにも多かったので確認してしまいました。10個も買ったのですか。
She had apparently looked at the credit statement. It was always worthwhile to stock up on stuff like that.
生活の知恵ですね。そうだ、それに付随して、
Yes?
天下というのが買ったものの中にありましたが、あれはどんな商品なので？
It's a toy, just thinking of taking a trip down memory lane.
そうですか。あ、おもちゃくらいならいくらでも使っていただいて結構です。
And, this guy just straight up would have said, oh, Reina threw that in as a fucking prank, and I'd notice it too late. We had said goodbye. Phew. It was a toy, right?
市松先輩、お帰りなさい。
Yeah? Akane came rushing over to greet me.
今日のお買い物はどうでしたか？何かいいもの。手頃ですね。
Yeah, I didn't buy
インド
anything.
ショッピングというやつですね。
Something like that. I'd given Elle an accessory as a present, but I did leave that part out.
差し支えなければお聞きしたいんですけど。
What's up?
先輩が今日一緒にいた方って女性ですか？
Oh, yeah.
それはもしやデートですか？
Something like that.
おー、先輩大人ですね。
She looked pretty worked up for whatever reason. Girls her age probably love topics like these. Mind if I head back to my room?
はい。お引き止めしてすみませんでした。
Nah, it's
お疲
fine.
れ様でした。
I said goodbye to Akane and went back to my room, but Ria's still here. Hey. I woke up the sleeping girl who acted like she owned the place.
何人の部屋入ってんだこら！
Ah!
あれでもベッドが汗臭い。ああ、そっか。お前の部屋じゃん。
Yeah, I'm just glad you remembered.
ああ、そっか。疲れたから横になってたらそのままか。
Free spirit. How long have you been asleep? Tell me since this morning.
俺、寝ようと思えば無限に寝れるから。
I mean, I guess the cat ears fit suddenly. That just means you're dead.
そうなる前には起きるのが日課だけどな。
You were that tired? Have you been doing anything too strenuous?
日頃の疲れだよ、うるせえな。
We had the same nasty attitude and sharp tongue as ever. Come on, this was my room. This totally wasted the fun time I had with Sylvia and Mina and the great mood I had going from the date I wrapped up so elegantly with Elle.
くそ、かい。
She shoved her hand under her shirt and scratched her chest. I was a little ticked about ruining the mood for my date, but having her suddenly show off her collarbone wasn't bad at all.
見てんじゃねえよ、変態。
You're the one showing yourself off.
スケベ。
All men are like that.
喧嘩野郎。
Stop, that one goes too far.
このチェーンでかすぎて微妙なんだよな。新しく買い替えようかな。
The chain of her pendant had seemingly dug into her skin while she was asleep, and she repositioned it.
んでデートはどうなった？
It went well. We ate ramen.
ふーん。
After that, we watched the sunset together. Yeah, I do feel like we've gotten closer.
夕日？
I didn't tell her about you nowhere, don't worry.
ならよし。
I turned on the TV. Baseball was on. That said, I had no interest in the match itself. I just happened to tune in during the interval between innings as it went to commercial. For transitioning to ad, displayed today's highlights. Ah!
今年日本一のチームを決める本ゲームは華やかな幕開けとなりました。
They were hosting replays of the baseball opening ceremony. Thwack! It was a shot of the ball Sylvie threw, and it landed directly into the catcher's glove. Looked like a perfect pitch. Hanging out with her yesterday was worth it. Yeah?
いや、シルビーって、お前らのクラスのだよな。
Yeah. Even a suspended girl from another class knew about her.
ふーん。帰るわ。世話になったな。
Sure. Leah indifferently headed to her room. Although she could be awfully brazen, on a closer look, Ria had washed the cup she used as an ashtray and even folded the clothes I'd worn to bed, albeit haphazardly. I could tell she was being considerate in her own subtle way. She was also curious about how my day had gone. Maybe I could consider her a good neighbor. Tentatively, anyway. It's fucking adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。
I love these transitions. They're amazing.
おはようございます。眠そうですね。
Sure am.
せっかくの土日でしたのに、休めませんね。
Bunch of stuff happened. It had been an ordeal since I ended up going along with Sylvie's whims both days. Kikuchiyo, what were you up to the last 2 days?
僕ですか。よくぞ聞いてくれました。なんと、ついにエスペラント語の検定にて、日常会話科の合格証をいただけたのです。大変でしたが、今となってはやりがいのある時間でした。これでようやくまた一つ、将来の蓄えができたと思うと、実に晴れやかな気持ちです。
Yeah. So, Esperanto. Might have remembered right. Kikuchiyo. Was that it? Don't you like light novels?
はい。
One of my old classmates was really into researching Cthulhu and stuff and could even speak Esperanto. He was frankly a nerd. And?
庶民は物を知らないな。エスペラント語は、れっきとした公用言語ですよ。
Who are you again?
西郷だよ。お前この前俺のこと怒鳴ったの覚えてないのか？え？本当に覚えてない？
ほら、教科書水浸し事件の。
Oh, I remember now!
本当に失礼なやつだ。これだから庶民は。
I mean, you were so freaked out about what happened that you've avoided me ever since.
ビビってないぞ。ただ、庶民なんぞに時間を割いてやる無駄をやめただけで。なんだ？怒ったのか？怒ったなら怒鳴る前にまず弁護士を通してだな。
No, I'm not mad. So what you need from me today?
お前なんかに用があるか？録音寺君におめでとうを言いに来ただけだ。
おや、ありがとうございます。
英語、フランス語、アラブ語、中国語、ドイツ語に続き、ついにエスペラント語ですか。録音寺君の高学心はいつも見習わねばと思います。
I mean, he's lost all my respect for the second one.
録音時に生まれたものとして必要な素養ですので。
So, what benefit is there to learning this Esperanto language?
エスペラント語。
これからの国際社会に必要な素養とされているんです。相手の国の言葉で話すのは大切だからね。
So it's a national thing. But wouldn't English work in that case?
現在の国際公用語は確かに英語ですが、今後国際社会で付き合っていくべき国々には、反英、反米、 つまり、英語を嫌う国々も多くなってきます。そこで、特に多国籍の企業間の友好のために用いる仮の公用語として、エスペラント語が注目されています。
エスペラント語は母国がない。どこの国にも属さない言葉だから敵を作らない。というわけ。
お前みたいな庶民には一生縁のない世界さ。お前はまず必死こいて英語から覚えるんだな。
Language, huh? Let's talk of a distant world, and here I was at a blink of failing English. Something actually had been on my mind a little. There were no English classes at Noble Academy, as it was a given that students who went here could speak English. Apparently bilingualism is a basic fundamental for elites. Seriously, it was a school for the elite of the elite. It's awesome, Kikuchiyo. You learned a whole language just because you might need it in the future.
覚えたとは言えません。日常会話に不便しない程度です。
That's plenty. Sorry, I've taken you lightly until now.
お気になさらず。侮られてたので。
I've totally looked down on you ever since you hooed and awed over those porn mags.
わーわーなど言っていません。
エロ本？
いやらしい本ですか？録音寺くんがそんなものを。
Oh, what? Are you all the sort that are you all the sort that are intolerant of porn?
そんな、
ですが、仮に録音寺くん、どんなものを見たのね？どんな
They are acting like children in a strict Christian environment. This kind. I opened up the sort of page on my phone. Nice reaction.
携帯電話で、こんなページが。
なんだこの程度かただおっぱいが出ているだけじゃないか。
こんな青臭い小娘が脱いだところで、特になんとも思いませんね。本当。
It sure was hanging in there. If you don't like it mature, then, how about this?
お姉さんが教えてあげる真夏のカテキョ大作戦
And even older?
若妻の公職な昼下がり、あの人には言わないで。
Let's take it a step further.
熟女乱舞乱れ妻たちの共演熟女がお母さん
One of them had shorted out. I don't think he shorted out. I think he just he just needs like a new pair of pants.
熟女。年のいった女性というのも。
やめろ、そんなわいせつな。下品だぞ。
Cougars aren't your thing, huh? How about something a little younger than, how's this?
だから、これがどうした？バカバカしい。さすが庶民らしいって。俺は、世界に名だたる写真家のパパの仕事で、小さい頃からモデルの裸だって飽きるほど見てるんだ。こんなもの、大したことないさ。
But it's don't do much? Then how about manga?
所詮、絵じゃないか。これがどうした？
Oh no, he's gonna wake some weird fetishes in the mouth.
こんな、絵なんて、所詮、この子、どうして股間が膨らんでいるんだ？
Oh no! This is a cross-dresser. Lots of artists draw stuff like this these days.
男？
Yes, this girl is just cross-dressing, but they were born... This girl is just cross-dressing, but they were born male.
バカな！こんな可愛い子が、男？ついてる男
Now they were both shorted out.
漫画。絵で描いただけで、こんな。
The last one standing was growing well too.
朝っぱらからなーにやってんの、教室で。
Social studies.
やめんさいよ、純朴な少年たちに。
There's a certain pleasure of showing off the raw and sensitive reality to naive hearts who believe in the in the stork and cabbage patch.
キクチョ。鼻血拭いて。
すいません。
Oh, I forgot, Kikijo. Esperanto, was it? Congrats on learning it.
はあ、どうも。エスペラント語？あれ？一つも思い出せない。頭の中が全部おっぱいだ。
Oh, he's ruining this entire school. It's gorgeous. Looks like I went too far.
おはよう、オーラ。
おはようございます。
Oh, thanks for yesterday.
ねえねえ、オーラ。聞いて。昨日の始球式がね。
No, I saw you on TV. I'm glad it went well. Xavier looked delighted.
ク
And?
ルス・クラウンさん、夕べのテレビ、野球の試合見たわよ。素敵でしたわ。
始球式なんてめちゃくちゃが普通なのに、綺麗に投げてたよね、マストで。
でしょ投げ方はオーロに教わったの。
The girls all looked my
教
way.
えるのがすごく上手なのよ。それに、根気よく付き合ってくれて。
それは、
そう。何よりですわ。
And off they went. Wonder when she'll actually start noticing that literally everyone is treating him like shit.
今更？
Whoops, I accidentally didn't fucking read that. I'm stupid. I'm really out of place, huh? Now, please.
今更？
Told her about what happened that time our lecture had been in the external classroom. Maybe the way I flipped out was poorly executed.
女子は引いたかもね。でもしゃあないよ。それ以前にこの学校の子って、まず庶民と自分たちは別物だって思ってるから。
Yes, so. Reina seemed a bit depressed and gave me a half shrug. We were in the same boat, so I understood what she was getting at. Oh well, it's out of our control. We actually are entirely different at all.
あ、オーロ、今日の午後どうする？
I don't know. As always, our afternoon lessons were optional.
もう転入して1週間になります。そろそろ何か打ち込むものを決めてはいかがです？
Easy for her to say. My dream was to graduate from the school on good terms and become a civil servant. What exactly could a guy like me get
打
into?
ち込むとか考えなくても、自分が楽しいと思うことをやるでもいいのよ。現に、私なんかは完全に趣味でピアノをやってるし。
Hobby or not, you're still able to play on a professional level. You were into fashion, was it, Reina?
将来の夢はファッションデザイナーでございます。
Kikuchiya was integrated business administration and eldest fencing.
私は体育総合。体を動かすのが主です。部活動の関係でフェンシングが多いだけで。
Everything is a G-help. None of them really click with me. Any of those would be fine if it was just go and observe, but I was hesitant to put my full effort into any of them.
こういうことは言いたくありませんが、目標なき人生は時間の浪費ですよ。
Wow, thanks for just casually telling me that my life is a waste of time. Thanks. 90% of young men and women are like that these days. There were those in the world who wanted to do nothing but play video games and like... Though I wanted to finally find a goddamn apprenticeship. Even so, wouldn't that mean you're dedicating your life to it? I mean, if I could do this, like, as a living, I would, but I fucking can't. In my case...
そうだ、野球をやったらどう？オーラ、野球がとても上手でしょ？なら...
No thanks.
知るやん。オーロに野球はやらせちゃダメ。どうして？この学園、野球部は女子しかいない。自由授業なら混ざれるけど、女の子だらけの空間にオーロが自分から入ってくのはちょっときつい。そうなんだ。
Yeah, I wish you wouldn't toss me in with a bunch of women. My life at the dorm was hard enough as it was. Wait, we have a baseball club?
ありますよ。女子野球。男子は定員割れで活動停止状態ですが。
この学校は男子が少ないですからね。チーム競技はなかなか。
Bunch of upper class ladies playing baseball. Is that actually relevant to their futures?
ノーブル学園とはいえ、将来につながることだけが推奨されているわけではありません。楽しいからやるもありですよ。
Let's see. Ended up wandering around campus under the pretext of observation without picking anything to do. What should I do? Focus on studying for the future. It was a time that was totally foreign to me. The biggest difference between these so-called elites and a commoner like myself, rather than it being a pedigree, bilingualism, or anything, might just be whether or not we have a clear idea of our future prospects.
市松さん。
Oh, fuck off! This was the right person to come calling.
今晩なのですが、私、家の都合で出なければならないの。お夕飯を運べないから、妃さんに頼んでくれていいかしら。
Sure. Guess I was still on the house arrest even if she couldn't keep a personal eye on me.
よかった。今後はこういう機会が増えるといいわね。私も、いつまでもあなたに煩わされるのは、さすがに鬱陶しいから。
How annoying. I was locked up in my room due to her whims, yet she acted like she was taking care of me. That would piss anyone off. I could go eat at the cafe by myself, you know.
それはダメよ。寮のために。
Right. Well, not that I had the guts to go buy anything, given the bizarre atmosphere.
ところで、あなた、相馬さんと仲がいいそうね。
Huh? Soma, the name didn't click for a minute, but, her?
朝言うと、何度も部屋に出入りしてるとか。
That was just yesterday. For that matter, she just came in the morning and left at night. Oh, it wouldn't it be better for me if she thought that Ia came and went as she pleased rather than staying in my room for 10 hours? Yes, we are neighbors.
そう。まあ、彼女は特殊だから何も言いませんけど、あなた、一応男性なんですから、女性を部屋に連れ込むのはあまり褒められないわね。
I don't recall ever dragging her anywhere. She was hanging out in my room of her own free will.
とにかく、彼女にはあまり近寄らないで。
Why?
なんでもよ。
Pretty firm tone. Jokosaki raised her voice. She immediately reverted to her usual calm, collected demeanor, but when she settled down was more than enough proof that she had lost her cool for a
わ
moment.
かったわね。彼女には近づかないで。
She glared at me. She was acting so weird today. No matter how annoyed she was with me up until now, she had always kept her composure. If you'd had a post, why don't you speak to Ria first? Tell her not to visit my room.
言えるなら言ってるわよ。
Jokosaki was losing her patience. I would tell her if I could. Flipped around, that means she couldn't tell her anything. Not that she would listen. Not that she wouldn't listen if she did. That's unexpected. Never thought you and Ria would know each other.
ただ同じ寮生なだけよ。
Off she went. She totally ran away. Is there something going on between you and Jokosaki?
何かって？
Later that evening, I didn't have any real arrangement in place, but Ria eventually came along with it while I was waiting for her on the school roof. Jokosaki was worried about you.
まあ。
If this has something to do with a weakness of hers, I'd love to hear about it.
下水なお前。
Ria hesitated for a second.
弱みではない。
Damn. We climbed up to the top level. Don't you have any dirt on her or anything? What if she acts all hoity-toity, but she's actually a delinquent in disguise and smokes more than you do?
ねえよ。てか裏では不良だとしても知らない。あいつとはあんな親しくない。それに、不良でもないだろうな、あいつは。お嬢様中のお嬢様だ。家の迷惑になるようなことは絶対しないだろうさ。
Really?
お前のことうざがってるのも、
このノーブル学園に庶民が通うと学園の質が落ちて、ひいては自分の学歴を貶めることにならないかが心配ってとこじゃね。
Is that it? I thought it over a few days, and many of the people annoyed with me at the school generally took pride in Noble Academy. The very presence of Noble Academy, where only elites attended, was a nuisance. My very presence at Noble Academy, where only elites attended, was a nuisance. Did Jokasaki feel that way about me too?
金持ちの基本は見えっ張りだよな。自分が完璧であるためには、自分に関わる他人も完璧であってくれなきゃ困るんだ。
What a pain. Wish they wouldn't make my life difficult just because I associated with them. Vanity like that's completely pointless.
ん？バカじゃねえの。
For sure, it's completely ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous.
お前だよ。
Huh? By the time I noticed, Ria was staring at me with a cold look in her eyes. There was none of the warmth from moments ago when she was making fun of
見え
Jokasaki.
っ張りってのは悪いことじゃねえだろ。
Huh? But,
自分を偽っても意味がないか？
seemingly read my mind before I could vocalize these thoughts.
この世に自分を偽ってない人間なんていねえよ。ならその偽りの自分が少しでもいいものに、少しでも立派にあろうってのは大事なことだ。
Well, she certainly isn't trying.
見えも張れねえプライドのないやつを、世間はクズって言うんだよ。
She continued talking and wouldn't let me get a word in edgewise, almost to the point where it was irritating. But she had a point, so I had no room to argue.
彩香の気持ちもわかるぜ。自分の人生と自分の家のために完璧であろうとする。他から見りゃただの見えっ張りでも、あいつはあいつの人生をあいつなりに全力で生きてる。虚しいわけあるかよ。
She took in a puff of her cigarette. Ugh, I could understand the theory, but it was irritating.
何より、てめえのダチにいるんだろ？世界で一番見栄を張ってる奴が。
Huh?
生まれた時から王族って見栄のために完璧であり続け、ピアノを弾けばプロも超えるし、勉強運動ともに完璧。テレビで始球式なんてアイドルみたいなこともする。
Ah. Yeah, she had a point. Oh, here's the difference. She's not an asshole about it. Like, she met a common and was like, hey, he's fun to hang out with. I'm gonna hang out with him. While Ayaka is literally just, he's a commoner, he needs to be eliminated. Yeah, your point. Sophie definitely did live an unfettered life. Still, that was her taking responsibility for the authority that came with being royalty. She put in the effort to practice even for foolish events like a season opening of baseball ceremony. Put her life on the line to keep up appearances.
人間はさ、誰でもかっこよくありたいんだよ。かっこつけたいわけじゃなくても、かっこよくあろうとするのは大事なことさ。そいつを否定してやるなよ。
Good point. Jokasaki ticked me off to no end, but it was so it was a hard truth to swallow. She's still attempting to ruin someone's life. I don't care how cool you want to look. The moment you're attempting to ruin someone else's life, you can go fuck yourself. Like, this man probably would have never gotten anywhere in her way if she just didn't mess with him. I wanted to agree with Sylvie's way of life. No, it's just her. I knew someone who would learn a language entirely unrelated to Japan for their family. And one who would put their life on the line to follow their master. And one who barged her way into school, even though she wasn't rich, to make her dream come true. That was a way of life I didn't want to refute. Showing off meant having pride in your own life. That much was for sure. I was probably irritated because I had nothing in my life that made me feel that way. I was missing the component that would allow me to be cool. Huh? Don't think of it. He was awfully familiar with Sylvie's circumstances.
来たぞ。
Oh. That marked the end of our conversation. This was when she would always cut me off. When prime time came on. Golden time. That sparkling time. Was I living in such a time right now? Adorable.
金色ラブリッチねえだね。
It was raining.
日本は雨が多いと聞きましたが、降り方は普通なのですね。
もっと蛇口を開いたみたいな土砂降りになると思っていたわ。
That's not entirely what that idiom means.
ちょっと残念。土砂降りというのも見てみたいわ。
いやー、うざったんだよ、あんまり降るのは。シルビーの国って雨少ないの？
ソルティレージュは北欧の寒冷な山間にありますので、雨はほとんどが山が引き受けてくれます。
雨は少なくても水資源には困らなくていい土地よ。
Wow.
でも水資源といえば日本にはとても及ばない。だから日本は年中大雨というイメージだったのだけど。
日本の水資源は台風に甘えたところが大きいですから。昨今はゲリラ豪雨など突然の大雨も増えてきましたが、本州でそれほどの大雨となるのは年に2、3度。ごく限られた地区に来る程度ですね。
Is it common in Okinawa?
台風の時期はそうですね。沖縄、九州、四国は毎年大雨で困っているようですが、本州にいて大雨で困る地域はあまりありません。
Whoops. Anna clung to my arm. What's up, Reina? That was pretty cute.
ごめん。急だったからびっくりして。私らしくなかったよね。
Cute Reina. Makes me wonder if you've come down with something.
ご無礼かよ。
今のは近かったわね。
市内のどこかに落ちたようですね。
On the other hand, it wasn't a very cute reaction for a princess. The woman next to her beautifully betrayed the brave lady knight is actually scared of lightning trope too. Both of them looked accustomed to it.
ソルティレージュは雨は少ないけど雷は多いの。
Sounds very odd.
空気が乾燥する条件が重なると、雨なしでも落雷が来ますので。
Actually sounds like the fucking lightning stopped outside. That's nice. Like the fucking rain started right when we took like a break from the driving lessons, and the teacher was like, "Okay, go ahead and you can go outside, take a break, take off the masks. Smokers can smoke a bit if they want." So like we literally had it outside. It was like a slight drizzle. So we went outside and suddenly it just started pouring. Now that you mention it, what isn't lightning common in Northern Europe?
雷なんて何回聞いても怖いけどな。
That was again. Get off me!
すいません。急だったもので。
オーロの周りは雷一つでユニークね。
それにしても、雨、強くなってきたようです。
What's gonna happen? The thunder continued to roar throughout the school day. Visited the rooftop after school, but we obviously didn't have good sunset weather today. Via wasn't here either. May as well head back. Man, I was kind of a masochist myself. I was frustrated after she gave me that lecture yesterday, but I bravely came to see her again today. But strangely enough, when it came out of Ria's mouth, it didn't make me that angry. It was like I couldn't hold on to my indignation. I wondered why. When it came to her, I couldn't quite put my finger on it.
おかえり。
Why are you in here? Yeah. Check the room number. That was my place. Which means you're the one who messed up. Good, good. Your room's next door?
知ってる。タバコ吸いたいんだけど、灰皿どれ？
It's nice having a girl visit, but could you stop coming in without asking? Just like last time, I poured some water into the cup I used to gargle with and handed it to her.
サンキュ。
Via sat on the sofa like it was her own and lit up her cigarette. If I had to rate them on a nuisance scale, Arena was ranked about a 20 and this girl scored a solid 100. Did you need something or were you feeling lonely and came to visit me? At least you react somehow. It was even more unenthusiastic than usual. You look pretty out of it. What's wrong?
今日ちょっと頭痛くて。
I do hear lots of people get that way on rainy days. Didn't understand it since it didn't happen to me, but there were people who got headaches due to the shift in atmospheric pressure. I've heard of people not being able to move because of it. Is that how it was for her?
頭痛い日は一人でいると辛くて迷惑
Maybe I was looking straight at me, her gaze unturned. It was given since she was shorter and upturned, which was a given since she was shorter and dependent. For a delinquent, she was adorable. Nah, stay as long as you like. It wasn't bothering me, in fact, it was a real help having her around to kill time. Leah leaned against the sofa, looking relieved. Guess I'd better offer her a drink or something. Leah was being unusually quiet, possibly due to her headache. She was simply staring into space. It was almost zombie-like. Ordinarily, she'd offer up any number of topics, too. Was she in that bad a shape? I want to watch TV? I veered towards TV and turned it on. It was only 6 o'clock, a little early. Nothing but the nightly news was on. Leah looked blatantly bored. Can't expect much of the TV industry outside of prime time, huh?
ゴールデンタイムも寒い番組ばっかだけど
Harsh. But again, even if we kept waiting for some solid content, all we'd actually get were a bunch of entertainment personalities laughing their heads off. TV shows were too loud to just leave on for the heck of it these days. Guess I'll watch something. I've recorded a bunch of stuff, but is there anything you want to watch? I set up the DVR. I brought it from home, so I should have a couple of years of haphazardly recorded stuff on it. There were even the sort of programs on late at night that just played pretty scenery on endless loop. I was an expert recorder who stocked up even on content like that. But the best views from Japan's train windows.
クソつまんねえな
You said it. It was all fine and well to record it on my own, but it wasn't something I'd watch with someone.
他には午後のムービーショー金曜ロードムービー映画ばっかりか
Since there were no shows I wanted to watch weekly, I'd waited for so long to get a DVR that I set it to record nothing but movies every week so it wouldn't go to waste.
ま、どれでも一緒だなお前のおすすめは
I really enjoyed watching this Hollywood gorilla, Godzilla, with the scene where he's eating tuna up to the final wars. And I've got all 8 Pottery Hatters. I've been thinking of marathoning them all in a single night. Want to join me? I've also got a whole bunch of Studio Ghibli that was on this past summer break. Any DVR running left for 3 weeks or so of the summer will definitely be packed with Ghibli.
お前映画オタ
I wouldn't go that far. I just recorded everything, but all of them were marked as unwatched. Why did I feel like recording movies when they were on TV, but have no desire to watch them?
あんま派手なのはいいわうるさいのとかチカチカするのとかうざい
Let's see then. Nothing Hollywood style would work. Which left? How about this French film that was on late? Most French movies are quiet. Oh, but this is subtitled. Most TV movies were dubbed, but late night films were often subtitled.
字幕しかもフランス微妙
Yeah. Not interested? Well, French movies can be a little
いや
depressing.
暗いのはいいんだけどフランス語ってボソボソ喋る津軽弁みたいで聞いててイライラする
You're going to upset people from Aomori.
まあいいや流しといてテンション低い時の津軽弁って子守歌にちょうどいい
Ria already looked sleepy, and that entire exchange was done while she sprawled out on the sofa. I was sick of browsing anyway, better put it on. Took a seat on the sofa as well and hit play. Why is her hand just on his knee? I accidentally turned the fucking text box back on before taking the screenshot.
うわ
Yeah, that must be it. French really does resemble the Tsukudo dialect. That droll impression could be kind of mysterious on its
こ
own.
の女優すげえおっぱいしてんな男としては 化粧だらけのおばさんでもセックスしてると嬉しいもん？
I guess it wouldn't be unpleasant. I'd forgotten late night movies were prone to have these sorts of erotic scenes. My embarrassment
おっ
aside,
ぱいより主人公のケツばっか映るな。
that part is unpleasant. Quit chasing after the man's butt. Give the angle some thought.
そこは女性サービスじゃね？
Do women enjoy that sort of thing?
不快ではないかな。
But I wasn't phased at all, so it didn't seem like there was any need to worry about it. Weren't you sleeping?
えぐい喘ぎ声のせいで眠気が飛んだ。
Isn't that right? We both spoke less as we headed into the second half of the film. On screen, the woman who had been having sex midway through the movie was bedridden from a high fever and having a nightmare.
なあ、こいつ
Yeah.
死ぬよな。
Yeah, she is. For the last half hour, there were scenes showcasing the protagonist's conflicts as the heroine suffered from her ongoing illness, and whether to go home and visit the mother he was separated from long ago. It would actually be upsetting if she didn't die in the finale after this.
あ、死んだ。
She did. She died in the last 10 minutes or so. Afterward, the protagonist delivered a keepsake of theirs to his mother, and the ending credits showed him heading off on some journey.
はぁ、んだよ。人が死ぬ系かよ。
It starts with a raunchy sex scene, then turns into an emotionally charged story that you didn't see coming. The sex-crazed protagonist found true love halfway through a movie with the mysterious heroine, but she ended up dying.
こういうとりあえず収まりがいいから殺しとけ。はい死んだ、はい感動ってやつ嫌いだわ。
Well, I don't say all that. The filmmakers probably had to be considerate of film rating boards and a bunch of other stuff too. I don't think it was so
綺麗
bad.
なピンクの乳首が出たから？
Yeah.
はぁ。
Leah looked exhausted now that the movie was over and started to go limp again in her seat. That was when I finally realized that the mood had gotten so relaxed that we were watching the movie, and at some point we had gotten extremely close to one another. Now that she was tired, plop. Before I knew it, but yeah, I had rested her head on my shoulder. She was close. For that matter, she looked so sleepy that I would have felt bad if I tried to sneak away from her. I decided to leave her be. Leah was putting all her weight against me.
ああいう人が死ぬ映画見るとさ、
Yeah?
うちの父親が何年か前に死んでて、そのことを思い出すんだ。
Well, that's kinda sudden. The conversation got heavy in an instant. Oh, yeah. All I could manage was an idiotic reply. I was mature enough to remain calm after hearing about someone's relative dying unprovoked.
あの主人公は、女が死んでクズな人生改めて親に会いに行ってたけど、俺は、親が死んだ時にグレちゃったっけ。
Everyone deals with change differently, although I do think it's better to mend your ways than to stray down the wrong path.
知ってる。俺にもそんな変化ができれば。
Huh, she fell asleep. Peeked at her face. She was asleep. Leah? She backed away a little. I backed away a little and... Thump. She went completely sideways on the sofa. But showed no signs of waking. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. Yeah, isn't that a little too healthy? Naturally, she utterly ignored my opinions and continued to sleep comfortably. Yeesh. She was much bolder than Elena herself, her smoking habit included. I guess I didn't have much choice. It would be bad for her to sleep here as I carried her to the bed. As for me... Oh well, wouldn't kill me to give up my bed for a day. Adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。また雨かよ。たく、 て、あれ？あいつの部屋か。やっちまった。よっと。びっくりした。なんで床で寝てんのお前。
Wait, he's sleeping on the floor? He has a fucking couch! Because I let you have my bed, don't step on me.
終わり。
She stomped me with her full body weight the moment she climbed out of bed. Ugh, thanks to that, I was now wide awake. You conked out hard yesterday, huh?
津軽弁の催眠作用恐るべしだわ。
Can't believe you stayed the night at a man's room. How scandalous, Ria. What? I was just joking, but she got a serious look on her face and went silent. Ria took a close look at her clothes.
念のため聞くけど、寝てる俺にはしたないことした？
Of course not, I was nothing but a gentleman.
最悪パンツ見るくらいはいいけど、唾液をはじめとした汚いもんがつくのは避けたい。
I told you I didn't. You're being awfully mean to me when I let you borrow my bed.
そうでした。
Ria shrugged her shoulders, almost like she were apologizing, and headed towards the bathroom to wash her face. Crunch. Oops, you okay?
いや、悪い。
She hit her foot on a cardboard box that's sitting nearby. A few of the contents went flying. Ah, damn it. Hold on, don't move. You know which little box went flying with it. 2 Loveriche emblems inside also scattered. It'd be a huge pain if I lost them. Better pick them up. Ria looked stunned.
何それ？銀色？
Yeah, they're silver. Only 2 silver ones have shown up so far.
銀のラブリッチェマーク？
She asked, sounding surprised. I'm collecting them. I've been at this for 10 whole years. Why the heck haven't I got my hand on a single golden emblem?
ちょっと待ってろ。
She left. I waited around a little while and she came back.
じゃん。
And she brought with her? You too? I let out a grin. They were silver Loveriche emblems. She also had
奇遇だな。
Well, pretty much any Japanese person would give it a shot. 99% fail though. You only have 2?
2枚だけ。そっちも？
Same. It's too bad. Needed 5 to get a prize. You were 1 short. But... You both burst out laughing. Pretty big twist of fate, huh?
かもな。
The fact we each only had 2 was actually pretty amusing.
なあ、賭けしない？次に銀色を出した方が、相手の2枚もいただけるって。
I like the sound of that. Collecting another 3 would be rough considering I'd only managed to gather 2 after all these long years. If it were only 1 more though, it felt manageable. Even if she managed to take mine, it wouldn't be much of a shock. I can't go as far as to say the sense of achievement from collecting them all would be prize enough. We're on, it's a winner-takes-all battle for the Loveriche emblems. It sounded fun. What's more, we were on much friendlier terms these days. This, I felt we'd definitely formed a connection. That made me happy. What will you do with your emblems? I think it'd be better to keep the 4 of them together as long as we're at it.
そうだな。その箱ちょうど良さそう。そこにまとめとこ。
Yeah. Put mine in the container I was using. Then I handed her the box and...
なんだこの箱。なんか...
She apparently hadn't taken notice of the box until she touched it.
これあれか？指輪とか入れる。
Yeah, it's the perfect size after all.
オローラ。
Yeah. She correctly pronounced it like Aurora. She must have been familiar with the name. She put the 2 emblems on her, for a total of 4, into the box.
随分とおしゃれな入れ物使ってんだな。
Guess so.
でも女っぽい。
Shut up. Her mouth was as foul as ever, but our conversation had grown warm and friendly over time. So Maria, honestly, she was crude enough to treat her like a guy friend, but still. I had made my first friend at this academy with no connection to Sylvie. I headed to school in the rain again today.
オール、何かいいことあった？
Not really. It was as if something nice happened. Just something ordinary, that was all.
おいっす。濡れちゃった。
At school? How scandalous.
大変。エル、タオルは？
今ご用意します。
Class was the same as ever, too. Though the thunder had stopped, the weather was still drizzly and gloomy, but that didn't seem too awful. However,
やむ気配がありませんね。
sudden downpours have happened more often lately. Feels like we're getting longer spells of rain that makes sense for the season, too. Regardless of whatever mood the weather put me in, this rain did cause problems. 3 in particular. Number 1, the rain. In the end, rain was still depressing. One really knows why. Number 2, it was fine on weekdays, but it was boring to not be able to go out on days off. It wasn't an inconvenience to go to school since the academy and dorms were close, but it required a pretty lengthy walk to go from the dorm into the city. And it was a bit tough to go into town on rainy days. I wish it would be sunny on days off. Incidentally, today was November 2nd, Thursday. Tomorrow, Friday, was Culture Day, and the 4th and 5th were the weekend. Put another way, it was a 3-day weekend. And on a 3-day holiday, I hope at least one of those days would have decent weather. As for number 3, headed back to the dorm. One rainy day after another just made everything feel melancholic. Even the air in the dorm foyer felt stagnant. Well, that aside, I knocked at the door next door, and I waited a while. She must have been asleep. Ria walked out and looked less than amused. Another headache, huh?
なんか用か。
Nah, yesterday seemed rough on you, so I wondered if you were okay. Number 3, couldn't go to the roof. That could have some small part in why Ria's mood refused to improve.
わかってんなら起こすな。
Sorry about that. Why are you asleep at 5:30 in the afternoon, though?
うるせえな。5時半？もう？
You didn't realize?
頭痛いからグダグダしてたらいつの間にか。
And after how soundly you slept last night, no, like night
俺、
too.
寝ようと思えば永
sorry.
遠に寝れるから。
You make that sound like a special ability, but it's more of a defect if you ask me.
ああ、雨は止んでねえのか。
Yep. Put everything on hold for today, which is why I tried coming over to visit. She barely didn't care for my wisecracks and clicked her tongue with displeasure. Then, as she gazed out the window...
雨止まねえかな。
Agreed. The roof... I won't go so far as to say I wasn't looking forward to going. But it wasn't my mind for whatever reason after not being able to visit for an entire week.
ねえ、オールくん。
Huh?
お願いがあるの。私のお願い、聞いてくれる？
I don't like where this is going! What's up? Did your headache short-circuit your brain?
タバコがもう切れそうなの。山を降りるのめんどいから、買ってきてくれない？ねえ、リアの、ね、が、
Gross.
殺すぞ、こら。
I guess Gross was stepping over the line. Guess she was in desperate need of a resupply too. While living in this dorm, your only shopping options, or put another way, the only way you could acquire supplies were the school cafeteria, school store, or the cafe or convenience store in the dorm. Every other little thing required climbing down the hill. This went without saying, but they didn't sell cigarettes in the dorm. You know how you feel? It really puts me out when I run out of cup noodles too. I may have been out of pride as an elite. It may have been out of pride as an elite school, but they didn't sell anything scruffy like cup noodles in either the convenience or school store. I'd run out of my precious stockpile if I couldn't go out shopping over this 3-day weekend. It would suck to go shopping in the rain too. What a huge pain.
どうしよう。車、
The smoker looked like she was worried too. But...
でもそっか、明日。
What's up?
いや、明日車が迎えに来るから、そこで買えたわ。
You're going out? It's the first time she'd had some business to attend outside of the academy. Where are you going? Huh? She smiled impishly for some reason.
教える義理はねえよ。教えなくても知ってるかもだし。
Huh? She mumbled that last bit so quietly I couldn't hear her.
ちょっと、市松さん。
Huh?
あ？
Certain someone walked towards us from off to the side.
あまり外に顔を見せないでと言っているでしょ。ここはみんなに見られやすいんだから。
Ah, whoops. As she had said something, I noticed a number of the female students were glancing over at me. It was fine as long as it was coming or going, but I guess it was bad if I had a drawn-out conversation out in the open. They may not have hated me, but it still scared them. Probably best to back down. I shrugged my shoulders and...
うぜえ嫌がらせしてんじゃねえよ。は？
It was then that Chokosaki noticed the person I had been speaking to. Come to think of it, she told me not to talk to Ria the other day, hadn't she?
相変わらずだな、てめえは。別に、私は寮の総意を代弁しているだけよ。
Chokosaki looked blatantly disturbed by Ria's comment, and it appeared Ria was her weakness.
代弁ね。国民の声の代弁はマスコミさんのお得意だもんな。そいつが随分偏ってるってのが、最近のテレビ業界衰退の一因とは聞くけど。うるさい。
Media? I wasn't Chokosaki's family.
天下の星テレビの会長様だぜ。
I remember hearing about that once before.
うるさい!
Chokosaki cried out. Well, not that I really care about what her circumstances were. Also, what was her connection with Ria? I was curious.
とにかく、あなたは部屋から出ないで。あと、相馬さんにもあまり近づかないよう忠告したわよ。
Yeah.
相馬さんは、明日、忘れないように。
She wandered off after making that loud declaration. What the heck was that all about?
面倒なのに気に入られたな、お前も。
Good thing she's pretty. If she were ugly, I probably would have hit her by now. Via had a knowing smirk on her
俺には
face.
近づくなって言われてるわけ？
Yeah. Not that I was going to listen to her anyways. We're close enough that we share a couple secrets after all.
図に乗んな。ま、銀のラブリッチェ同盟としちゃ、近づかれなくなるのも困るけどよ。
Luckily, Ria seemed to think more highly of me than Chokosaki in her own little way. Thank goodness I didn't want my neighbor to hate me. How's your headache? Gonna come over to watch movies again today?
2日連続で部屋に連れ込んでセックスビデオを延々垂れ流し、そのまま女を止めていくのか。
I'll call it quits for the day, see ya.
ああ。
Ria withdrew into her room. Guess I'll head back too.
明日の準備しねえと。
Like, I'm so convinced that she's actually Maria Bishop. Couldn't hear whatever Maria had whispered under her breath. Ended up forgetting to ask Ria what she had planned for tomorrow. Then again, I bet she wouldn't have told me even if I had. As for me, I didn't have anything special planned. I'm just gonna buy cup noodles if the rain let up. Looked out the window. The rain still hasn't showed any sign of letting up.
というわけで、昨日も今日も先輩はお隣さんと仲良くしてるみたいです。ほら、やっぱり女子を部屋に連れ込んでいかがわしいことをしてるんだわ。不良同士でお似合いじゃない。そのまま一緒にここからいなくなればいいのよ。
一匹狼同士仲良くなったってことかな。
ちょっと違う気がします。違うと言いますと？先輩とお隣さん、すごく親密な感じなんです。空気っていうか、付き合ってる？もうそんな関係に手が早いですわ。けだものですわ。そんな男女交際なんて私たちには早すぎます。どうなんだろう。私付き合うとかよくわからないからうまく言えないんですけど。寒気がしてきた。やっぱりあいつ即刻ここから叩き出すべきだわ。
現場を見たならともかく証拠がないからね。
はい、私もそういうところは見てません。要警戒。金色ラブリッチェ。
The fucking bird was going insane there, Jesus. November 3rd. Culture Day was a big deal that this day came on Friday. This year it made for a 3-day weekend.
雨だけどね。
Sure is. I've been raining cats and dogs all week. It showed no signs of stopping even as we went into our break.
オーロが来てから初だっけ、この寮の最大の欠点。
Yep. You can't get out when it rains.
イエス。どうしても出たいって子はタクシー呼ぶんだけどね。
That sounds like something a rich person would do. We couldn't do that.
昔はそういう子も多かったけど、だんだんめんどくさくなって今では少数。本来3連休ともなると、みんな実家に帰るのを第一に考えるんだけど、1日目で出花をくじかれると、そういう子も少数。つまりこの3連休、みんなこの寮から出られない感じになってくる。この3連休は下がるよ、この寮。
Is it? The whole atmosphere in the dorm was pretty down and dumped today. The first 3 consecutive holidays, in spite of how cheerful these days should be, and it was nothing short of gloomy. Speaking of gloomy, isn't it pretty dim in here today?
照明っていうか、コンビニとかが開いてないのよ。補給日だから。
Oh yeah, she was right. The well-lit convenience store and cafe in the foyer had their lights off for the day. It only made the room seem that much darker.
何より問題は、今日寒い。
Maybe wear something that doesn't expose your midriff and, like, shoulders. As you mentioned it is a little cold. Felt like the temperature dropped out of nowhere the second November started. Maybe the rain had made it even colder. The humid wind felt quite cold to the touch. I could manage somehow with the heater on full blast, but leaving it on full tilt would make the different indoor and outdoor temperatures all the more staggering, leaving my head lukewarm and my feet cold. Maybe we should buy an air circulator.
総合して、嫌な一日だね。
Guess so. That was the kind of day it was. Between the weather conditions and every other factor coupled in, it was a kind of sucky day. Fucking reading is hard, man. It wasn't like anything had really happened, though. If anything did happen, it would probably make for an even more horrendous day.
はぁ、テレビでも見よっか。
Sure. I turned it on. It said it was still Friday. There's no way anything fun would be on. Oh! Things got more exciting in an instant. A live performance by Maria Bishop? For real? Hey, Renina, record! Record!
はいはい。
It is so real! It is so real! My God! That was a commercial for a live performance by Maria Bishop tonight on Hushi TV's musical program. Persistent commercials for these sorts of programs were a depressingly large reason for the decline of the TV industry, but they did come in handy sometimes. I set my DVR, which had nothing but movies on it, to record that TV show. Wow, they had an event like this? Today's a great day.
なんちゅんかよ。幸せが身近でいいですにゃー、オーロさんは。
Yeah! I was getting hyped over this and that.
こんにちは。グエ。
Got a knock on the door.
あら。あ、レーナも。
Sylvie, you came?
まったくお姉様。最近暇ができるとこの男のことばかりですわね。
お邪魔します。ご迷惑ではなかったですか？
I'm very happy that you came in that outfit, because I really like it. You're fine, bud. What's up?
今日は時間ができたから、何か楽しいことはないかと思って。
That essentially meant that you hadn't come for any reason in particular. It wasn't like she was a bother or anything. Might as well welcome her. And then,
あら
classmate happened to pass by. After acknowledging myself and Rio's group, Yukisaki scowled for a
あや
moment.
かねえ、あなたも遊ばない？
No.
今日は忙しいの。
Off she went. Another look at the limousine had pulled up to the front door. She got in and disappeared over the horizon. She apparently had better places to be.
残念。あやかとも遊びたかったのに。
Are you close with Trogasaki, Sylvie? Haven't seen the two of them interact with one another, but Sylvie's behavior suggested they were quite close.
もちろん。古い付き合いよ。彼女は日本のテレビ局を仕切る身ですから。ソルティレージ王室とは近しいですわ。
That's how it is. So you had a reason for it? That was a relief.
前までは プライベートでもよく遊んだわ。彩香は日本のこと何でも知っているから。
Is that right? We're also close on a personal level. It'd be awful if Shogazaki were to start squawking about my relationship with Sylvie too. Considering she hadn't said a single word to me up until today, that might mean she couldn't meddle with Sylvie's personal affairs. Though there was no telling how this would play out yet. Well, alright. Come in. It's cramped though.
オーラの部屋って楽しくって好きや。相変わらず汚れてますこと。
前回よりやや散らかりましたね。片付けは定期的にしないとダメですよ。
Okay. I ignored the lecture from the pair of annoying mothers. So, what did you come here for today?
この前は結局野球ばかりしていて、お休みを楽しめなかったでしょ？今日はオーロとゆっくりお話ししたいなって思ったの。ほら、この前のお茶会みたいに。まあ、お茶会はちょっと難しいみたいだけど。
Sylvie smirked wryly and glanced out the window. Clearly she had no intention of having me join her outdoors for tea, but if that's all it is, then welcome. My dear maid, bring out the ramen.
あいあいさー。
Put the easily utilized one to work.
レーナがオーロのメイドになったの？日本のメイドはあいあいさーと返事しますの？おい、持ってきたよ。
I guess having 5 people in a 214 square feet room was a little crowded. Oh well, we could compete for whatever space worked and relax.
この前来た時から思っていたけれど、私ね、こういう感じの部屋に住むのが夢なの。
Thought princesses would only sleep in a room if it were covered top to bottom in rose petals.
どこから来たイメージですか？
さすがにバラを敷き詰めてはいないけれど、王族の使う部屋はどこも妙に仰々しいのよね。せっかく日本に来たのだから、もっと小ざっぱりした部屋が良かったのに。
そういうわけには参りません。
お姉様が寝やとする以上、その内装にはソルティレージュ、特に楽団派のメンツというものがございます。まあ、一晩二晩のお泊まりくらいなら構いませんが。あ、それいい！ねえねえ、オーロ、今晩ここに？
もちろんダメです。
I had no intention of saying okay either, but she stopped her before I could.
ダメ？
ダメです。シルビー様が殿方の部屋に泊まり込むことを許せば、私の気球で10本差し出しても足りぬ問題です。
なら、レーナの部屋、ねえ、レーナの部屋はどう？いいよ。おいでおいで。枕投げしよう。1個しかないけど。
They were both the same sex, but Ella still had a sour look on her face. Is that a no-go from a security stance?
配置を大幅に転換せねばなりません。
Sound like a hassle in her capacity as an imperial knight. Since she merely rejected her initial proposal on the basis of us being the opposite sex, it was probably difficult for her to say no this time. She looked extremely uncomfortable. Sylvie, you want to stay over? Why don't you hold off and bring this up again some other time?
今日は行けないの？
Well, for one, the weather's not great today. If you're going to the effort, it'd make me happier if you stayed over on a sunny day and let me join in on that tea party you mentioned.
それもいいかも。
It was a crude justification, but she seemed to be on board with it. The conversation lapsed away from her staying over.
助かります。
Not at all. Ella was genuinely relieved.
ところでゲロ、こちらの飲み物、どうやって開けますの？
See the marble in the middle? Push down on it as hard as you can.
ややこしいですわね。
You Northern Europeans are the ones who created it.
ここを押すんですのね。
Mina was fighting hard to open her ramune. She put her strength into the marble on the lid.
ねえねえ、オーラ。
Huh?
今度、晴れの日も泊まりに来るとして、今日は今日で泊まっていけばいいんじゃないかしら。
Crap, how even have been too shoddy after all. It was gonna somehow end up with her staying over longer and throwing her security detail into chaos. Whoops. I had to at least curtail it down to a single visit. But wait a second, Sylvie. You should give up on the day regardless.
どうして？
There are a lot of reasons, but either way, unless there are some absolutely essential reason you can't stay over.
どうしてもの事情って？
Like, for example,
例えば？
like if you were trapped in the storm for some reason.
何事だ。
このラムネ、爆薬のスイッチか何かですの？
It came from outside. What was that sound? I went outside. There was a loud commotion going on outside in the foyer. Everyone was in a panic, though. We hadn't received any information.
うるせえこら
Ah!
起こすなっつってんだろ、寝てんだよこっちは。
I didn't make the noise!
そういやなんか建物が壊れたみたいな音だったな。
I obviously wouldn't make a noise like that.
それになんだ？水の音？でかい。水道管でもぶっ壊れたか？
Water? I noticed that sound, but no way, it's gotta be the rain.
雨の音じゃねえよ。今も聞こえる。もっと不協和音。
You have sharp ears? All I could hear were raindrops careening through the
あ
air.
ら、なんだった？
テロの
She immediately fucking left. She knows who Maria Bishop is, and knows that Rhea is Maria Bishop, and also knows that she'll immediately tell him that it is her. So she immediately had to duck out.
ラムネとやらが悪いんですわよ。私はただ言われた通り蓋を開けただけで。
I'm not sure what the situation is yet. And then?
みんな、誰かいない子がいないかすぐ確認して。
Someone came barging in from
どうし
outside.
たんすか先輩。怖い顔して。
質問は後。いいかいみんな。寮生で誰かいなくなってる子が。
Swoop. Oh. The power went out. There was a blackout. The heat is all powered down with a whoop and stopped circulating air. That was all, and yet it was plenty to make all the rich young ladies go into a panic. Blackout, on top of not knowing what the earlier sound was, caused the residents to shriek and gently cling to one another. We were the only ones staying calm, huh? I guess we weren't. All of us watching over the two princesses vigilantly, ready to kill a man if anything were to happen. Whatever the case, we had to get a handle on our situation. Seppa, did something happen? An upperclassman, who seemed to know what was going on, looked bewildered by the blackout, but calmed down when I spoke.
弁天さんのあたりで包みが決壊したとかで、この丘の下の方で土砂崩れが起きたみたいなの。停電も多分それ。
Benton, the sandbar at the lake nearby.
土砂崩れ。え、この量やばくない？
Geographically, the landslide will sink into the nearby lake before it reaches us, don't worry. Sediment should sink well in advance. In that sense, our lives weren't in any danger, at least. More importantly, did anyone get caught up in it?
わからない。でも今、下の方で道が崩落してた。
下の方。この量の子しか使わない道ですね。
Ayaka is potentially in danger. So if there were any victims, it would be girls from this dorm. Our upperclassmen, she was worried that everyone was present, if not wanting to check up on them by phone, but...
停電ですよね。それに土砂崩れなんて。なになのもう。どうしましょう、どうすれば。泣かないで。ね。
Everyone was in a panic. Some girls had even begun to cry. It would be a major effort just to calm everyone down at this point. Confirming everyone's safety would probably be utterly impossible. Calming everyone down was impossible on my own.
では、テロの可能性は低いのだな。ああ、シルビア様とカミナル様はご無事だ。私もいる。引き続き公安と連携を取れ。
Guess I could rely on one cool-headed person headed over to Elle who was already on the phone. Were you on the phone with a subordinate?
事態を伝えたところです。すでに警察も動いてくれている。本日お二方がこちらへ来ていることは極秘ですので、お二人を狙ったテロではないようです。
Such an unsettling subject. I was glad we didn't seem to be in danger. Everyone's freaking out, so could you be the one to calm everyone down, Sylvie?
いいけれど、オーラが声をかけてあげればいいんじゃないかしら。
No, I couldn't. By the sound of it, Sylvie didn't understand where I stood in the storm. So when he put me on the spot, it was tough to talk
まあ
about.
いいわ。 みんなにお話を聞いてもらえばいいのね。
Yeah, I know there's a lot of people, but...
静粛に
Mina clapped her hands together. I was a bit surprised, and as was everyone else. The room fell silent as they turned towards us.
お姉様からお話がありますわ。お静かに。
After skillfully simmering them all
あり
down,
がとう、みな。
Sylvie stepped
ウ
forward.
ルスクランサー。シルビア様、お越しになってたんだ。みんな、なんだか外が騒がしいみたいだけど、エルが言うには危険はないんだそうよ。だから怖がらなくていいわ。ね。
Sylvia said all this with the usual sweet smile. Elle had mentioned there was no danger in the different sense, but that aside...
そう。
クルスクラン様がそうおっしゃるなら、まあ。
was more effective than I imagined. With Mina's compelling display, Sylvie's calming speech, and Sylvie's calming speech, all of the commotion that had spread throughout the dorm instantly settled. She was so cool. Was this fostered from her royal upbringing? Either way, Senpai. She explained the current situation to everyone. The residents were still panicking when we heard about the landslide, but it didn't cause another panic now that Sylvie's presence had given everyone emotional support. She made sure who currently was in the dorm got in touch with anyone who may have been absent or planning on coming back to the dorm by the day. And as a result...
よし、彩香にも連絡ついた。少なくとも寮生で危険にあった子は一人もないよ。
There were signs of relief all around from the students who were in earshot.
先輩、今下の人たちから連絡来ました。これ、土砂崩れではないんだって。下では包みが破れて浸水被害は出てるけど、こっちは道が崩落しただけ。
そうなの？
包みが破れたのも雨のせいではなく、作業中の事故だそうだ。これ式の雨でそこまでの被害は出るまい。
Despite the fact that it was coming down for days on end, it was true we'd gotten a pretty average amount of rainfall.
なんだ、もう先輩脅かさないでよ。びっくりしちゃいました。
悪い。
All the residents who previously panicked and were trembling in fear had eventually laughed it off. Good. It looked like there was anything I could do. Better just quietly watch from the sidelines.
お姉様？どうかされまして？まさかね。
This incident occurred on the first day of our 3-day weekend and ended on a rather sour note. She's slowly starting to pick up on the fact that he's just not welcome at all. The rain stopped around the time the sun set. But...
暗くなってきちゃった。
ただいま戻りました。
It's seriously cold out there. Elle and I came back to the dorm after taking a look
お
outside.
かえり二人とも。
どうだった？
ダメですね。道は使い物にならないし、迂回路もなさそうです。
Getting off this hill is not
閉
happening.
じ込められたか。
We had been isolated from the outside world. Cave-in Senpai had mistaken for a landslide was still expansive enough to shock everyone. The road which connected the academy and dorm on the hill to the city was completely out of service. We were
電
trapped.
気の復旧も目処が立ってないって。
参ったね。
I'm sure it'll be back on tomorrow or the day after. It's already pretty late in the day. Several areas of the city were seemingly flooded, so they'd likely begin restoring power there and save us for later. Could you put your royal cheap powers to work, like sending out a helicopter or
ヘ
something?
リコプターはこの状況で使うと、本格的に土砂崩れを誘発しかねないという問題が。さらに言えば、日本政府からこの件、どうか大ごとにはしないでほしいと打診が来ているそうです。
Said it won't help out a princess in trouble, even a natural
それ
disaster.
でもシルビー様が望むなら、せめて皆様とお二人だけでも強行手段で脱出しますが。
ねえねえ、ここから出られないんじゃ、今日はお泊まりするしかないってことよね。しゃあないな。布団用意しときますか。イエーイ！ウェイ！
あんな感じです。
I understand perfectly. Causing a landslide would be awful, so we'd have to give up and wait for power to be restored. Luckily, in the modern world, we still had access to our cell phones and could get in touch with worried family members. There were likely girls who hadn't planned on leaving due to this long weekend anyway. During this long weekend anyway. This just meant everyone had been added to their ranks. However, sure does. There were currently 102 people living in this dormitory. Based on the roll call that was taken earlier, there were 89 of us remaining, and 7 guests like Sylvie present. That made 96 in total. How's the convenience store?
ちょうど品入れの今日というのが運が悪い。
The convenience store and cafe had acted as the dorm's food depository. That acted as the dorm's food depository, and closed signs hung up. This was an emergency, so we could just help ourselves and go outside.
ここのコンビニは食料品でなく文具や雑貨がメインです。あるのはせいぜいつまめるものくらいですね。
They had a decent amount of potato chips, chocolate, and so forth, but nothing that qualified as proper
同
food.
じく喫茶店の方も3連休の間閉めるから日持ちのしないものは全部引き上げちゃった。
Cafe, which primarily had a pile of bread on display, pretty much only had coffee beans for the day. All that's left are soft drinks, huh? The convenience store had several soft drinks in the stock.
水道管はつながったままだからありがたみは薄いな。まあカロリーベースでは頼りになるか。
As she said, the water lines were running, and we had soft drinks. There weren't many types of sweets, but that wasn't like there were none either. There was also a heap of sugar in the cafe, if so desired, so there would be no worry of the hundred-ish people here starving. We simply didn't have any real meals.
とりあえず今日のところはコンビニにあるものを完全開放し、全員に均一に配りましょう。
Sounds like a plan. Let's hope the road is fixed by tomorrow. If this were a more desperate survival situation, we could see what food every individual had on hand and distribute it even more uniformly. But it was no need to go that far. From a calorie perspective, starvation was a non-issue. Anyone who happened to have their own food was lucky. If not, their dinner plans would be a bit questionable for the day. That was all. You might go hungry for today, but it would surely make for a funny story a few days later. There was no need to get serious. No need to get serious for today.
ご飯も大変だけど、それより問題は電気だよ。今日やたら寒くない？
そうでしょうか。
It doesn't really feel that way to us since we've been out walking around. I get it, the heat's out. It's November already, the season where the temperature had dropped sharply. The power had gone out around 10 a.m. and the heater stopped running. As the day went on, the temperature was starting to drop and become quite chilly out. Once night fell, it would definitely get even colder. It wasn't just the heaters. All electrical appliances were out of commission. Oh, this is going to get in the way of the Maria Bishop concert, which is immediately going to put the Hoshi TV station in problem. Well, a single refrigerator could apparently raise the temperature a degree in a 106 square foot room, and I had heard a big screen TV could produce nearly as much heat as a small space heater. All those minor heat sources were out of operation for the night.
本格的に冬ならみんな防寒着も出してたでしょうけど、今はまだ秋ですし。
カイロなんかもコンビニが起き出すのは11月後半から。今は一番時期が悪いよ。
Countermeasures for the cold.
そこはもう個人で心がけるほかありません。最悪布団をかぶっているだけでもいい。
Worst case scenario indeed. It would come that far.
寒いと気分下がるよね。
Heading aside, sounding depressed. That was a problem.
このテラスってこんなに寒かったんだ。
The foyer, which was walled by vending machines and exaggerated lighting, had been warm ever since I first arrived. Having such an ordinarily comfortable space seemed to be came as a big mental strain. Someone like Reina to be this depressed, surely there were other girls on the door who felt substantially worse. That would make those girls even more uneasy now that we're largely isolated from the outside world.
問題が出てきたね。明日にも早く復旧してくれるのを祈るよ。
for sure. By tomorrow. Huh?
見て見て。私らのことやってる。
Yeah, who had been looking at her phone, happily showed us. Looked like she'd been watching TV. They were covering the flood in the lower city, and...
他の奥に取り残された学生たちとは、現在も連絡がつかない状態が続いています。
連絡つくよね。
We do have cell phones.
以上、現場からでした。さて、ここで、実際に取り残されている学生と電話がつながっています。もしもし。
もしもし？もう本当に困ってて。
あ、メゴチンの声。
Oh god, so we are in contact. News was just plain disorganized lately. All that
です
aside.
がよかった。シルビー様たちのことは秘匿できたようです。
We're primarily covering the flood on the city on TV. They mentioned students left behind in a dormitory, but didn't reveal it was Noble Academy. What's more, they didn't even allude to Sylvie's involvement, of which it was common knowledge she was attending that very
この
academy.
国の警察は優秀ですわね。
I've heard cynical comments that the CIA is also surprisingly adept at smothering information that's dangerous to themselves too. Fine by me, as long as Sylvie wasn't affected. But which meant we could focus on our own safety and well-being.
このご時世、電気止まっててもなんだかんだ暇つぶしくらい楽勝だよね。
You can't charge anything, so watch out.
と、
She'd already changed to a different news station, but shut it off.
最近の携帯電話ってテレビも見られるんだ。
You didn't know? Oh, that reminds me of cell phone. It
こ
was,
れよ。
She naturally had one, partially in the name of security, but she held out an old-fashioned flip phone.
またレアなの持ってるね。
日本では主流だという日本の会社の携帯をわざわざ用意したのですが。
It's a nice gesture, but it's rare to see anyone use a flip phone nowadays. Using as flip phone. Hatching. For better or for worse, they had gone international and were occupying a foreign country.
でもいいな。私このパカパカって折りたたみができる携帯が好きよ。可愛くて。
As long as you're happy, then that's what's important. Basically, the only feature you need for security were phone, email, and GPS. Smartphones are honestly overkill anyway. I only ever use mine for phone calls and email too. Same goes for any TV functionality. I haven't used it once since upgrading to my new current one.
画面がちっちゃいもんね。
Yeah, exactly. I don't even watch much TV anymore, but if I were going to, I'd rather it were on a huge screen. Pat and I had a TV set up in the room. Wished I could at least have one this size.
その分今みたいな電気がないと見れないけどね。
Well, that's for a day or two. It's not really. Not really. That was when I realized. If I didn't care about TV having no power meant my DVR also wasn't functional. Which meant that the last broadcast of Maria Bishop I had set to record at 7 p.m. tonight.
ああ、思い出した？
Then I'd apparently realized that. Ah, damn it! Seriously, today of all days!
諸行無常だね。
Based on Sylvie and the others' faces, they didn't understand. Elle, can you use your royal cheat powers to get your hands on like a generator or something?
考えてみましたが無理です。この量一つの暖房電力を賄う発電機など。
Just one TV is enough, and a recorder.
は？
I'm begging you, I'd even be fine with a bike kind of generator you have to pedal in the worst case.
あれ、実在するんですの？
Ah, what should I do? As I was busy freaking out.
What?
Whoops. That was my neighbor telling us to shut up. It's alright. I went ahead and
お
apologized.
隣、どなたか住んでいるの？
Oh yeah, delinquent.
へえ、お会いしたことがないわね。
She lives in a totally separate world from a princess after
でも
all.
私、ノーブル学園の生徒なら全員顔を覚えているのよ。一度も見たことがないなんて不思議。
Everyone?
王室をはじめ貴族社会にとって人の顔を覚えることは最も大事な素養の一つですから。
驚くことじゃございませんわ。私だって全員とは言わずとも、学園の半分くらいは顔を覚えてますわよ。
Nobles were astounding. Even now, I only recognize about 80% of my classmates.
それは単にオーロが失礼なだけ。
Oh, shut it. I remember everyone I'm close to. That just means I don't have people I'm friendly with.
菊ちゃんの顔、パッと思い出せる？
Huh?
うわ、マジで覚えてないかよ。
I'll remember when I see him.
まあ、とにかく、会ってみたいわね。お隣さん。
As we chatted about this and that, the sun began to set.
お腹が空いてきました。
The biggest issue with the survival lifestyle finally rears its head. Dinner time has come.
なんだかんだで、お昼も食べてないものね。お昼は適当にお菓子とジュースでごまかしたので、さすがに空腹が気になってまいりますわ。
So then, don't you think I'm amazing for having cup noodles, a cup noodle stockpile?
神かよー！素敵！
とても助かります。
All the supplies and convenience store were split between the other residents, but we refrained from taking our share, as we had my stock of cup noodles to fall back
いや
on.
ー、悪いね、オーロー。ありがたくいただきます。
Not happening.
あれ？
It is all the food we have. If you want, you'll have to compensate me somehow.
あらあら、唐突に汚いですわね、このゲロは。
なんだ？何が欲しいんだ？お金か？
Oh, that does sound sweet.
エル、私が自由に使えるお金っていくらくらいあったかしら？
側近なら、日本円で30億ほどでしょうか。
緊急事態なら50億程度は可能ですわよ。
You shouldn't throw around that kind of cash. Well, you know, you're making me actually want to demand money now. Unfortunately, money's not even fit to wipe your butt with here. I can see where this joke's going. Not coming. That's What the fuck's that? Anyways, there's a kingdom of carnage where food and water is everything.
ちくしょう。
オーロは急にどうしたの？
サバイバル映画とかに出てくるゲス役がやりたいんだよ。ほら、一人だけ銃持って調子こいて最後に殺される。
ぴったりな配役ですこと。
Now you want food, don't you? What will you give me?
あ、この腕時計なんてどうかしら。ほんの4億円の品なんだけど。
That's not the point. I was terrified that as long as we weren't on the same wavelength with my game, the thought of possibly becoming rich would genuinely bring up the evil inside of me.
シルビー、ちょっとおいで。
She mumbled something quietly into her ear.
そんな風に言えばいいの？
そう。日本人の礼儀。
わかったわ。オーロ、もう一回最初から。
What you give me, princess?
なんて汚い男なの？
Now we were talking! Well, right now I am the only one with food.
悔しい。
The performance was a little overblown, but Sylvie's reaction hit all the right notes. And my sleazy side raring to go. Let me see. Why don't you do something special for me then?
サービス？
何でもいいから悔しがって。
何をしろというの？
Good question. Fucking damn it. Like, it's fine to want to, like, mess about with that for a bit, but it's already growing old, man. First, let me stretch us problem clothes and provide some already goodness.
を求めるようなら首を飛ばしますが。
I'll spare you from that for the day, but I can't give you any food.
悔しい。
Maybe we're playing.
ちゃ
She kicked me.
今ですわ、お姉様。
Hey! It's too soon for the comeback scene! They ended up holding me
ま
down.
ったく。いつまでもうだうだとオチがつかないから。
Exactly. Thank you, Mina.
でも楽しかったわ。ねえみんな。オーロといると楽しいでしょ？さっぱりわかりませんわ。
Anyway, you got me pinned down. Mind letting me go? It hurts. They released my
どう
arms.
する？まだ遊ぶ？
I'm good now, so about those cups of noodles. We had 6 packages. I also brought some beef jerky for when I got sick of the taste. Then I had also brought some random candy, so we had plenty of sweets. Shouldn't pose any problem for a single meal.
カップ麺はいいとして。これ、お湯が必要なんですのよね。お湯はどういたしますの？
Yes, that was the issue. The open flames were allowed at the dorm, so cooking apparatuses were electrical. It's obvious that went for all students as well as the cafe. Since we didn't have ready access to a heat source, we couldn't even make hot water. Hot water dispenser. Even though it's insulated, the power has already been out for 8 hours. Tried opening it up, but it wasn't steaming anymore, just a bit lukewarm. If worse comes to worse, we'll have to make do with this.
ぬるいスープなんてやだ。美味しいわよ。水で作っても。やだ。気持ち悪い。
Sound like it bothered us Japanese who were accustomed to eating it hot.
できれば温めたいですね。今夜は冷える。
The temperature gradually plummeted over the course of the night. It would surely be cold. It would be a cold evening without any heat. It was true, I wished we could reclaim some heat through our meal at least. How to really handle hot water? Then... Oh! A mysterious beam of light shot from the toy and struck the pot in my hands. It boiled!
すごいわ、キョロちゃん。
It was incredible, but don't aim at something in someone's hand. My life would have been in danger if it had missed. But
あれ？
バッテリー残量 3%。メモリ待機モードに入ります。
普通に喋るんだ、この子。
its usual gway is a personality quirk. That it stopped functioning.
どうしましょう。充電できないのに。
I thought the last thing it did was with its sci-fi tech would be to boil
犠
water.
牲は無駄にいたしませんわ。お湯が温かいうちにいただきましょう。
Good
カ
idea.
ップ麺は一人一つとして、6つあるから1つ余るわね。
We'll save that for tomorrow. Oh, nah. I'll take that. It's okay, right?
もちろん、もともと気候のものだが。
2つ食べるの？太るよ。
Nah. There's someone else. Put in the hot water and wait outside. Knock, knock. Knocked at the front next door over. Ah, no reply. She wasn't the type to ignore me. No sooner did I think that
うっ
when
せえな。だからいけないっつってんだろ。
voice came from inside.
道が使えねえんだから仕方ないだろ。ああ、この情報は出すなよ。この学園にいるってネットとかでバレるから。とにかく今日は休む。以上だ。あと、知らねえよ。そっちでなんとかしろ。
Must have been the phone. And she was yelling to boot. Might have been best to give her a moment, but I had already put the hot water in the ramen. I knocked one more time, and when I did...
客が来たからもう切るぞ。とにかく今日の出演はなしだ。じゃあな。
なんだよ。
She came out. Hey, that call, was that okay?
ああ、ちょうどいいわ。切る理由ができて。
I worried about my timing, but I guess it worked out.
なんか用か。
Oh, I'm sure you've heard about today's meal situation.
ああ、何もないからみんなにコンビニのもん配って。あとは各人で、だろ？
Right, and so? Here, a present. I handed over the cup noodles. Via's eyes went wide.
いらねえよ。お前が食えば？
I've got my own helping, and enough for everyone I'm close to. There's the 6th share. If there's any 6th person I'm close to in the storm, it's you.
あっそ。
She went into her room, with her cup noodles in hand. But shameless, but her honesty was one of her good points. I headed back.
お隣さんに？
Yeah,
なんだ、ついでにご挨拶したかったのに。
she mentioned wanting to meet her earlier, hadn't she?
どんな人なのかしら？
Like I said, she's a Yankee.
アメリカ人ですの？
Doesn't Yankee refer to New Yorkers? I meant that she can be a kind of a black sheep.
ソルティレージュにはキュロちゃんがいるけど、日本は機械人間を作ったの？
That wasn't what I was implying at all. Princess didn't seem familiar with euphemisms for low
いわ
lines.
ゆるニューギャングです。日本の文化で勉強したでしょ？
ああ、不良、そっちの。あれよね、バス停の看板持って盗んだバイクで走りながら、待ってたぜこの時をよとか言いながら、夜の校舎の窓を割って歩くのよね。
You've mixed up so much stuff, and all that sounds like it came straight out of the 80s. She's an ordinary girl with a small smoking habit.
なるほど。
Elle squinted her eyes a bit. There was a residual smell of cigarette smoke in this room, so she must have been suspicious.
ユニークそうな方ね。
シルビー様、あまりご興味を持たれぬように。
She's not a bad person, okay? Introduced her pearly. Must have triggered Elle's internal security
だが
sensors.
不良というのは、
That scared me. Something smashed violently against the door. Everyone went stiff, wondering what's going on when... Clack. The door opened on its own, and a bag of some sort was hurled inside. Spotted the hand for a moment. It was Ria. Hey, Ria! I tried to stop her, but she just waved her hand like she didn't care and closed the door. All I was left was the bag. It had several metallic items inside. Canned food.
コンビーフだ。うまそう。
There were 5 cans of corned beef, 5 of yakitori, and 5 sweet corn. 15 in total.
お礼でしょうか。
Now that I thought about it, she wasn't sort of always sold up in her room. I bet she would have a stockpile of
リア
food.
ちゃん柄は悪いけど、結構筋を通すっていうか、かっこいい系の子だからね。
You know her?
知らないよ。でもあっち目立つから。
That was for sure. All of this for 1 bowl of cup noodles. Feels bad I couldn't do more. Guess I'll take it though. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
コンビーフ食べてみたかったの。
It was a rare occasion, so we decided to accept. Our dinner turned out to be much better than a single bowl of noodles.
超絶ジャンクだけどね。
More or less, the only dietary fiber is the corn.
いいじゃない。とても美味しいわ。
味と内容に文句はありませんが、困ったものです。
たまのことです。これも経験ですわ。ごちそうさまでした。やっぱり気持ちが収まらない。お隣さんに会いに行ってくるわ。
姫様、
危なくないったら、ねえ、オーロ。
Not in the violent sense, at least. She might yell, though.
行くわ。
Sylvie left Elle behind and walked out of the room. Her guard looked a bit worried, but Sylvie would probably disapprove of being on her guard the very first time meeting someone. So on guard. I guaranteed that Ria wasn't a bad person, so she decided to leave her be.
お姉様は誰とでも仲良くなってしまう達人ですからね。だね。
Yeah, she is.
嬉しい半分、困るの半分です。
And it didn't happen. If I had to say so, Sylvia herself was friendly, but everyone around her thought she was out of place. Regardless, was it a result of her princess training? I did think her ability to make a favorable outcome out of each of her every encounter was one of her stronger attributes.
私も助けられましたわ。
Huh?
何でもございません。
She whispered too quietly for me to hear.
ただいま。
Sylvie came back before she had a chance to worry. Welcome back, you don't look too satisfied. Someone who was usually all smiles, her dreariness was plain to see.
会ってもらえなかったわ。何を言ってもうるさいって。もう。
会う約束がない点では、こちらの落ち度ですが、にしても、いささか失礼な方ですね。
Just ignore it. I assure she's not a bad person, but that doesn't make her a great person either. Being rejected left Sylvie feeling depressed.
にしてもあの声、どこかで。
Ah!
どうしました？
Sorry to change the subject, but it's 7 o'clock. Everyone will be quiet for the next 2 hours or so.
は？
I launched a TV app on my
あ
phone.
なたが選ぶ21世紀のアーティストトップ 10!
何？ 音楽番組？
Yeah.
視聴者に取ったアンケートで、人気のあるアーティストが生で出演するってやつだって。
It was the one being advertised this
日
morning.
本に来て数ヶ月なのでよく存じ上げないのですが、こうしたテレビのアンケートはいつ取っているんですの？
日本に100年住んでてもわからないから知らなくていいよ。
It was a program where Maria Bishop was going to hold her live performance. It wasn't looking like I could record it, but I at least wanted to watch it. I'm watching it alone, so you guys can chat over there or go to Dale's room or whatever.
出ていけと？
なんでマリア・ビショップを見てると、そんな気持ち悪い顔でブヒブヒ言っちゃうの？
Nothing like that. I just make absolutely sure you don't look at my face. Nothing like that. Just make absolutely sure you don't look at my face during the performance. And know what sort of face I'd make, but I bet it would be nothing short of strange. The sort of face I'd never want girls in my class to see. Crawled out of my bed and took my distance from the others. But
マリア・ビショップ。オーラもマリア・ビショップが好きなの？
ah! Sylvie popped up beside me. She was staring at the tiny screen of my smartphone. Sylvie? Close!
お姉様、殿方の部屋に上がり込むのはちょっと。こうしないとテレビ見られないじゃない。マリア・ビショップが出るんでしょ？
Sylvia had gotten her usual cheerful smile back.
シルビーはマリア・ビショップ好きなんだ。
ああ、この件はオフレコでお願いします。
王族が芸能人に入れ込むと、プロパガンダに利用されかねませんの。でもすごく好きなのは、日本に来た理由の一つなのよ。
Wow. This was an unexpected common
オー
ground.
ラも好きなんだ。
Well, yeah, I guess I don't hate her.
毎朝毎晩あの黒髪を見て、ちん爆裂してますって言えよ。
Shut up.
チン？
幻聴です。
好きなんだ。趣味が合うわね。
Yeah. In one way or another, we ended up watching together. And again, Maria Bishop was definitely the most highly valued brand in the Japanese musical industry today. They were probably dragging this out since she wouldn't go on for a while. It was a 2-hour program that started at 7 p.m., so it'd probably be around 8:15. I would watch the chat-riddled program until then. Since it was a smartphone screen, Sylvia and I were the only ones focused on it.
日本の音楽は完全なアイドル産業なのね。
First to come out, which may well have been expected given the boys they'd gathered to thrill were idols from a famous office. While it was presented in a dancing format, the choreography was simple. The camera stayed glued to the face of the lead singer, who stood front and center. They call it the music industry, but 70% of its ratings are decided by the faces of the ones singing. Next up was an idol group of just over 40 girls. After that came an artist that recently made her movie debut. One size applied to all of them, but they were generally pretty low-level singers.
やっぱり先進国はどうしてもそうなるのかしら。
Is it not that way in Sortilege?
私たちは音楽は聴くものというより自分でやってみるものという感じかしらね。
Arm's starting to hurt a bit.
その点は我々の方が特殊だとして。こうしたアイドル性重視の音楽はどうかと思いますわ。音楽が音楽である必要がありませんもの。かっこつけてれば歌が上手くなるなんて聞いたことありませんわ。
She was a somewhat fastidious princess. I did think that she was accurate, though. Rather than calling something music, I wish they'd be more critical of the music itself. If you wanted to see handsome men-hued girls or happy-looking celebrities, you'd just buy a photo album. It wasn't just music. These days, people would butt in and act like they were experts doing movies and recording, cooking, sports, fishing, and so on and so forth, just because they were idols. I did think it was strange to act like it was all okay just because they were stylish. When that thought came to mind...
あら、私はこういうのも好きよ。私たちのやっていることとは違うというだけで否定するのは良くないわ、みな。
Sylvie quickly acted like the big sister with the usual meltdown.
確かに彼らは歌に、音楽そのものに純粋とは言えない。でも、彼らの時間を作ることには純粋よ。目いっぱい歌って、踊って、笑って、テレビのこちらに楽しい時間を提供したがってる。 音楽の一番の価値は、そこでしょ
Creating a good time, huh? Made sense when you put it that way. I didn't think showing off made everything okay, but it was a quality inherent in moments made by music. Might be important, then.
ごめんなさい。ミナの言うことも間違ってないったら。ほら、一緒に見ましょう。はい。
Wasn't stern enough to be a lecture, but more of a mild chiding, and Sylvie ended the discussion right then and there. Thank goodness I didn't say that I'd agreed. Still, what Sylvie just said was a fresh point of view. You were genuine and creating and living in the moment. Could that be?
さあ、続いては、いよいよ皆さんお待ちかね、マリア・ビショップさんが登場します。
It was already 8:13 p.m. at the headliner for the event would finally be making an appearance. With that, a massive 3-minute commercial break began. It's happening, I'm really excited.
生放送で見るの初めてよ。
あんまりテレビ出ないもんね、マリア。
That might actually be a good thing. Solitaire performances increased their value through scarcity. It was a world where those who appeared on TV were the victors. A world where if you used connections or whatever else to constantly be on camera in front of the viewer to sell your face, you would win. However, that was exactly why someone who rarely appeared on television, yet whom fans eagerly waited for, looked so radiant. Even a long commercial break didn't bother me.
さあ皆さん、いよいよ今回のアンケートでも女性部門ぶっちぎり1位を飾ったアーティストマリア・ビショップさんの時間です。
Huh. They did a proper count of the series?
雑な判定。
ですが、残念なことにマリア・ビショップさん、今日は急な用事で出演できなくなってしまいました。
Huh? Those idols all had a foolish back and forth going, that's too bad, and what can you do? Idols sure did have it rough. They had them downplaying the ineptness of TV stations like this too. But for us viewers, our expressions were nothing but serious. Hey, Sylvie, can you use your royal cheat powers to crush this TV station?
いけません。
潰す潰さないはともかく。ねえ、エル。私も久しぶりに腹が立ちそうよ。お姉様が怒った？
シルビーが怒ることは珍しい。
They swindled us! Even if you were to assume the worst case scenario and that it was beyond their control that she couldn't perform live, it was an issue that they said here she comes up until the commercial shortly ago.
テレビが視聴率低下に困る理由の一端が垣間見えたね。今頃局は抗議の嵐かな。
Absolutely, I want to storm in there and protest right now too. But I put my smartphone to use as an actual phone.
ちょっと待ってよ、オロ。
Before I could. Oh, it must have been to fill time. They put on a cobbled together footage of all Maria's previous performances, including footage of her singing, of course.
やっぱりいい歌ね。
すぐ機嫌直った。
このお優しさからお姉様はソルティレージュでは仏のシルビアと呼ばれてますのよ。
仏教あるの
My anger hadn't completely subsided yet, but well, I guess I'll give up on making a protest call. It's a waste of electricity.
やっぱりこの歌だわ。国にいた頃にイギリスのショーだかなんだかで聞かされて、すぐに恋に落ちちゃったもの。
Now I feel.
誰かさんは髪しか見てないんじゃ
Shut up, I'm in the middle of appreciating her.
Hey, hey.
I listened intently to the soothing song. I mean, yeah, I adored her appearance as much as I could be. But that wasn't the only reason I was addicted to her. Sylvie seemed
こ
satisfied.
れだけでも満足だけれど、でもやっぱり生で聞きたかったわね。
Yes, I'm.
こういう映像ばかりだと顔がよく見えないのよね。どれもそっぽ向いてるのばかり。
That's a good point. Maria Bishop looked down a lot during her performances.
顔を出さないならブサイクなんじゃない
No, she isn't!
近い近い。授賞式の映像では顔が出ているものもあるわ。すごく可愛いのよ。
日本人らしく童顔ですが、私も可愛らしいと思いました。
It was normal to plaster makeup on the less attractive celebrities in order to further sell themselves, but Maria Bishop went to great lengths to hide her face for whatever reason. I wondered
理
why.
由があるかは存じませんが、それもミステリアスで、いい雰囲気作りにはなっておりますわね。そうね。
Turned my attention back to the phone screen. It may have been short on time as the editing was sloppy and repeated the same footage on loop again and again. As far as I was concerned, it was nice in its own right.
彼女はとにかく、時間作りが本当にうまくて、そして一生懸命だわ。この歌を聴いている一時、私たちも彼女の世界に、彼女の時間に引きずり込まれてしまう。
Yeah, what?
そんな力がある。
Very suddenly, just take a screenshot, gets up, walks over to Ria's room, knocks. She does it, opens. Hey!
彼女が自分の時間を心から大切に使っていると伝わってくるから。
Agreed. She worked for dear life, not just at singing. It was clear from the footage and from her inadvertent motions. You couldn't comprehend someone's powers of concentration from their appearance alone, but it was something you could convey. And that was something in which she was especially skilled at. I just got that feeling deep down in my heart.
彼女のゴールデンタイムは今なのね。
At some point the room had gone quiet. This had to be one of those moments you described as being lost in the music. It was too bad that we didn't get to see her live. But I was glad I watched this program today.
あら？ところで、
What's up?
この声ってどこかで聞いたことないかしら？
Huh? I mean, I've heard the song tons of times.
そうじゃなくて、つい最近。というか、ついさっき聞いたような。
Huh? Ah, crap! My smartphone gave a warning notification. 2 hours of watching TV wore down the battery and there was only 5% remaining. What a bummer. Guess it's all for today. Maria Bishop's screen time had just wrapped up, so I closed the TV app. Our entire day was dictated by this blackout, huh?
ですね。
ちょっと目がしょぼしょぼする。
The lights had been out the whole time, so focusing on the screen would wear your eyes out.
それに、ちょいと眠いですわ。
It wasn't quite 9 o'clock yet, but that was enough to make anyone drowsy. Everyone drowsy. Maybe it's about time we called it a day.
そうしましょう。寝床の用意なども必要です。
せっかくのお泊まりなんだから、もっとおしゃべりしたい。
You can do that stuff before you go to sleep, but you can't do it in my room.
オーロは一緒に寝ないの？
Let me flip that around and ask, would that actually be okay?
いいと思いますか？
I was directing that question to Sylvie. Everyone dispersed from my room. 4 of them would apparently be sleeping at Reina's. It was spacious enough, and I was lending a futon, so it should work out. Okay, all that's left was to sleep. Couldn't take a bath, so after a cursory wipe down of my body... Oh, it's freezing. I slipped into my futon. It was naturally tough to fall and stay asleep. I wasn't sure if it was because it was only 9 o'clock or because it was freezing. Or if it was because a tinge of Sylvie's bittersweet scent had permeated into the futon. I don't know why Sylvie didn't know how to pronounce permeated. Adorable.
金色ラブリッチェ。
Well then, first of our 3 days off passed, and the power had been restored.
どんより。もうやだ。
Even later than any of us expected.
今日中は復旧の見通しなし？
町の方が水が引かないとかで車も来られないんだとさ。
Were we a little too optimistic? Since yesterday, everyone's anxiety levels were at the "this is just a random day of power without power" stage. But it was looking like we couldn't make it past the hill for yet another day. The power being restored was, of course, way further down on the list. We had now become full-fledged survivors.
困りましたね。シルビー様が
Would this get in the way of any official duties?
いえ、3連休の公務は調整しました。ただ。
もう帰りたくない。
I see the problem.
庶民の暮らしも良いものですわ。
I see the problem.
すごい勢いで、この寮に馴染み出しています。
Micah notices. It seems like she would be staying over more in the future.
でも、停電は困ったわね。この子も完全に動けなくなっています。ボディーガードなのに、充電ができないと脆いですわね。
How was it in Reina's room?
雑魚寝というのでしたか？悪くありませんでしたわ。
ご命令されたとはいえ、人生で王族の方と枕を並べる機会が来ようとは。
布団はいいけど、枕がいまいちだったわね。私の部屋枕1個しかないから、着てるもの丸めて使ったからね。だからちょっと肩が張ってる。でも楽しかったわ。みんなでお布団に入った後も夜遅くまでおしゃべりして。言うほど遅くなかったよ。11時くらい。聞いてよ、オーロ。シルビーって10時過ぎると急にくっそ眠そうになるの。レーナ。
I think it's good to be healthy personally.
眠くないとは言うんだけどね。もう全身ボリボリ書いて必死で起きようとしてんの。ボリボリなんて書いてないわ。書いてたかしら。もうあのあたりの記憶がない。王族は常に節制ある生活をするものですの。ああ、神にゃんも眠そうだったね。時々白目向いて。
Her eyes rolled back.
おだま
こほん。妃殿、そのくらいで。
眠たさついでに、王女様たちのあれあれなぎなぎなトークも聞いちゃったーん。ちょいと、何を聞き出したんですの？
I'm curious too.
実はね。
妃殿！
はーい。
まったく、あんなこと口外できるわけがない。
つまり、エルも聞いたのね。
まあ、成り行きで。
何を言いましたの私たち。別におかしなことは言ってございませんわよね。
はい。
Sounded like a fun girls only night. It was all well and good that they were so close, but
2日目となると困ることが出てきましたね。
I'll survey the foyer.
ねえ、マストで飽きてきたんだけど、いつになったら出れるの？知りませんわよ。
Sibby's group were pretty much the only energetic ones left among us. Everyone else was depressed. Not only were they tired, but their mood had taken a turn for the worse. There were also far few people in the foyer. Everyone was holed up in their rooms.
新しい環境に移った人間は一度はこうなりますが、望まずにはるかに不便な環境とあっては、やはり精神的な疲労が強すぎるようです。
After all, our fun 3-day weekend suddenly turned into a survival experience. Everyone was irritable, but they couldn't pin it on one person. Gloom swirled throughout the dormitory.
娯楽のなさも問題ですが、何より飢えと寒さですね。
今日も寒いよね。
The rain had stopped, but it had become quite frigid since earlier that morning, whereas yet was still mostly cloudy. There wasn't much hope for the temperature going up. Those who walked out into the foyer were still doing better. Most had confined themselves to their room and were huddled up under their covers. This was a cheap expression, but everyone was suffering. The temperature of anyone isolated in their rooms would likely continue to decline. It would be best if they came out of their rooms, even if they had to force themselves, but...
何か温かいものが食べられるといいんだけど、もうお湯すら確保するのが難しいですものね。
How much food do we have left?
もう残っている子は少ないでしょう。今夜からはカロリーベースの話が必要になってくる。
It may have been those with a stockpile, but I didn't want to bring that to light. Starting tonight, would these girls be starving off hunger with nothing but staving off hunger with nothing but soft drinks and licking sugar? Situation I hoped to have avoided. I went outside.
シルビーたちは寒いの大丈夫な？
これくらいなら全然平気よ。むしろ日本は暑すぎると思っていたので、ちょうどいいくらいですわ。
北欧でも特に北にあるソルティレージュなら、この時期は常に寒波に覆われていますからね。
They say people in Finland go short-sleeved until it hits minus 100 degrees Celsius. Is that what your people are like?
スウェーデン警察にいる私の知人など、これくらいの寒さなら半袖で過ごしているくらいです。
People from Nordic countries were incredible.
日本人はダメですわ。寒い。
慣れって大切ね。
As far as Japan went, even the northern tip of Hokkaido probably experienced a mild heat wave now and again. On the other hand, then, how about Japanese summers? All of them immediately die inside.
その話はいい。夏はもういい。
夏という言葉、二度と聞きたくありません。
Right. All three instantly looked sick.
夏に比べたらこのくらいの寒さ天国よ。だって暑いと逃げ場がないもの。
Sounds like this past summer was pretty hard on you.
何かしら理由をつけて、もう留学はやめ国に帰ろうと756回思ったわ。住まいにした別邸にプールがあるのが救いでしたわね。
I far prefer cold over heat because you can put on layers, but after you're naked, you can't take off anymore. Anyways.
そうね。一日中プールで遊んで、ギリギリ日本に残る気力を振り絞ったわ。エルには悪いことをしたわね。
いえ。
一緒に入らなかったの？
入れません。私は護衛として常に監視を怠れません。常に臨戦態勢としてフルプレートアーマーを着込み、プールサイドでお二人を見張っておりました。
I am surprised you didn't die a heat stroke.
地獄だ。
務めですから。
This woman would be truly astounding if she were anywhere but peaceful Japan. Yeah, that aspect certainly might make the cold preferable. If there was any way to avoid the cold, that would be...
1、2、3、4
Well, that... Moving your body was plenty.
あかねちん、何してんの？
レイナ先輩、おはようございます。
It was the first year in the dorm, Hakane. She stood out due to her booming voice.
朝のラジオ体操ができなかったので、体を動かしたくてうずうずしちゃって。先輩たちも一緒にやりませんか？あったまりますよ。
She was as spirited as ever.
いいわね。面白そうだわ。ところで、ラジオ体操って何？興味深いですわね。
A portion of the group was fully into the idea. I'm gonna check out some other stuff, then I'll be back. You guys have fun dancing around. I escaped. Now then. Keeping an eye out for... eye out when there was no power restoration in sight was a waste of time. What was more important at the moment was this. If my calculations were correct, this should be far more useful right now. And again, it was currently a day off. Not even teachers were at school today since the road was blocked off, so it was completely deserted. I had no way to get inside, but... Smashed the window. With Sylvie's royal powers on my side, they should forgive me for a single window, similar to the incident from last week. Power outage also meant no alarm sounded. I got inside with ease. Now then. But I couldn't get into any of the closets without a key either, huh? Wonder where the keys were. Staff room? Oh, they should have changed where they were stored for security purposes lately. Huh. Would I end up smashing a few more windows until I accomplished what I came here to do? God damn it.
オーロはいた？
寮にはいませんでした。どこへ行ったのでしょう。
道を求めて森に入って迷ったとか？
森はどこもかしこも滑りやすくて危険だと、昨日見ているのでないと。
みんな大変
どうしたの？
ほら、昨日もらったコンビーフの缶。食料が貴重になるかもって今日のために残しといたでしょ？あれがないの。オーロのやつ、独り占めして逃げたよ。
あらあら、武士は食わねど高用事などという日本の格言は迷信だったようですわね。
もともと市松殿のカップ麺で得た対価だ。彼がどうしようと何も言えないが。
一言くらい言ってほしかったわね。コンビーフ食べたことなかったの。それでその卑しい豚はどこに？エル、どうかした？
いいえ。学園から煙が。
He's cooking! Open fires are harsher than I thought.
オーロ？何をやっているの？
Oh, you're here already. I was planning to call him over when it was
こ
done.
れは大きな鍋ですね。
この前行ったラーメン屋に置いてあったわ。
Yeah, so-called stock pot. I was in the process of putting it over a flame just like the restaurant and boiling the soup down. I figured a school like Noble Academy that cultivates elites of many disciplines would have a kitchen for rearing elite chefs too. When I went looking, I found this.
探った？
Miraculously, it was unlocked. The gas was shut off, so I couldn't use the burners, but borrowed some bricks along the edges of the flower beds during the academy and made use of an improvised stove, which was currently heating over a flame. But fire's tougher to work than it looks. If the fire got too hot, you couldn't get close, and if it cooled down too much, it got smoky. It was difficult to obtain the perfect balance.
変わりましょう。行軍経験があるので、焚き火くらいはできます。
That would be a big help. I didn't want to make a bonfire. I wanted to cook. That's what I needed to focus on.
何似てるん？あ、コンビーフ。
Yep. Oh, I used canned goods without asking. That's okay, I assume? I'm pretty scarce using a huge pot for just 5 cans of food, though. Whether or not you could see the meat made a big difference on your mood. In addition to utensils, I got salt, miso, and soy sauce from the kitchen. I also got my hands on lard and dried sardines. Tossed in a fair amount and used them for the
こ
soup.
っちのこれは何？白くてねちゃねちゃして。
That's udon balls. Also found flour to use for these in the kitchen.
おうどんが食べられるの？
That's what I was shooting for, but I probably put too much water content in and screwed it up. Wasn't exactly a competent cook. So I was considering making them into flour dumplings instead. Flour dumplings. Balls of wheat flour kneaded with water and then boiled, with an optimal outcome for a failed udon.
あ、水豚って何？食べたことないわ。楽しみ。
Judging by Sylvie's reaction, it'd probably be okay.
何を作りたいかは大体わかりましたわ。問題は献立よりむしろこの大きさ。
Mina peered into the pot.
この大きさには馴染みがございませんけど。
Well, yeah, it's for the entire dorm.
ざっと100人分ってとこだね。
More or less. I must have tipped them off to my plans right away. Starting with Sylvie, everyone began to giggle.
別に多少みんなでひもじい思いをするくらいで、飢えて危険とか栄養がどうのという話ではありませんわよ。
I get that we're not in that too dire of straits, but it really is draining when you're cold and hungry. So I thought something to reassure everyone would help.
オーラのそういうところ、私大好きよ。うどん？でなくて水豚ですか？珍しいですわね。味は保証できないけど、いっぱいあるのは保証するよ。
So Sylvia, could you tell everyone you made it and hand it out without me?
どうして？配るのはいいけど、 オーロが始めたんじゃない。
But listen. Things would get awkward if I advertised my involvement, so I'd rather detach myself from the situation while I still could. Sylvie hadn't caught on to that predicament, though, how to handle this.
はい。団体さんいらっしゃい。
あ、ほんとだ。炊き出しみたいですね。いい匂い。
With that thought in mind, the girls they retrieved from the foyer came running. Figured it would take a while after calling the boarders over them to show up, but word apparently spread after calling over just a handful. The first wave came quickly. The point being, they all saw me. First of all, they were from my class, Chorosaki sympathizers. Guess it made sense that they'd be from the same class given Reina's connections. This spelled trouble.
みんなお昼ご飯を作ったの。全員の分あるのよ。いっぱい食べて。ありがたいけど、作ったのって。オーロが作ってくれたの。味見したけど、とっても美味しいのよ。よね。
The three of them looked at me with indescribable expressions. Ugh, not good. Same ambience from the classroom had reared its head at an awful moment. Put in the worst terms possible, you could describe what I was doing as hustling them with kindness. The hatred for me was out of their own pride, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to accept me now. With that said, I doubt they would refuse with Sylvie standing there all smiles either. They were stuck, unable to accept or decline. In the situation, they would likely ultimately do as Sylvie told them and eat, awkward setting and all. I made this plain to alleviate the meal-related stress, but now I was going to stress them out. Until today, I desperately tried to stray outside my designated cliché as much as possible in an effort to avoid this awkward atmosphere. A setting where anyone, especially with a large group, was worried about me. Felt like a tumor here, and I hated it. I hadn't wanted to show off. I hadn't been trying to live through a golden time. I hadn't been trying to shine. I just... Ah! All of a sudden, there was a hysterical scream from behind me.
何ですかこれ？何ですかこれ？お鍋ですか？ちょっと、あかね。危ないですわ。
Hakane, huh? This girl shouldn't have any animosity against me.
すごいです先輩。こんなことできちゃうんですね。
I guess so. I probably should have stepped out a long time ago, but that ship had long since sailed.
器を持ってきました。この学園の調理室、大したものですね。100人分の食器が楽にありました。
100人分。このお鍋の大きさ、これって寮のみんなの分があるんですか？どうぞお上がりなさい。さすがに200杯分はないので、おかわりは応相談ですが。おいしそう。どうぞ食べて。オーロが作ったの。とっても美味しいのよ。
She mentioned my name again. With the exception of Kaname, all the other residents were backing off. Only hope this didn't take a turn for the worse.
ありがとうございます、先輩。いただきます。
However, that assumption was transferred into needless worry in an instant. Akane served herself without a care and took a bite. It was soup with stock made from dried sardines, corned beef, and lots of lard. Put in 200 flour dumplings, so each person could have 2. Perhaps you could call it a Japanese-style Chinese flavor. To be blunt, it was the shabby kind of soup you'd expect them to put out at some cheap ramen restaurant. They used a bunch of tricks to thicken it up with starch, but its biggest selling point was this. It's warm.
美味しいっしょ。はい、美味しいです。そやな味付けですが、ま、旧大点ですわ。
限られた食材で大したものです。
Warm stock works wonders, and it can make anything taste good with salt. Really wasn't all that impressive. It's a result of it was just a result of brainstorming how to leverage the limited cards I was dealt to their fullest potential.
ところであなた、オーロのお友達？
Another delicate question. Hakan was having a hard time answering too, so I lended her a hand. Yeah, she's a nice person and has been friendly towards me since I transferred here.
そうなのね。それなら、私ともお友達だわ。そんな、お姫様と友達だなんて。 いいじゃない。気軽にお話ししてほしいわ。どうしましょう。
As long as it's okay with you, why not?
ダメなわけないです。私なんかでよければ、ぜひ、よろしくお願いします。ええ、よろしくね。あかねです。私、栗生あかねって言います。あかね。素敵な名前だわ。そうでしょうか。改めてよろしくね、あかね。こちらこそです。
She was grateful as could be. It made sense after hearing a princess say, "Let's be friends," out of nowhere. Here, eat before it gets cold. I put it in and offered her the soup.
はい。
Though it had only been one day's time, she was able to get a bite of warm food. That mere warmth was enough
美味
to...
しいです。先輩。本当に。
うおー、あかねちん、なんで泣くの？
Though she had been eating with a smile, droplets suddenly began to spill from the corners of Akane's eyes. I so expected it startled me. Could I believe someone was ordinarily cheerful as Akane would break down crying?
いえ、わかりません。すみません。
Must be the onions.
でも、なんか、美味しくて、体中にじわって広がって、いろんな気持ちが突然溢れてきちゃって。
I keep, I'm so bad about skipping lines. Akane kept on shedding beads of tears. This made me go stiff. She had been so tense ever since yesterday. After she wasn't able to do a radio caliathletics in an attempt to distract herself, the soup must have been what broke the tension for her. I knew that. It made sense. But why wasn't it enough for her to cry? Whatever the reason, it bothered me that I got a girl to cry. It must have been the same for her. She always acted foolishly cheerful, and yet...
本当にいいの。本当にありがとう、オルク。すごく嬉しい。
Okay, what's the trauma?
自分でもよくわからないんですけど。なんででしょうね。すごく美味しくて、先輩が私たちのために作ってくれたのがびっくりして、私たち先輩のことを疑ってたのに。疑う？まあ、いろいろね。オールは悪くないんだけどさ、難しいことがあったんだよ。なんか、いろんな気持ちがぐちゃぐちゃになって。ごめんなさい。私。
It's okay, so calm down and eat. I pet her head. Flour dumplings are a lot like mochi, so if you sniffle while you eat, it'll get stuck in your throat.
はい。すいません。
I'm not worried about it. It only makes sense that you'd be uneasy. That goes for everyone in the dorm. I'm sure you felt helpless and forced yourself to stay active. And that helplessness was enough to make you cry. It wasn't the only one who had been forcing herself. Everyone had their own anxieties. Which was why... You did a good job. It was admirable. It's difficult to act your usual self because we're in this kind of situation. I believe your upbeat nature helped to support everyone. Like with those radio calisthenics from before. Calisthenics. I'm never going to get that word right. This might be strange for me to say, but Having you be your usual teary self was a huge lifesaver. Thanks, Akane. Eat slowly and be careful you don't choke. I'll keep doing this until you settle down. I pet her head until the heavy teardrops stopped. It wasn't as if I wanted to show off, but it was one of those moments where I had to act cool.
私もいただこうかな。まあ、マストでお腹空いてるから。うん。
いいね、いいね。どうぞどうぞ。水豚は一人二つね。
うん。じゃあ、私も。
はいはい、2名様ご案内。メゴチンは食べるわよ。
After spending all my time with the first years, things were working out with the problematic 3 off behind us. And after that...
私らの分もあるの？
温かいスープです。シルビア様の手料理食べますわ。鍋の底まで舐め尽くしますわ。
One boarder after another came along. We had 100 people gathered, and the question of who made it had been deemed irrelevant.
あったかい、おいしい。大したものです。
And everyone was enjoying their first warm meal in a day.
すごいわ、オーラ。
I didn't do anything impressive. In a group of 100, this was an idea 50 or so people could come up with. Then again, I doubted any of these high-class ladies would have the drive to break the academy windows. The commoner simply stepped in their place.
そうね。大したことはしてない。誰かの笑顔のために動くことは大したことではないけど、それを迷わずできるのがオーラのすごいところよ。
Huh? I really get what you meant. Simply having Sylvie smile wide like she always did made it feel meaningful, and yet not. As such, I wasn't able to ask her for any clarification. The sun! Taste the sun!
晴れましたね。
I don't know where that came from. I consistently in every I've played both Radiant Dawn and Path of Radiance, and in both I've consistently at least created one tome that is called Taste the Sun, and it's light magic. The clouds dispersed. The sunshine from the south wrapped warmly around us.
これで少しは暖かくなるでしょう。
The soup I made went over swimmingly. We polished it right off right as it was distributed to all 96 orders. The girls who locked themselves in their rooms seemed to be in a much better mood after getting something warm to eat and soaking up some sun. Perhaps that was why, instead of going back to the dorm, I continued to work and prepare dinner for the Academy sports ground on the Academy sports grounds. Lunch wasn't enough. I wanted something more and read at night too, so I had to make preparations. We were having curry for dinner tonight. After gathering instant curry and curry roux from the girls that had it on hand, as well as spices from the kitchen, it looked like we'd be able to prepare at least a single meal for 100 people. There was no shortage of girls who had a supply of rice, so we could prepare that as long as we had access to a flame. Mess kit cooking, of sorts. We were unfortunately short on ingredients, but there were girls currently testing whether potato chips would make a decent substitute for potatoes.
おいしくなーれ、おいしくなーれ。
What is happening?
こねこねこねこね。
Well, I doubted I could mess curry up badly enough to make it unappetizing. As for me,
何してるの？
prepping for an overnight fire.
昼のは学園中からかき集めたゴミで火力を維持しましたが、夜の分が残っていませんからね。
Yes, the biggest weakness of this cooking method was simply firepower. We didn't have enough ingredients and we didn't have anything convenient like kindling around, and the gas was an emergency shutdown due to the outage. Was in emergency shutdown due to the outage, so we couldn't keep the fire burning. School had plenty of discarded papers. I used that as a stand-in this afternoon. I'd gone through all the loose paper I could find to keep the stock pot going, and had nothing left.
薪とかは使えない？この学園周り木ばっかだけど。
The trees would be freshly cut and therefore still wet. You don't use freshly cut wood to make a fire. It's gonna smoke like hell.
薪は乾燥に最低1年かかりますので。
Burning green wood creates carbon dioxide and whatnot and actually ends up putting out fires. Open fires could be quite profound. There's no petroleum supply in this academy either, which is why I'm relying on sheer manpower for now.
先輩！松ぼっくり拾ってきました！
Oh, good work!
それから、松の木のチクチクしたやつです。これで合ってますよね。
Oh, yeah, perfect. Akane had regained her usual cheerfulness and was lending me a
枯
hand.
葉も集めたけど、やっぱり昨日までの雨でだいぶ湿気ちゃってるね。
That was a lost cause, but we could make general foliage work one way or another. Pine tree raisin would be likely to likely be easy to burn, so I had them collect those and dry leaves from as far as the woods as they could go. They wiped the mud off both and hoisted them up in nets used by the sports clubs. The wind was strong and I prayed it would be dry by nightfall. That just leaves this.
少々もったいない気がしますがね。
We had been processing rubbish we had gotten from the school library since earlier.
新聞か。
This academy had newspapers, just like ordinary libraries. School received 3 daily copies of sports, business, and English magazines weekly and monthly literary publications, major newspapers from Tokyo, Nagoya, and Osaka, and more. That amounted to about 12 copies per day? 20 copies per day. These materials were stored at the school for a year, with old issues being disposed of at the end of every month. That really didn't fit the times, in my opinion, but they apparently couldn't stop since the family of newspaper company presidents attended here. As such, the room next to the library was used as a dedicated storage space for over 7,000 newspapers. Keeping copies of all 3 daily newspapers was genuinely pointless. So I'd save one and burn the other 2. A year's worth made for 2,000 copies. It would take a good deal of time to burn them all. If novice campus like us could utilize them to generate a heat source, then it would have to be paper.
インクを燃やすと嫌な匂いが出るので料理には向きません。あくまで枝葉の補佐といったところですがね。
We can just use these for the stock pot. We had dead leaves and branches to cook meals. It would all work out as long as we knew how to properly use them to boil with a pot.
新聞を燃やすときはね、こうやってぐっしゃぐしゃにすると長く燃えて効率がいいんだよ。
こうですか？えい！あー、これ楽しいです！
Yeah. Have fun while I still can. I had basically no grip left after processing about 1,000 of them.
他に釜の作り直しも必要です。昼のものも良いですが、熱効率が悪すぎる。
Right. We dismantled the stove we'd made with brick and we're in the process of rebuilding it in a better form. This time we built it in a form that we could cook multiple things at once, rather than a single cylindrical outlet.
キャンプみたいで楽しくなってきた。
Really? Lend me a hand then. Restacking bricks was rough when you had no grip left.
私は伝令役だから。
市松殿、こっちのレンガ積んでください。
Right. I was shocked that it'd be tough to force the princes to perform manual labor. Ella and I took care of it. I learned how to make stoves like this a long time ago during a class at camp, but I've forgotten since then.
十分できていると思いますよ。さらに改良した方がいいという程度です。
I laid stones in a circular pattern with an opening to toss in kindling, our fire source, at one end. On the other, we made a through hole for air to pass through. I knew enough to reach this point, but...
もう少し高さを作った方がいいという程度です。燃焼物との間に距離が足りない。
Isn't it better that way since the heat can't escape?
その分酸素の巡りが悪く、熱効率が悪くなるのです。なのでまず燃焼点の距離と風の流れが。
I was no match for a camping expert. Better leave the planning to Elle and focus on the physical labor. But these wobbly arms. Just wobbly arms.
あ、オーロ、寮のゴミも持ってくるよう伝えてきたよ。
Ah, okay, thanks.
こんなのどうしようってのよ。
They brought a yellow bag filled with trash. Each resident was responsible for their own trash, and we could haul out the burnables and unburnable trash out weekly. It was a stroke of good luck that we separate the burnable trash on Sundays, and we had a whole week's worth of... That we separated the burnable trash on Sundays, and we had a whole week's worth of trash at our disposal.
これも火種になるのはわかりますけど。
マストでバッチくない？ゴミを焼いた火でお料理とか。
I'm not going to use any of this for
こ
cooking.
れら生活ゴミを燃やした火は窯を温めたり集めた枝を乾燥させるのに使います。それ以上の清潔を求めるなら残念ですが対応できかねますね。
いえいえ、そこまでじゃないですから。
Many of the rich girls did appear to be unsurprisingly fastidious. Regardless, we had to make do in this situation. Nobody was so insistent that they would go hungry over it. Bet Yukosaki would be stubborn and refuse to eat though.
ほんで、このゴミはこのまま？
Nah, we're gonna do some cursory sorting. Burnable trash could include tinfoil and whatnot. I prefer to avoid anything non-combustible or to whatever extent possible. Not only would it get in the way around the fire, I was afraid of the possibility of toxic fumes. We'll look through every little piece, separate out anything that doesn't look burnable, take out anything wet too.
私もやる。
We gained another helper.
市松殿もそちらを手伝ってください。さっきから手がプルプルして危なっかしいです。
I would appreciate it. I was eventually assigned to the easier tasks. Separating light trash should be easy even with my wiggly arms.
朝からこの寸胴を使っていたのだ。休んでもらいたいところだが。
ねえねえオーロ、他人のゴミ漁りってなんか楽しくない？
You're gross. Although it is kind of a new experience.
おっと、市松選手、お嬢様寮のゴミ漁りが楽しいそうです。
やっぱりマストでけだものか。
Don't fall for her tricks!
このままでいいようですね。
We're sorting through the trash. This goes here, this goes here.
オーロロ、どうしたの？
Well, it didn't really matter. Seriously, really wasn't a big deal, but fishing through the trash from girls' rooms was pretty questionable. All the residents, Reina included, seemed to generally be refined young women. Going through all these sheets of tissues was questionable, though. We'd occasionally find old toothbrushes, sweat pads, and a variety of other items. It was a questionable experience, to say the least. It wasn't a big of a deal, but
ねえ、
still...
市松。
No, it is! I'm just sorting this all.
何慌ててんのよ。
Nothing, I was so focused you scared me. An unexpected voice called out to me. A classmate and Elena's friend. I believe she was, always there with Yogasaki.
これまで悪かったわよ。
あ
んた、別に悪いやつじゃないって知ってたけど、わかるでしょ？彩香との、ほら、わかるでしょ？
I didn't get it. I knew that the way she acted in class wasn't her own personal will. And I knew that she was trying to apologize for that in that moment. But why is she acting a little aggressive?
まったく、何よ、まったく。
Apologizing was enough to irritate her. She was like a sort of troublesome woman you wanted to smack after finding her on some online copypasta. I understand, friends are important. It was true she'd been rude to me, but I also understood how she'd wanted to stay on Chugosaki's good side. No need to worry about it, and you don't need to act any differently around me from now on either. If I were to ask for anything, it would be for you to stop swooping in and trying to protect Reina when I'm talking to her. That hurts.
わかった。
Whatever on the rest. You don't need to force yourself to be nice to me either. There would be those who you didn't see eye to eye with. It wasn't always a matter of personality, but also of environment and interpersonal relationships. Honestly, God, I could just like I'm already looking forward to Ayaka just coming back after this is over, and everyone's like on strangely good terms with him to the point where she can't feasibly force him to stay in his room anymore. And it's just like to the point of almost wanting to rip her hair out, and I'm looking forward to it. There was no need to force ourselves to get along. At least I believed as much.
そうはいかないわよ。
は？
あんたが悪いやつじゃないなら、嫌うのは筋違いだし。仲良くしてあげてもいいわ。彩香には、私から言うし。
How about that? Well, I wasn't about to turn someone away after they reached out to me. Hope we'll get along then. What was her name again?
レゴチン。加賀まなこ。あだ名はメゴチン。
She lended a helping hand. Let's see then. Hope we'll get along, Kaga.
よろしく。
Kaga blushed bright red and glanced downward. Bashful, wasn't she? I had no idea if we'd managed to get along well. But I guess it was better than being on bad terms. For this, I gained another person in class I could call a friend. Well, it reminds me, isn't Kaga?
Eh?
Just now I saw the bag she was dropping off. Trash bag had your room number and full name. The signature said Kaga Manako in tiny feminine writing. This is yours, huh? You've got darn chocolate potato chips in there. You must be eating over 10 packs a week.
好きなのよ。悪い。
It's fine, but trash like this is all foils, so it's tough to burn.
燃やすことなんて考えて買ってないわよ。てかあんまり見ないで。
After sorting through the rest of the trash, I found something white buried among the discarded tissues. This had to be silk. It was velvety smooth and felt great. What's this? Unfolded it. Ah!
あら、レゴチン。くたくたのパンツでも、捨てるときはビニールに包むなりなんなりさ。
死ね
Ah! A little while later, it looked like the only classmates I'd gotten close to were Sylvie's group and Kikuchiyo.
カレーって本当に素敵な香りね。
ソルティレージュにはまだ来ていないのが悔やまれます。
そういえば、昔日本に来た時も食べたっけ？その後国にないと聞いてがっかりした覚えがあるわ。
ほほ市が海外でも展開してるからお誘いしたら、一人暮らしで近くにあると嬉しいファミレスナンバー1だよ。
Curry is one of those sorts of foods that you get a sudden craving for.
いいですわね。考えておきますわ。
Oh my god, we're almost at 5 hours again. Their opinion of the curry was...
美味しい。カレーもそうだけど、ご飯も食べてください。このご飯、私たちが炊いたんですのよ。
I don't know why, but I like her voice.
美味しい。
She sounds like a gremlin, and that is amazing. Excellent. Excellent. All the boarders gathered together and ate their meal with delight, just like they had at lunch. That was most important. The sun was setting over the school, and a huge crowd had gathered to eat curry. It was just like a full-blown camp. It reminded me of a long time ago.
美味しいです。
But have you eaten it before?
じゃあ、こっちも食べていいよ。
They're all together. They're all...
先輩!
How many... Be honest, right now, how many of them are childhood friends? I feel like at least 4. Plot twist, Akia's childhood friend as well. And that's how they're trying to redeem her or some bullshit like that, where she hates all commoners except her childhood love. If that's actually gonna happen, I'm going to fight the writers of this game and slap them across the face. Yeah?
カレーごちそうさまです。お昼のスープもすっごく美味しかったですけど、カレーもめっちゃ美味しくて、燃えますね。
Everyone made the curry together.
ですね。でも、やっぱり私、先輩にお礼を言いたいです。
I like her. She seems very nice.
美味しいカレー、ごちそうさまでした。
Sure, you're welcome. Several other girls were there beside Akane. You could see just how grateful they were from their eyes alone. It felt extraordinary. They were terrified of me up until yesterday, but those friendly smiles made me incredibly happy. At the same time, though, it was embarrassing. I headed inside to get away from them. Now that the sun was going down, there were several girls huddled together in an effort to escape the frigid air. So... if you don't care for people watching, I guess this is the place to be.
人目はあるんだが。
Only you, though. Only one carefree person ever came here. Ugh, I'm exhausted after doing all that work today. Oh, how were the flour dumplings and curry? She wasn't the sort to actively come pick it up, but I did make sure both meals were delivered to her naturally. Anyway.
まあまあ。ライター返せ。
There you go, thanks a bunch. No matter how much burnable trash we had, I would need some catalyst to set it on fire. Never could have predicted that time would come when I was thankful for her smoking habits. Rydia wasted no time lighting up a cigarette the second she got her lighter back. Still have cigarettes left?
これが最後の一本。終わったら地獄だな。早く下の道復旧しねえかな。
I don't use this as an opportunity to quit.
うるせえ。
She wasn't remotely interested in what I had to say in regards to her health. Oh well, wasn't really the type to be bothered by it, so it worked out. That didn't sound like she'd smoke in front of anyone but me anyway.
なんか、すごい2日間だったな。
For sure. This 3-day weekend was one for the record books. Could have seen us suddenly going into survival mode.
でもなんだかんだ充実してたんじゃね。特にお前には。
Fulfilling? I hadn't been bored, but it was a ton of trouble. My arms were still wobbly. Or so I thought.
充実だろ。
Rydia looked down below. We could see everyone from the dorm gathered around the curry pot and having a good time.
な。
Oh, so. Yeah, it had been a fulfilling couple of days. 2 days with a satisfying outcome.
やっぱサバイバルってのが良かったのかね。一人男の誰かさん、急にモテモテだったもんな。
I guess. Phrasing aside, it had felt out of place as the only man, but it did feel like I fit in with more people now, too. That honestly made me happy.
誰かさん、女を引っ掛けるのうまいみたいだし。これを機にえっちらおっちらハーレムルート突入したりして。
Harem route, huh? But that'd be super nerve-wracking if I could actually pull it off.
してもいいけど、部屋でうるさくはすんなよな。
I'll do my best. Anyway, do you think I'm good at picking up women?
日本中探しても、ガチのプリンセスを毎晩のように部屋に連れ込んでる一般人は少ないだろ。
Well, fair. Wasn't dragging her back, though. She came to me. It's not really what I've got in mind, though. I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to romance.
純情って言ってほしい？童貞って言ってほしい？
It's nothing like that. When I deal with women, I get kind of nervous. I always worried about making them cry. And if things would turn out like they had back in the day. I enjoy being with Sylvia and the others, but I feel a lot calmer around other guys. Like how I'm with you, for instance. She's gonna immediately tell him to go die or something.
金玉ぶったたくからまた開け。男同士なら余裕だろ。
No, it's a figure of speech! Two guys hitting each other in the balls on purpose. But they do it because they're both guys? I don't mean it that way. Come on, don't you get it? I just mean I enjoy hanging around with a friend like you.
あっそ。
Ria tossed her used cigarette into her ashtray. Did I see her smile for a second there? She turned away before I could tell for sure.
でもいいのか？
Huh?
お前のゴールデンタイムは今かもだぜ。だらだら浪費してていいのか？人生で恋をするのに一番最適な時間かも。時間ってのは一瞬で過ぎていって、でもその過ぎた一瞬は二度と戻ってこないんだぜ。
Like, as time goes on, I can see why people like Ria so much. She's much more down to earth. Like, if I had to say, like, every character has, like, a weird, odd quirk. Thus far. Ayaka, bitch. Reina is supposed to be, like, I suppose you could call it Gyaru, or how she's, like, a bit too teasing. Like, a bit teasing like that. I don't know what to say. Like, I don't really know which it is for Reina right now. Then it's the whole princess thing for Sylvia, and how she seems like almost too innocent despite the amount of influence she holds. And it's the constant I need to protect Sylvia-sama for Elle. But the only quirk, quote-unquote, for Ria seems to be, yes, she smokes. In like a negative sense. Other than that, she's just regular delinquent girl, and I played Tsujizu-san no Junai Road, so I don't really see that as a negative.
ゴールデンタイムは今この一瞬にしかないのかも。
Quit sounding like some school principal. She quietly clicked her tongue and seemed less than impressed at being poked fun at. Well, she had sounded like a teacher, but it was always the soundest argument from a teacher's lectures that left a lasting impression. What she was saying was correct. The best time to fall in love, huh? I was the only guy in a dorm of 100 women. I may have, in fact, found myself surrounded by the greatest possible ratio ever. If I had to say, there's one person who caught my eye.
シルビ
Ugh.
ーだわな。
Bingo. Oh, but don't get the wrong idea. It's not that I like her or anything. I did like her, but as a friend. I couldn't get caught up in that sort of thing, especially with the princess. The biggest issue was she might like me.
ん？
Ria's eyes went wide.
マジ？
She might have liked me, to be specific. A long time ago. She visited the city way back in the day. It was then that she became friends with a certain boy, and that boy became her first love. And kept the Oroha ring she received from him. I recalled giving away a present to someone who came to the city all those years ago. I had given the certain something contained in that box labeled Oroha, Orohora, to someone. And if I recalled, it was an incredibly cute blonde girl. Ah! What is it? Ria was looking bitterly up at the sky. The sun's already set.
くらー、てめえのせいで見逃したじゃねえか。
The moment the sun had passed, she was nothing short of miffed. Sorry, should I say that in this situation? I didn't think it was worth apologizing over.
もういいや。帰るわ。
Hey, wait a sec! Stopped as she turned to leave.
んだよ、うぜえな。
Don't pry into such a sensitive subject and then leave without saying anything. My past with Sylvia was top secret, you know.
チラ見も何もてめえが勝手に口走っただけじゃねえか。つまり何？あいつがお前のこと好きだったってのは確かなの？
It's likely, based on what you told me yourself. Don't sneer.
鼻で笑われることを言うな。俺は鼻で笑うだけで済ますけど、他のやつには言わない方がいいぞ。サルお姫様は俺のこと好きなんで困ってますとか。
Fair enough. After giving it more thought, there were limits to how delusional you could be. However, the situation was anything but. Sylvia herself had said as much. I wasn't conceited enough to think she might still like me to this day. But... Lydia, who had been gazing up at the sky, suddenly went wide-eyed. What was it? I looked in the same direction and noticed it. Stomp, 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 stomp. Everyone!
あらどうしたのオーロカレーもう終わっちゃったよ。
今、火種が残っているので、このままお湯を沸かして、なんとかみんなでお風呂に入れないかと計算していたのですが。
You haven't noticed it yet?
は
But the sound of it could be seen from the rooftop, but not the ground. We'll definitely be able to take baths tonight. The power had finally been restored to the dormitory.
明るいです。天気が来てます。
電線復旧したみたいね。
They apparently made it in time before the day was over. The heaters were also back on, working hard to warm up the frigid dorm. Heating! The power had gone out at 10 a.m. yesterday morning and was restored 32 hours later. Japanese infrastructure sure was impressive.
お風呂に入れる。やったー
That must have been the most important highlight for these high-class ladies. Everyone scrambled to be the first back to their room.
やりましたね先輩。無事生還です。
You're exaggerating.
いえ、みんなが無事に寮に戻れたのは先輩のおかげだと思います。
Really?
はい、あの時の先輩はヒーローでした。
Those words filled my heart and left a tingly feeling in its wake.
それでは私も失礼しますね。お風呂、お風呂。
The heat was finally back on in the foyer, yet it was deserted.
お疲れ様でした。キャンプリーダー。
Not that I had any idea when I became a leader. Glad I only ended up a camp leader rather than a survival leader.
ええ。
As long as electricity was on, everyone could lead their ordinary lives here. It's instantly returned to cultured lifestyles. You wouldn't have to worry about the cold or not having light now. That seemingly simple improvement reassured all of the dorm's residents. Although the lack of food was still an issue, everyone had access to water and would soon be going to bed on a full stomach thanks to the curry we'd made. Thank goodness we never opened up the emergency supply room.
開けてしまうと完全にサバイバルですからね。
There were actually reserves in the academy in the event of a disaster. Guess that made sense given that it was a remote academy in an earthquake-prone country like Japan. There was hardtack biscuits, some food, human-powered lighting, and something I was especially grateful for. Full heavy winter gear. Wanted to avoid opening at all costs, as through desperation would set in the moon we did. Given the sheer amount of residents, some of them would likely break down crying at the thought. This wasn't some grave emergency. It was camp. I was glad we'd overcome this painful situation by keeping everyone focused on that particular aspect.
シルビー様がおっしゃっていた市松殿がそばにいると楽しいという意味がだんだん分かってきました。あなたは常に全体の調和を大事にするようですね。常に俯瞰で物事を捉えている。他人のことがよく見えている素晴らしい才能だと思います。
If you weren't perceptive of everyone around you, you'd never kidnap a princess.
それもそうですね。ああ、それについて困ってしまうことが一点。
は？
だんだんとあなたが姫様をさらおうとしたあの事件、良かったことだったように思えてくるのです。今のはオフレコで。
That wasn't something a bodyguard should say, huh? Elle headed off towards Serena's place, probably to take a bath, giggling all the while. I hadn't realized how close we'd gotten in such a short time. The way I ran off with Sylvie. I wasn't sure, even now, whether it had been a good or bad thing, but if nothing else, I was happy. And it had become the catalyst for me to come to Noble Academy. Guess I'll take a bath. I went back to my room too.
合格点ですわね。
fucking adorable!
ラブリッチェ。
It's fucking adorable! Ah! Fatigue was starting to set in and my body felt heavy. Well, the same, I woke up early the next morning. It was kind of noisy. I heard voices outside the window and I opened the curtain and...
おはようございます、先輩。
Why did she vanish? Or several girls gathered there.
先輩。
ああ、起こしちゃったかい。悪いね、うるさくして。
はい、毎朝の日課です。
Yeah, I'd seen them do that here once before. I was pretty sure it was only the one time that they'd moved elsewhere, but they'd come back over by my room.
あれから他の場所も探したんだけど、この数で体操ってできる場所が意外と少ないんだよね。
庭はそんなに広くないですし、道の方に出ちゃうと坂だから体操しにくいし。
そいで結局ここしかないねってことで、まったうるさい。
Oops. She asked with a grimace. Well, I did think it was a little early in the morning, but I was pretty sure the reason they changed places was because it was gross having me watch them. I could have kept on waving her hand at me with a smile. Guess that meant everything was fine now. Go ahead, don't worry about a thing. Part of me felt like going yay too, but I kept it to myself. But I kept a little more sleep in.
ねえねえ、先輩もラジオ体操一緒にやりませんか？
いいね。目覚めるよ。
No,
やりましょうよ。ほら、ほら。
Hey, don't talk! I was dragged out of the window. Hang on a second, listen.
いいじゃないですか。今日は天気もいいですよ。
そうそう、若いもんがぐーたら寝てるんじゃん。ってあれ
He's an underpants.
先輩、なんで下着だけなんですか？
Because I was asleep! Like, kya! Kya! Look into her room. Is she gonna look outside and be like, you know, I was joking about the hair around thing? Or not?
朝、何かあったの？
Not really.
なんか、オーロがパンツ一丁の写真が、ルインで回ってきたんだけど。
へえ、彼、トランクス派なんだ。私は、グリーフが良かったかな。
I'm going to... wonder if I have better chances of hitting it with this. Fuck off. Fuck off. At least you blew it away.
ラジオ体操でいきなり脱ぎ出したというのは本当ですの？だから早く虚勢すべきだと言ったのに。
Are all the boarders you idiots? Everyone was once again all riled up from rumors they generated themselves.
まあ気にすんない。もともとみんな、あんたには興味津々だったんだよ。昨日までのことで、溜まってたもんが溢れてるのさ。
That part doesn't bother me, but I wish the first thing they took an interest in wasn't about me, it wasn't my underwear. This occurred to me some time ago, but as the only male in a dorm of 100 women, I'd be the only one left to fend for himself if he wound up in danger, not the girls.
まあまあ先輩。はい、朝ごはんです。
Yeah. Now that the power was back on, the cafe's oven was operational. We had leftover flour to make cookies for breakfast. We had used the leftover flour to make cookies for breakfast. But again, I only watched. All the ladies were as great at making sweets as I would expect. And...
先輩！こっちこっち！ここで一緒に食べましょうよ！
Are you sure? She brought me over to the best seat in the middle of the foyer.
シルビア様がご一緒なさるんでしょ？それなりの場所が必要ですわ。ありがとう。いえいえ。
Took a seat with a tray of cookies and coffee.
オーロ？どうかしたの？
Nothing. I was escorted overall too naturally. but this was my first time eating a meal here.
エロいな。少しいいかしら。
Mina walked over to us.
皆様、どうかなさいましたか？
ええ。ここではちょっと。
わかりました。シルビー様、申し訳ありませんが、少し席を外してもよろしいでしょうか？
ええ。いってらっしゃい。
はい。では少々行ってまいります。市松殿、わかっていますね。
Mm-hmm. With the gentle nod, Ella and Mina disappeared. Did I take a comment just now to mean take care of Sylvie due to what happened yesterday? Probably meant it more along the lines of don't do anything rude instead.
カバレロ様、どうかなされたのでしょうか。エルのことなら心配ないと思うわ。さあ、私たちは早くいただきましょう。
シルビア様がそうおっしゃるのでしたら。
シルビア様と朝食をご一緒できるなんて夢のようですわ。あら、私はいつでも大歓迎よ。ね、アカネ。はい。お姫様と一緒に朝食なんて、光栄であります。
Akane was oddly excited.
ちょっと、アカネさんだけずるいですわ。いつの間にシルビア様から名前を呼んでいただけるような関係になりましたの？私も自己紹介させていただきたいですわ。私は
What's going on? Is Ayaka gonna come in? Through the course of events, all the girls presented ended up introducing themselves to Sylvie, or not. It would have been so fucking funny if she like came in and saw him eating in the fucking foyer and immediately screamed at him like, "Why are you eating down here? Go back to your room!" And all the girls like, "Calm down! No need to be a bitch about it." She just like stood there, just like, what the fuck? I keep saying like a lot again. That was a problem I had very early. It is 2 a.m. Maybe I should stop it soon. I don't want to see Ayaka's reaction though. Considering they were all girls whose names I didn't know, I felt invigorated as I listened.
みんな、これからもよろしくね。はい、よろしくお願いします。シルビア様が私によろしくって。ノーブル学園に入ってよかったですわ。さあ、朝ごはんにしましょう。今日一日を元気に過ごすためにエネルギー補給です。美味しいわね。ほら、こうやってみんなで食べるととっても美味しく感じるわ。
Yeah, they were poorly baked cookies and mostly tasted like giant sugar bomb, like a giant sugar bomb. But they made for a far better meal than my usual weary breakfast.
カミナル様、いかがされました？
いえ、認めるのはいいとして、多少手を加えねばなりませんわ。
Something tells me Mina knows about the whole ring business and knows that he was the one who gave it to her. So she's just standing over here like, I must groom for this nesama. Some bullshit like that. I really fucked up. I almost said bride instead of groom. That would have been weird. With that,
みんな、無事？
yes!
あれ？
It was 10 a.m., and someone unexpected walked into the foyer. That marked the beginning of a massive influx of adults. The boarders' families, huh? Aside from them, I spotted students from the academy, as well as employees of the cafe and the convenience stores. This man.
道も復旧したようですね。
Yeah. We could probably assume that after the electricity was restored, the road below had become traversable. Vehicles couldn't pass through, but people could apparently make it through on foot. Guess that means our survival exercise is over. 48 hours total, not too awful.
エロイナ隊長、よろしいですかな？
今回の件、報告書をお願いします。
はいはい。
Looks like Sylvie and Mina were now under their immediate protection, so I could see a massive number of black-suited guards at the window.
ボラル紅茶たちが来ちゃった。ってことは、 当然今日は帰らなきゃダメ？
そうなりますね。私は報告書の山が相手なので、眠る時間があるか心配ですが。
ああ、お泊まり会も終了か。
ちーっと残念だね。今日もシルビーの面白寝顔集に新しいのが加わると思ったのに。
何を取ったの、レーナ？ジョイとボラルコーチェ、お願いしてよろしいかしら。
Is she gonna request that Sylvia is allowed to move into the dorms?
はい。いかがされましたかな？
至急手続きしてほしいことがありますの。
While everyone was busy doing whatever they pleased, it became clear that all of the boarders felt reassured. Even though we were able to get in touch with the outside world with our cell phones, I guess everyone was still a little anxious. Naturally, those of us who had no one to meet them stepped back and distanced themselves from the groups in the foyer. Myself included. I found myself naturally approaching those who I was familiar with. Kinda thankful I didn't know anything about her family situation.
リア。
She did have someone. Someone had come to see her. This young woman was wearing a business suit and had a real go-getter vibe to her. However, she was different from Sylvie's black-suited gods. Something about her seemed strikingly significant.
大変だったわね。お疲れ様。疲れてねえよ。金曜。行けなくて悪いね。
いいのよ。所詮低俗な番組だし、龍蔵寺との兼ね合いがなければ、最初から受けてなかったわ。
Why do I feel like that's gonna be her mom and she's gonna be a massive bitch? Program? I'm like concentrating as hard as I probably could have to make out the conversation, but...
それより、車を回してきたけどどうする？今週は買い出しとかいいかしら？
そうさ
I suppose it's gonna be like someone from her agency or something, since I'm still convinced that she's Maria Bishop. This is fucking obvious at this point. Yeah, notice me.
今週はいいから、ナトリさん帰っていいよ。
でも。
いいから帰れよ。いろんなとこにぐちぐち言われて疲れてんだろ。そっちこそお疲れ。
そんな、みんな心配していたわ。
そういう気遣いも含めてお疲れ。帰っていいから。
そう。
The woman, Natri, got waved off like she was a nuisance and quickly made her getaway. Sure that's okay?
何がだよ。つか聞き耳立ててんじゃねえよ。うぜえな。
Was an accident. If you don't want to be overheard, then go talk in your room. What did you mean by program anyway? She dropped my question. Won't ask then. But are you sure it's okay to send her home?
はぁ?
Didn't she come because she was worried about you?
いいよ別に。心配してんのは商品であって。俺じゃない。
Why would you come here when if she was worried about her boobs? Bad jokes! Huh?
なんでもない。俺のことだ。プライベートに口挟むな。
I'll drop it then. But seriously though.
しつけえぞ。
No, like she mentioned something about going shopping. Aren't you out of cigarettes? Can you hear the fans going off in her brain right now? Can you hear the fan going off in her brain right now? Good thing I actually have a fan here.
ナトリさん、待った待った。
She chased after her. I wouldn't violate her privacy, but at the end of the day, she did seem to have those who worried about her. No, she did seem to have her own circumstances, considering she turned delinquent. Either way, our 3-day weekend had finally come to an end. Even though it was our day off, everyone was awfully busy with cleaning or shopping. I also successfully replenished my cup noodle supply with Elle and the others' help. After all was said and done, it worked out if I just chalk it up to killing time. Sylvia, Elle, and Mina all went home.
Senpai!
How can I happily rushed over the moment she saw me? For whatever reason, she reminded me of a small puppy.
先輩、今日の夕ご飯はどうします？
I was just gonna have whatever was lying around.
私たち、カレーを食べに行くんですけど、 よかったら一緒に行きませんか？バーニングですよ。
Didn't we have curry yesterday?
あれで火がついちゃったんですよ。近くのカレー屋に30倍激辛カレーってのがあるんです。一緒に燃えませんか？
I'll pass.
そんな。
Her ears and tail promptly plopped with disappointment.
言っとくけど、私たちも30倍のは食べないからね。
Lots of girls seemed to feel a sense of freedom now that the road was repaired, and most of the dorm residents were going out to eat tonight. As for me, I'll stay here and eat dinner tonight. Had a light meal at the cafe.
控えめだにゃ。貧乏人かよ。
Yeah. Shut up. This is a rarity for me.
なるほど。
Light meal at this cafe. It's the first time I'd eaten here despite living in this dorm for weeks, much less getting to eat in the foyer at all. And someone didn't seem happy about it. A resentful pair of eyes pried my way. However,
避難生活のヒーローも終わっちまえばみんなと変わんないね。
hello there.
まあ、本というほどではないけど。水道の件では借りを返したいです。これ、どうぞ。マスカルポーネパンケーキといって、そこの喫茶店のおすすめ。
Thanks a bunch. They left me with a meal ticket. Was one left for... There was no one left to complain if I were to eat here. And as long as nobody complained, the person with complaints couldn't speak up. She must have read the mood. Despite how frustrated she looked, Chokosaki couldn't say a word. But with that frustrated look in her eyes felt amazing! But I guess that was in bad taste to say, huh? Oh well.
今日からは何でも食えるね。
I can finally say farewell to the cup noodle lifestyle. I could probably get food on delivery and stuff now too.
まあ、ケータリングもだんだん飽きてくるんだけどね。
Well, I'll enjoy it until it does. I can finally lead an ordinary dormitory life.
だね。
And finally take the first step forward in my life here at Noble Academy.
はいはい、ちゃっちゃと運んでくださいまし。
Ah, there we go!
かしこまりました。
Huh?
ね。
Those black-suited gods were back again. And with a ton of cardboard boxes and tow.
神なる様、考え直していただけませんか？
必要なことですわ。あなた方に拒否権はございませんことよ。
They were carrying them into the guest room across from mine.
神にゃん、何してるの？
ああ、お二人ともちょうどよろしいですわ。
Okay, who's gonna move in? Just Sylvie? Which I deem very unlikely, because it would at the very least be Sylvie and Elle, or maybe even all three. There are 5 guest rooms, as they said, in case there are visitors. So the number of rooms that are still free is 3, so they would all fit.
私本日よりここに住むことに決めました。
なんですと？
One look and it was clear that they were moving her things, but what about Sylvie?
来ておりません。今日のところはお伝えしませんように。皆様が移るとなれば、絶対シルビー様も移りたいとごねます。
Yeah, I bet! All the more reason. Why now, though? And why Mina? Made more sense for Sylvie to move in, especially when she wanted to be here, but Mina never seemed to care for the door much.
この2日で、まあ住んでも問題ない程度の質は確認できましたわ。だからあなたに目をかけるには、ここに住むのが良いと判断しましたの。
Me? Mina had her subordinate tend to her own room before first visiting mine.
この2日間ずっと思っておりましたの。まあ状況が状況だけに言いませんでしたが、ゲロー、この部屋不潔すぎましてよ。
Yeah, you've told me plenty of times. She mentioned it repeatedly during the disaster. It was low-key beginning to sting.
片付けなさい。と言っても、ゲローではそもそも品位ある部屋作りなどできないでしょ。
I mean, it's like, it's not even that messy. The only messy thing maybe is the fucking cardboard boxes stacked up there, but even then, this room is far less messy than my room. there's like a random, like, with like the bed I had as a kid, it used to have like this big old drawer underneath, which was like fucking, like, proper, like 3 meters wide. I just have that standing upside, like up in my room, propped up. Like it's just kind of become like a fucking shelf. It's kind of weird. I don't know why it's there. I don't remember putting it there. I think my parents like put it in there for like to get it out of the way for a bit, but since then it's just been there. It's now basically on my fucking medicine rack. Fuck that mosquito. Cruel.
だから、私が片付けますわ。
Huh?
神なる様、衣装の用意ができました。
よろしい。ほい。
What the fuck? Princess? Why was you made?
これで動きやすいですわ。まずは掃除から始めますわね。
She brought it with her. She took out a dust cloth and promptly started wiping down the table. Mina, what's going on? This whole situation made no sense. I was confused, plain and simple. Mina nonchalantly continued to clean.
今日から私が隣の部屋に住みます。そして、あなたの生活を見張ることにいたしますわ。
Huh?
よろしくて。
She finished wiping down the table until it was spick and span and leaned in close.
今現在、シルビーお姉様が最も気にかけてらっしゃる殿方は、間違いなくあなたですわ。
Right. She was probably right. She hadn't done anything. She hadn't had anyone other than me move in here after all.
世間は下劣で俗です。ソルティレージュ第九王女ことシルビアお姉様のプライベート、特に男女関係には目を光らせています。そんな時、お姉様と近しい男子が一人見つかる。マスコミは食いつくでしょう。今のあなたとお姉様が並んでいる写真などが日本中で周知されたら、私はソルティレージュ代表者として困るのです。無論、お姉様を愛する妹としても。
I do get that you're basically dissing me for the record. She was essentially saying that I was an embarrassment.
だから今日から私が教育いたしますわ。あなたをお姉様のお友達として恥ずかしくない殿方に。
One day during like a bigger break, he's gonna like go home to his parents. They're like, "Oh, it's been a while since we've had him around, you know? Like at the start, we finally had some more for alone time together, and like we've really got our marriage, like rekindled the love in our marriage with that as help. But it does kind of feel lonely without him around. So we're kind of really looking forward to coming home and his, you know, we also kind of miss his cheek and all that. Just comes in here like, oh yes, mother. Hello there. It's been quite some time since we've last talked. I'm very delighted to be back in this house that I used to call my home. What the fuck happened to our son? That would be hilarious. What's plenty I wanted to say about this? You want me to become a noble then?
その所作は学んでいただきたいですわね。
Give me a break. Yeah, I'd finally gotten used to this school, and now the bar had been raised even higher. You ever look which scream, do something, but
すいません。皆様が言い始めたら、私ではどうにもできません。
Nothing you can do. Is this even okay to begin with, having royalty live in the storm? Especially after she had been so bluntly denied, especially after he had so bluntly denied Sylvie the same privilege.
これは私の判断で決めたことです。お姉様と違い、寄進派には口出しさせませんわ。王室の話です。庶民が口を挟まぬよう。
Circumstances sound fairly complicated.
申し訳ない市松殿。この件は我々には何ともできません。それに我々としても、市松殿には いずれ最低限の礼節というものを知ってはいただきたかった。いつの間にか、シルビー様を呼び捨てですし、タメ口ですし。
Ah, that's what you were hoping for. It was true that I got awfully friendly around her at some point.
神なる様がご教授くださるというなら、最善ではあるのです。私も心得がなくはないが、作法礼節において、神なる様に勝る者はおりません。
そういうこと。
Mina was the same person who labeled me a plebeian when we first met and claimed she had good manners. And claiming she had good manners was a bit hard for me to accept, but okay. Calm down, me. Resisting and saying no way wasn't something a smart guy would do. Given Mina's personality, she wouldn't back down regardless of what I did or said. Well, I guess I don't mind if it's just lessons. Etiquette and manners are important, whether Sylvie's involved or not. I'd rather people thought of me as being sophisticated than some vulgar monster, too. The thing is, there are habits and mannerisms I've developed since birth. I bet there are things I'll never be able to change. So, do you think you could go easy on me for a little bit?
もちろん、厳しく言うつもりはありませんわ。
She just pulls out a whip. What? I thought, no, strict? What? Help? Scare? Well, it's probably a decent compromise. I would accept her as my teacher and hope she would remain open-minded. That was how I bargained.
優しくしますわ。ご心配なきよ。
Whoops. Yeah.
というわけで、さっきから背中が曲がってますわ、この下民が。背は常にちゃんと伸ばしなさい。腰をまっすぐに。
Right. I straightened up.
それから服がシワだらけ。紳士たるもの、着衣も自身の一部でしょう。常に気をお配り遊ばせ。
My bad!
言葉遣いはしっかりと。
Apologies! That's so strict! Al! Help me out!
は？どこがでしょう？
優しくしたじゃありませんの。
How do you figure I'm nearly being driven to tears by a girl who's younger than me?
無知は使わなかったじゃありませんの。
Oh my god, I joked about a whip, but I was not expecting him to actually pull that out. Whip!
普通は悪いところがあれば、無知が飛びますわよ。
王室は無知を使うのですか？優しいのですね。私などはナイフを向けられたものです。
What the fuck?
その面では、王族は甘やかされてるやもしれませんわね。
最新の教育法は電流を使うそうですので、私とて生ぬるいくらいです。
お互い甘いわね。
Your country is freaking crazy.
というわけで、背を伸ばし遊ばせ。甘くても無知までは飛ばしますわよ。
Yeah! Just when I thought I'd managed to find some emotional stability in my dorm life, it got even more horrible.
金色ラブリッチェ。先輩
No! I hope you guys enjoyed this one and see you next time. Bye-bye.